To welcome you to the broadening access and use of natural history collections through innovative approachments and engagement. This has been a very exciting session for the last several years, so we're excited to host it again. Just a reminder, we have a timekeeper, so if you're speaking, mind the timekeeper so that we can keep on time, and only use the arrow keys on the keyboard to advance your slides. You can use the pointer function on here if you'd like, or if you have a video, just continue using the arrow and it should be fine. Other than that, welcome to our first presenter. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for being here, given it's the first presentation of the day. So, hello, my name is Adania Flemming, pronounced she, her, and hers, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Florida in the Department of Biology with joint appointment in the Florida Museum, and I'm also a research assistant with iDig Bio, funded by NSF. And today, even though I'm trained as an ichthyologist, while obtaining my master's degree at the Florida Museum, I became very interested with the use of collections and natural history museums, particularly thinking about historically excluded people. Thus, I will share my journey or story to broadening representation in natural history collections through mentorship, community building, and intentional educational strategies. To do so, I will give a little bit of background and introduce how this developed as part of my dissertation work. I'll share my research questions, methods, and next steps in this work. Given the company I'm in, we will likely all agree that natural history collection contains a lot of stuff, rich opportunities for research, understanding the biodiversity of our planet, allows us to advance scientific knowledge, tackle global problems, and it allows us to introduce people to research or STEM broadly. Now, as many of you may be saying, or your colleagues may think, well, duh, everybody knows this, or they should know this, right? I mean, didn't they all grow up going to museums like I did? And surely they all know all the stuff in the public exhibit comes from libraries of life we call natural history collections. I'd like to step back and introduce myself a bit and my discovery of natural history museums and collections. And please note some aspects of this may be triggering. Okay, so I am from Trinidad and Tobago. It's a twin island nation in the Caribbean. I'm part of a nuclear family, which I left to pursue a marine science degree at the University of Tampa in Tampa, Florida. I then worked as an intern at the Florida Aquarium and paid, and then worked as an employee paid after graduating. And then I was applying for grad school and stumbled across natural history collections because somebody I interviewed happened to work in one. I sought out opportunities in natural history collections before myself obtaining a master's degree, completing a life history study of Ichthyostophysa for me. I'm currently a PhD candidate in biology, continuing that ichthyological work, testing the species hypotheses of Fundulus. And given my experiences, I've also added a component of biological education research to my scholarship, where I interrogate museums as a resource to broaden representation of historically excluded people in STEM, hence this talk. I'm also a member of the African diaspora as a result of my ancestors being forcibly enslaved and ripped away from their homes and everything they knew. Through slavery and colonialism, many specimens and artifacts were also taken aboard slave ships from places including my homeland, potentially as early as 1820, as indicated on the iDig Bio records, an NSF-funded project you're probably all aware of. It is worth noting we didn't gain independence until 1962 from British colonists after being ruled by many, including Spanish, French, Dutch. Nonetheless, growing up at home, through college in the US, I had no idea natural history collections existed despite the artifacts and specimens that had left my home and traveled many years prior. As noted, it wasn't until applying for grad school I made this discovery in 2011, and it wasn't really until I entered museums that I realized the concept of what this meant. Understanding the power of and potential of natural history collections, for one of my dissertation chapters, I recently published a model which can be used to help as a resource to broaden representation in STEM, which has the potential to increase racial and ethnic diversity of students through experiential learning and mentorship in museums. And prior to publishing this, it was utilized in many spaces, including an annual conference, IDIG Trio, and an internship at IDIG Bio and the Florida Museum. Thus, though it's created as a course, I encourage folks to review the components of the model as there are multiple applications of use. While developing this chapter of my dissertation, I also realized many students, even though they're on a campus with a wonderful, amazing museum, the Florida Museum, they were unaware of its existence and the capacity which they could learn either in the research collections or in the public museum as a patron. So in the process of doing this work and occupying various spaces, both academic and not academic, I've also realized there are many individuals who are unaware of potential of museums, even folks born and raised in the US or other places where there are natural history museums. This is particularly true for historically excluded people. Noteworthy, many of these folks are aware, even some of these individuals have occupied and still occupy these spaces, but from our research findings, retention of these individuals who have traversed the space, whether as undergrads, so grads, postdocs, techs, collection managers, the issue lies in the sense of community and belonging in museums. Another aspect is whether these individuals feel welcome and whether institutions have moved beyond DEI, JEDI, idea statements to truly consider multiple facets. And so you might be wondering, why does any of this matter? And it might be a good story, but what is the point of this story? And so part of the answer lies in the call for this symposium, which said, significant work remains to create more inclusive natural history collections. To start, we know there is a problem, but what are some of the necessary aspects to consider? And I think we need to think of what is the problem or the work needed exactly, who are the people that are excluded, why have they been excluded, what or who will benefit from intentional, and the key is intentional inclusion, and how do we develop an approach for that group of people? And I argue that many institutions, despite thinking or discussing these steps, skip responding and do a catch-all. However, for the rest of this presentation, I'll explore one of my dissertation chapters, which seeks to answer the question, what are the experiences of historically excluded people in natural history collections? And how can we use these experiences to build healthy communities to engage and retain historically excluded people in natural history collections? Before doing so, I'd like to note there are multiple groups who have been excluded from museums, whether entirely or in part. For example, on the first floor of the American Museum of Natural History, a diorama depicts an imagined 17th century meeting between Dutch settlers and the Lenape, an indigenous tribe inhabiting New Amsterdam, now New York City. It was intended to show a diplomatic negotiation between the two groups, but the portrayal tells a different story. The diorama depicts a cultural hierarchy, not a cultural exchange. This is one aspect that can help shape the American public's understanding of indigenous peoples. And there's a lot we can discuss here, but I'd simply like to state, instead of, they took time to actually discuss aspects, and here made steps to make it known in the museum. And there are countless examples of how these have been historically, people have been historically included, and discussions of what can be done. I've already pulled up the paper by Das and Lowe and a subsequent article blog by NASCA, where highlighted many hidden figures. So going back to why we shouldn't do a catch-all, it's because one size does not fit all. We need to truly understand who's missing, define the missing groups. One of my PhD co-advisors, Dave Blackburn, featured on the left of me on my side, and Dr. Pringle on the right, they said to me, your work is doing that missing step in helping us think about who is missing and defining them as a group. And again, you might ask, why? Why define people? Why define communities? And I argue it is necessary to be mindful that different groups and different communities have different needs. We cannot use a blanket for diversity. For example, the reasons Black people have been not participated may be different than Indigenous people or differently able people, even if there are similarities. there's a saying that the details and the numbers. For museums, that may mean how many people we bring in, increase in diversity, but I argue the details are in the details. We need to understand why the group or community of people were excluded, reasons they would be interested in joining, reasons why they would stay. There are things institutions and the people within them can do to prepare and create a strategy so people continue to be present, not only for academics or for socials, but in a way that they're able to integrate themselves and their ways of knowing and doing into the space, because it is an equitable environment. For me, the need for this definition also came from my own experiences, my experience working in natural history collections as a Black woman in the field of ichthyology. My experience simply being a Black woman in the US, it was very apparent to me that Black people, one of the most excluded groups. And though at first I didn't quite understand why, despite several well-established non-Black people in natural history collections telling me, as someone new to museums, it was because Black people just weren't interested in biodiversity in natural history collections. Medicine was what we pursued. I know there is some truth in the medical pursuits of people of color in general. I was still questioning why, even as I immersed myself in natural history museums and at all this outreach all I could do, I still didn't see many people that looked like me other than the custodial staff or janitorial staff. At these junctures, I reflected on the fact that having grown up in the Caribbean, I had always identified as Trini or Trinidadian. However, in the US, I was either referred to as alien, Black, or African American, and subjected to all the cultural stigmas those identities face. Learning the history of African Americans helped me understand why many of these encounters occurred. And this is not just in the US. If you look across the globe, there are aspects you can see there as well. So for me, the question my research focuses on, the historical group, is one of the groups most marginalized in these spaces, Black people. To do this work, one of my initial challenges was finding research participants. Given my identity, this made it clear that there was a need to establish a community of Black folks in natural history museums. As a passion side project, I founded Black in Natural History Museums, an organization which in 2023, this marks our second year as a 501c nonprofit, celebrating and building community for Black folks working in and adjacent to natural history museums, encouraging and facilitating Black people's participation in natural history museums professionally and as patrons, and engaging non-Black people as true colleagues and co-conspirators to Black in natural history museum professionals. So as I now have potential participants, some of my aspects I'm considering in planning my methods is to create inclusive spaces, is the fact that representation matters, the types of knowledge shared as well as the presence of role models and mentors in these spaces matter, and finding communities that can help support individual growth matters. Historically, so people often struggle to find community in museums as their voices, opinions, and even work are marginalized in these spaces due to historical or customary practices. And thus there is a need to have retention as a retention issue. Here's a quick slide on the phenomenology methodology I'll be using for my research. I'll be happy to talk to folks about this later, but for time, I'm going to move past it. I will note that one of my main goals in using this approach is to develop a composite description of whether and how people in museums, Black people in museums, that is, at different levels, experience structural racism in the context of their daily academic lives. And one of the aspects I plan to interrogate is the notion of resilience, because this has been an interesting conversation, including in the community of Black people in natural history museums. Some say, you've got this, just be resilient, keep being your resilient self. And others say, resilience will get you to, but it will not get you through. And I think there's a lot to explore here. Many of you probably are aware of a cactus, and there's a really, if you Google cactus, it's a really interesting story about how resilient they are. And I also found this article which really prepares you for hurricane preparedness. But if you take a look at the steps of what it needs to be resilient, for some groups, it's not equitable what's required because other individuals do not have to do this. Now that my next steps are designing my interview protocol this summer. Once I do that, I'll be get my research participants, do my data analysis, and shared my research, which I hope institutions will use in thinking about creating inclusive spaces. And I'm certain in doing this work, my findings will help to broaden representation in natural history collections through mentorship, community building, and intentional educational strategies. So a couple of things I hope you'll take from this talk, if your goal is to have inclusive natural history collections, is we need to be intentional. I have outlined some aspects of this within my presentation. 2 key points are to think about who are the people you're trying to include, or the communities, and think about what is needed to develop and plan, not just for bringing them in, but for wanting them to stay and invite others. And with that, if you have any insight or questions for me, please connect with me via this going to my information or on the Black and Natural History Museum's aspect as well. There are references used in my slides, copyright for my slides, and there's a lot of people to thank who have been involved in helping guide my dissertation work or providing funding and resources. Some of these individuals are labeled here. And for time, I think I won't go through all of them, but I think that was on, I haven't seen the 0 yet, so thank you.
The Oxford Abstract website. Next up, we have Gemma Bertain.
Oh, sorry. Did you want to go back? No. Oh, okay. You got it. Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome to our presentation on the importance of undergraduate interactions with Natural History Museum collections. So first, who are we? My name is Gemma Bertain. I use she, her pronouns. I will be graduating from the University of Puget Sound in 2025 with a degree in mathematics. I have 2 years of volunteer experience with the Puget Sound Museum, and in those 2 years, I've done some specimen prep, like that possum up there, skull cataloging, and some elementary school curriculum and outreach.
Hi, my name is Beatrice Bugos. I use she, her pronouns. I just graduated from UPS. So I have 4 years of experience working in the museum, mostly working in the herbarium and fossil collection, and then during COVID, working with virtual outreach.
Hi, my name is Sadie Stone. I use she, her pronouns. This is my second full year in the museum. I'm going to be a senior doing environmental policy. I've mostly worked in the fossil collection, but I've also done some cataloging and other random stuff here and there.
Okay, so now going into who are we as a museum. So we're currently called the Puget Sound Museum. We were formerly the Slater Museum of Natural History. Our name changed back to Puget Sound Museum the day the slides were due, so that's why it still says Slater, but we are now the Puget Sound Museum. Our museum is located on the campus of University of Puget Sound. We are a small liberal arts school, about 2,000 students, and our museum was established in 1930. We have about 110,000 specimens, which is pretty large for the size of the school that we are. One notable aspect of our museum is that we have, we think we have the second largest redwing collection.
Okay, so what does the docent program really look like on like a weekly and monthly basis? So this academic year, we had about 50 individual student docents working in the museum at some point or another. That collated to about 10,000 people that we reached, which is a pretty good year for us, especially rebuilding after COVID. 10,000 people is pretty good, doing all of our different outreach. And that was about 400 hours of student docent hours in the museum, specifically doing different kinds of projects. So the students have the opportunity to either just solely do volunteer, so that we do 1 hour of a meeting per week and 1 hour of our docent hour, or the students have opportunity to get academic credit. It's like a quarter unit, so it's not a full credit, but it is some kind of activity credit where they're also going to get an opportunity to do more outreach, do a couple more projects, and just be able to get more engaged in the museum. So our weekly meetings usually will look like, a lot of the meetings are planning for our Night at the Museum events, which I'll talk about a little bit in a minute. And then the other time, sometimes we'll do an activity. Maybe we'll pin butterflies or talk about some kind of bugs or read some kind of article or have a discussion of some kind that has to do with a natural history museum topic. Our weekly docent hour looks different for every docent because we have so many different projects that are going on. So they really get to like choose what they want to do, and we all get to choose the projects that we want to work on that can change semester or by year. And then Night at the Museum is really our big moment in the museum where we pretty much just pull the specimens out of the case in an organized fashion and talk about what that looks like to the community and like get to really engage with them. And then additionally, we get to do other community and outreach events that are off campus. So maybe we'll go to a school, bring nature in the classroom, or get to talk at a science fair or something and really engage with the rest of the community.
Yeah, so like Sadie mentioned, every docent needs to spend at least 1 hour a week in the museum working on some collection-based project. And since we're such a small museum, it's really, as far as faculty goes, it's pretty loose as to what students can work on. And so some of the things students have been able to work on over the past couple years, a lot of students have worked on specimen prep. We've learned how to clean mounts, cataloging and digitizing specimen, maintaining our wet specimen collection, archival work, curriculum creation, and then two of the ones that I'm most excited about. We do have a little bit of exhibit space in the hallway outside our museum. And so one student was really interested in Animal Crossing. And so she created an Animal Crossing exhibit with Animal Crossing characters and their real life counterparts, which was really fun. And then also, since it's such a small museum, we allow students from any discipline to come and work with the museum. And so one of our students, Emmy, is an art major. And so she was our artist in residence as her collection-based project. So that's her, I think, in the bottom right. She's painting a barred owl with its wings spread, and she'll be using UV paint to mimic the UV like reactive wings of the barred owl, which I think is really, really cool.
Okay, so a little bit more about Night at the Museum. What does it look like to plan? So 3 weeks in advance at our weekly meeting, we'll all start brainstorming different kinds of overall topics that we might want to have for the night. We end up having about 1 or 2 per semester, so we really get to engage and figure out what we want our topics to be ahead of time so that we really can cover a lot of different stuff. The ones that we had this year, we did a Halloween version that was called Monster Mash. We did one for Darwin's birthday, and we did one for spring called Birds, Bees, and Flowering Trees. So we really get to do lots of different topics, and we'll all vote and narrow it down and figure out what we want that main theme to be. And then at the next week, 2 weeks before, we'll start to pick our specific table topics. We end up having about 15 to 20 tables all in the hallway outside the museum, which is kind of a lot. And we have like a kids activity and a prep room so that everyone can kind of find something that they're interested in. So we'll start to narrow down what we want those specific topics to look like and what kind of specimens we might want to pull out. And then we'll start our research usually during our docent hour that week. And then the next week at our next meeting, 1 week beforehand, we'll start to share specimen stories with everyone else that are docents so that we can kind of get to start sharing those stories with each other and figure out what that's going to look like and really finalize what specimens we want to have at our table and what makes sense for our topic. And again, during our docent hour that week, we'll usually continue doing research and really finalize what we want to say. And then the week of / the day of, we'll start to pull the specimens out of the cases and really finalize what we want our tables to look like. So then when the docents come in right before Night at the Museum, we can easily like grab everything, lay it out on our table. We usually end up having like 5 to 10 specimen per table. And I usually like to make little name cards so that everyone knows what the specimens are, since not everyone is familiar all the time. And then we get to tell our little stories to the community members, really engage with them, and have a really fun night.
So some of the challenges with our program is that we are student volunteer based. And as we know, students have a lot of pulls on their time, lots of responsibilities to attend to. So keeping people engaged can sometimes be a challenge. Another aspect is that students get to choose their projects, and because they're only required to have 1 volunteer hour a week on a project, projects tend to be done at a slower pace, and some projects might not be touched during the year because it'll depend on if students want to work on it. And another challenge of our program is that we only have 1 half-time employee who's overseeing our docent program. So we can only be as big as that 1 employee's bandwidth, which puts limits on the amount of projects that we can work on and the events that we can put on.
Yeah, so despite those challenges, we're still here because we think this is a really important program to have at our school. So the value of the undergraduate interactions with the university in general, it fosters a really good community and allows for interdisciplinary cooperation. Like I mentioned, the artist in residence, if she's an art student in maybe another school, she might not have had access to the collections that we have. It also improves visibility of the museum on campus. I don't know about you guys, our museum's on the second floor of the science building, like tucked away in a little corner. And so it's really, really hard to kind of get our name out there. And so by having so many students being able to come into the museum and volunteer, we're able to go out, tell friends, tell people about it. And then we also are able to do fun things like student drawing nights. So we just pull some specimen out. We have like a big table in the middle of the museum. Students can come by and draw. I've had some students come by who get like extra credit from their professors if they have like a little picture that they bring back. And then also a lot of classes are able to use their museum for education purposes, just within the museum or within the university itself. So kind of the obvious ones like biology, ecology, ornithology. But then we also have like a history of natural history museums class that comes in, a history of science class, philosophy, writing, physics. A lot of classrooms can come in and use the resources we have that they might not know about normally, which is really, really cool. And then in addition, we also, as the docents, we're able to lead our own interactions with collections and find things we're interested in and really take it as far as we want to go. And we also get work experience in a museum as an undergraduate, which is pretty hard to get. And it's really, really valuable and everyone really loves it. And then we also, undergraduate researchers at the school are free to use our specimen for their own research, which Beatrice will be talking about.
So because our museum is so accessible and available to undergrads, it makes undergraduate research much easier to be done on museum specimens. So I was one of those students that use our museum specimens for research. For my senior thesis, I looked at Washington fossil plants, and this was because our fossil collection had just been cataloged, digitized, and added into our collections by Whitney Worrell and a few other docents. So that was a really cool opportunity for me. And then two other projects of note is our seabird, or plastics and seabird collection, or research, and then our stream macroinvertebrates, which are both ongoing projects.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, what sets the Puget Sound Museum apart? First, our interactions, the undergraduate student interactions are really important and can translate really, really well into the workforce after college.
Students get a really good opportunity to engage not only with the museum, but also with the community and really getting to involve with kids in the area and teaching people what natural history museums can do and why they're important.
And lastly, we are student-led, so undergrads get to choose their projects, which makes them stay more engaged in the museum and gives them some really good skills. Thank you. We can take any questions. I think we have time for like maybe one or two. Yeah.
Hello. Okay, it's on. Great job. I'm really excited to see the work you're doing, and congratulations and good luck in your future endeavors. And thanks for sharing with us. My question has to do with, this is amazing. And as part of my research, what I look for is to see like this type of examples of collections. And often what happens is people don't publish about it because we do the science and it's kind of like science education about biological and research. And so I'm curious too, is there anybody, do you know in your institution, maybe that person who's part-time that might publish on what you're doing and the benefits so other people know what you've done, what you went through, the challenges, and how they can do something similar, different? Do you know if that's in the gear?
We don't have anything like in the works right now, but what we have been talking about is trying to get this class as like a full credit option so that we really can have more time in the museum and get more students in and really get them engaged, so that in the future, maybe that could be some kind of project where like a class could write something about that and really get engaged in how that could be useful to other museums. But since it's just an activity credit right now and it's just a couple of hours a week with only a couple of employees, we don't have like quite the strength yet to make that happen. But we're hoping in the future we can have some kind of like museum studies minor or like have a full credit couple of classes so that we have more of an option for studies.
Okay, come see me if you want some different aspects. I presented earlier a model to actually have a course, and so I have some challenges, advantages, and hopefully, yeah, I'm excited to see what happens, and good luck again.
Thank you. All right, welcome. My name is Liz Leith. I am the collection manager of anthropology and campus NAGPRA coordinator at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I'm going to talk today about classroom and community connections, employing and sharing natural history collections-based lessons. I also have two co-authors for this one, Jen Bauer, who's a collections manager of paleontology at the University of Michigan, and Molly Phillips, who works for BioQuest, who both couldn't be here today. Send their apologies. So today's talk is more discussing about our education committee here within our own community within Spinach. We have existed as kind of a standing committee for a long time, originally within the professional development committee, but there's been a lot of discussion surrounding within our community about education and the fact that we all have an education aspect, but we don't really focus on it within our Spinach organization. So I want to ask a couple of questions, first of all, here to all of you to kind of get this a little more in the forefront of our knowledge. So I want everyone to raise your hand if you are based in a university or close to a university or other school within your collections. Keep your hands up. Now, if you have a completely separate education department within your collections or university, you can raise both hands if you need to. And now keep your hands up. If you have anything in your collection that is referred to as a teaching collection, raise your hand. So for those of you online, pretty much everybody is raising their hand right now. So we all have an education aspect within our collections. But within Spinach, we tend to talk a lot about research. We talk some about education and outreach, but we don't focus on it a lot. We focus a lot on publications. So in 2020, we formally split the education committee into its own standing committee. And we want to focus on the outreach part of education and not on the publication and research part of education, because that's a huge aspect. It's a big avenue that we can really dig into a lot deeper to try to push out the knowledge of natural history collections. So currently our committee, Molly Phillips is our chair. I and Jen are co-secretaries, although I've been kind of working with Molly on chair duties this past year. And the first year that we were involved with this committee, we're trying to figure out what primarily we want to focus on. We can have long-term goals, but we're kind of forming our identity right now. So we want to find a way that we can let others know about opportunities that are out there for learning about natural history collections and using natural history collections in education. So one of our first outcomes that we have is an annual virtual event that we're hosting that I'm going to talk about in just a little bit. So for membership, formal members, because we are a Spinach committee, have to also be members of Spinach, but we try to bring in anyone who has an interest in education and natural history collections. Right now, we have about 28 members who are primarily from North America, but we pull in from a few other countries as well, that we meet monthly virtually to talk about what we're currently working on, and mostly our annual event that we plan each year. Our primary supporters for our education committee right now are Spinach, iDigBio, BioQuest, and Blue, who comes in more with our portal that we use that I'm going to talk about in just a little bit. But we draw on a lot of support from a lot of different groups that you'll find in shortly in some of my future slides. We primarily use Cubes Hub. And this came about because we were trying to figure out what resource we could use to draw in engagement and information from other people. So Cubes Hub is an online portal resource that you can create new portal segments, and each of these segments is a different education experience, whether it is a classroom, a formal lecture, an exercise, a link to a resource that would be helpful. I've got another, this is, I think, the same QR code if you guys were all trying to get on that one, but just to give you an idea of some of the other things that or opportunities that we have on there. So Cubes Hub in general has a lot of different topics that you can search through. We created a natural history education portal. So if you go on to Cubes Hub and search natural history education, then our portal will come up, and that kind of filters all of these resources down to natural history education specific. Right now we have over 50 resources and growing. We started out with a lot of blue resources because that's who our original contributor was. But as we're holding our annual virtual event, we're adding more and more variety. The idea in using Cubes Hub is to provide education resources that use collections, not just to other museum professionals, but to educators in general. So here we're trying to reach out to universities who have undergraduate and graduate programs. We're reaching out to museums who have education programs who are looking for a little bit more diversity. We are reaching out in the United States, at least, to our kindergarten through 12th grade teachers, because each state in the United States has very specific curriculum requirements for each grade. And so teachers are always looking for education opportunities that are kind of the box that they can just grab and use, that if we know already that they meet certain curriculum requirements, those teachers can just take that resource and use it right as. And that can help us push out involvement and engagement with natural history collections. So in 2018, we started a session at the SPNHC meetings called Education Share Fair. And it was kind of similar to the lightning talks, where we'd have just short talks about just the education resources that, that people have available to try to kind of get the word out. In 2020, it was kind of a big year for everything, because that's when we decided we wanted to branch out our education committee. But then the SPNHC meeting turned out online because of COVID. And we decided, maybe this is a good opportunity for our education committee to have a virtual opportunity as well. Because if we're having just this education share fair session within our SPNHC conference, then we're not engaging those people outside of our SPNHC community to really recognize what these resources are and where they are. So in 2020, we shifted to an online format for what was the Education Share Fair, and we renamed it as the Natural History Education Demo Camp. And we decided that we would try to hold this event annually, somewhat near the SPNHC meeting, but not at the same time, because we don't want to overlap there. And we wanted the registration to be free, because we want to pull in people to participate. We don't want this to be a financial burden to try to include more people from all different avenues, so we can try to and make our community larger on who's using natural history collections in education and education resources in general. So we created a webpage as well and our nice new logo for our demo camp. And the online format, I think, has provided a really great opportunity for access. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about the Cubes Hub itself as well. No, I think I skipped over that part too. The great thing about Cubes Hub is that it can serve as a publication. So anyone who is posting resources on there can then
format a citation that then we can use for other people to access. It can help with emerging professionals to kind of build up your CV as well. It's one of those ways where you can cite something that you really didn't know how to cite before, because those resources don't tend to fit in that nice niche of publication. For our demo camp, we try to pull in as many sponsors as we can. And the great thing about sponsoring is that all you have to do is push our promotion out for the demo camp. There's no cost or anything. The hardest part about being a sponsor, honestly, is trying to get that logo to us so that we can put it on our banner. So our banner every year changes with our demo camp logo in the middle, but then we add all of our sponsors as they come in throughout the year. So our website with our banner adjusts every year as we go on. We also have a standard promotional kit. So we've been doing this demo camp. This is going to be our 3rd year now. And we've kind of formalized a lot of things. We've streamlined a lot of things. We use a Google Drive as our group. We have a video that Julia Robinson created for us. It's fantastic. And then we have our standard flyers and email templates that we use to send out. The presentations for each of these are compiled into an abstract volume. So just like a normal conference, we create a program and hand that out to everybody with the description that basically is what goes on Cubes Hub and the link to the Cubes Hub link website. So anybody who participates has all of the resources at the end of the demo camp to be able to get back to it. In 2021, we were still highly virtual, and so we had fantastic representation online. We had 2 full days of presentations. We had tons of people registered from all over. And you can see about half of our presenters were museum professionals and half were university or college educators. Those could overlap, so keep that in mind. In 2022, we had a dip, and I think people were recovering from the virtual experience. So we had less presentations. We had basically one and a half days of presenters. And again, we have a lot of museum professionals and educators, both educators and museum professionals involved here. So I think we're reaching a little broader than just our SPNHC community when we're having these presentations. And right now, I think we're at about 15 presentations, 10 to 15 presentations registered for this year's camp. That's all I have for this one. I knew this was going to be short. Hopefully we can have some questions from you guys. We meet monthly on Tuesdays. Sometimes our meetings are working meetings to work out logistics for our upcoming demo camp. We're going to probably be meeting a little bit closer together as our demo camp comes up in June. If you guys want to check out the QR code for our current demo camp that's happening, the flyers are on the SPNHC table in the vendor room. So that's another place that you can access that information. That's all I have for today. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions?
So for the K-12 like resources, do you find that you're making them to fit any sort of standards like NGSS standards, or do you just make whatever you'd like and then have educators sort of decide how it fits into their curriculum?
When the presenters sign up for to do the presentation, we have a form that they fill out. And one of the questions is whether or not they fulfill specific requirements and to list them, because sometimes the state requirements are very specific. And so we don't know what all the options are. So if they already have identified which curriculum they satisfy, then they'll include them in there. So when you look in your Cubes Hub resource, that'll be listed in the abstract to say which curriculum standards they meet.
I think we have time for another question or two. One more question. Okay, Liz, thank you so much.
Some contact information. Can I go ahead? Okay. Good morning. My name is Elissa Sorojsrisom. I'm currently a third-year PhD candidate at Columbia University and the New York Botanical Garden. But today I'm delighted to be talking with you about BCEENET, a project that I became involved with prior to starting my PhD. And today I'm speaking on behalf of my lovely co-authors, Paula Alex Trillo, Janice Crum, Carly Jordan, and Cecily Bronson. So BCEENET stands for Biological Collections in Ecology and Evolution Network. It is an NSF-funded coordination network that aims to build a community of undergraduate educators, education experts, collections professionals, and data experts with the goal of broadening participation in undergraduate research and increasing exposure and interest in biological collections data. And it does this through supporting the development and implementation of cures that utilize natural history collections data and helps students learn about evolution and ecology. So what is a cure? There are many acronyms in this talk. I apologize in advance. A cure is a course-based undergraduate research experience, which is a course that explicitly teaches students research skills by introducing them to the research process, including formulating research questions, attempting to answer those questions, iterating problem solving, and then communicating their results. So BCEENET takes this concept of a cure and applies it specifically to research projects that utilize digitized natural history collections. And as you know, this is a rich source of data and allows courses to be implemented in multiple modes, including online and hybrid formats. And working with collections data exposes students to working with big data as well as visual and spatial data. And in 2020, BCEENET received an NSF rapid grant to develop cures that could be implemented entirely online as possible solutions for lab courses that were scrambling to figure out what to do and how to run remotely during the pandemic. So BCEENET assembled a big team of educators, researchers, and collection folk, which is how I got involved. I was a collections assistant at the Yale Peabody Museum at the time that I joined. And they split us into groups with a good mix of people from different backgrounds and with different expertise. And they guided us kind of workshop style through the creation of a cure. And so 4 different courses came out of that effort. And since their development in 2020, they've been implemented at 32 institutions in both introductory and upper level courses and in many different formats. Over 2,900 students have participated in undergraduate research through BCEENET developed cures, and at least some of them, like Julia Felton, found it to be a stimulating experience that introduced them to the potential value of collections data, which is really awesome. So in a feedback form, she said, often in lab classes, the data you generate is the data you use. But in this case, we had access to data sets from over 20 years ago. This gave us the opportunity to observe the effects over time of factors like climate change on butterfly populations. And so the students really got a sense of how useful these data sets can be. And I know another course was able, some of those students that took the course were able to present their findings and their experience at the ESA regional meeting. So BCEENET is always interested in developing new cures and fostering connections between educators, researchers, and collections professionals. So today I'm going to talk about the 4 cures that BCEENET developed in the summer of 2020 to give you an idea of what they look like and maybe inspire you to become involved with the network. So this first course is called A Cure for Invasions. This was developed specifically as an introductory course for freshmen. And the goal was to use digitized collections data to develop and test hypotheses about the dispersal of invasive species, such as the red swamp crayfish. This second course is similar, but was designed for advanced or honors courses. So here the students test hypotheses about how human activity impacts the geographic range of species by utilizing two types of data, historical digitized collections and present-day occurrence data from sources like iNaturalist and GBIF. And this course was kept very open-ended in order to allow the students to have a lot of creative freedom and research something that they found interesting. This third course focuses on morphology, and you might be noticing at this point that invasive species is a very common theme. This is because many of the educators at BCEENET have found that students think invasive species are really compelling and a relevant topic that keeps them focused and interested in the course. And so this cure uses digitized images of herbarium specimens of purple loosestrife to test relationships between environmental factors and morphology and look at how morphology changes over time. And the last course is the sexual dimorphism cure. This is the one that I worked on, so I'm going to cover it in a bit more detail. This course was designed to be quite flexible, so it can be used as a module in a larger introductory course that covers other topics as well, or it can be extended to a full-term research-focused course for upper-level students. This cure uses the study system of cabbage white butterflies, which have these melanized patterns on their wings, the dots and the darker patch in the corner. And we know that those melanized patches are related to thermal regulation and sexual communication. And so the students in this course use digitized images of butterflies to measure the degree of melanization and test hypotheses about how environmental conditions and sexual communication influence patterns of melanization in males compared to females. And there's also a number of other topics that can be added to the course based on student interest, including the effects of native versus introduced ranges, so invasive species again, and looking at how wing patterns change over time. So this is the team that developed the cure, Janice Crum, Alex Trillo, and myself in collaboration with Dr. Andrew Stower at Butler University. And since 2020, this course has been taught at 11 different institutions to over 1,200 students. And this is an example of some of the research questions that the students might explore during the course. So this course was very focused on trait variation and understanding sexual dimorphism. And these are some of the skills that we wanted them to develop throughout the cure. And so during this course, the students learn how to access and download images from data portals like iDigBio, and then learn ImageJ and use it to measure the traits of the wing shown in the diagram on the right. They also learn about measurement error and how to ensure that they're taking consistent and accurate measurements. And then the students work collaboratively to perform a literature review, develop their own research questions, analyze data, and either write a report or give an oral presentation on their findings. And the students also pool their data together. So when they engage in data analysis, they can use a class-wide data set or even a cure-wide data set that includes all of the student collected data from past courses, which BCEENET provides to the implementers at the beginning of the term. And this introduces them to the concept of both using and contributing to data sets that are shared by the larger scientific community. So this is one example of a schedule that was used to teach this particular course in the past. In this version, the instructor decided to teach a full-term advanced course and included ImageJ, georeferencing, and GIS. And an introductory course might choose only the ImageJ module to keep the project simpler. So all the BCEENET resources are published and freely available on CUBE's hub. You just heard about it. That was very serendipitous. So the two of the courses that I talked about today are on CUBE's currently. And then there are individual modules such as the ImageJ, QGIS, and georeferencing that are also published as standalone core teaching modules on CUBE's. And as I said earlier, BCEENET continues to support and develop cures that utilize natural history collections. And so through the development and publication of the curriculum materials that I just mentioned, but also through training sessions for new implementers. So they do make funding available for new implementers, and they also provide funding for individuals that are involved in developing cures and new cure materials. So if you're interested, please join the community. I believe this year's cohort of new implementers is full, but you can apply to implement for the 2024-2025 academic year soon. And if you want information about that, I would suggest signing up for the mailing list on the website, and you'll receive all the information about those opportunities. And if you liked what you saw today and you thought of a great data set in your collection that might lend itself well to this application, or you're interested in helping to develop a new course, please reach out and join the network or share it with someone who might be interested. This has definitely been a very fun and rewarding experience for me over the past few years, and I continue to work with BCEENET to improve on existing materials and get them published on Cubes. So before I end, I want to say thank you to all these wonderful people that allow BCEENET to happen, especially Janice, Carly, and Cecily, who do most of the heavy lifting of getting funding and organizing and coordinating the network, and also making sure that the materials that we develop eventually get published. So a little short, but thank you so much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
What questions do we have?
So my question is, what's your approach to analyzing like success of these modules as you're putting them out there? Like, do you get feedback from folks? Do you have like, what does that look like?
Yeah, so I am not an expert, but I'll tell you what I know because I'm more on the development of material side. But I know that they take feedback from the students every year, and we actually, at least the way that we developed our course, we implemented feedback from the students throughout the year. So we're looking at how their views about science and about themselves change as they take the course. So we have that feedback. And then we get feedback from the implementers or the professors that are teaching the courses. We work really closely, BCEENET works really closely with them throughout, both leading up to the course to give them training if they need it in order to teach the course, and then support throughout running the course. And so there's a lot of just kind of, casual feedback through that, but then they do a formal survey at the end of every year. And I think that we get a lot of implementers that come back every year and actually become more involved in kind of paying it forward. And so I think that's a pretty good indication that at least the professors really like what we're providing for them. Yeah, but I think they have a lot of more formal, if you check out their website, I think you'd find more formal feedback.
Thank you, and thanks for sharing. I could add one aspect if that's okay. As a steering committee member, I know like we have a follow-up IUS grant where it's all about getting evaluation and evaluating not the existing cures, as well as looking at how we can do things better differently. So the cures are preparing students for actually getting that research experience, but we're also looking at how do you prepare them for other aspects of research, education, and context in terms of career development. So we're preparing trainings to helping them go to conferences. So conferences are sometimes really overwhelming. You go and you're like, I'm new, I'm supposed to network, but I might be an introvert, I'm an extrovert, like how does things work? And so there's lots of formal evaluation aspect outside of what has been mentioned. And so as noted, it's on the website. But I want to share this one that is happening right now. It's a full grant to actually work on some formal evaluations and other aspects thereof. Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
We have time for another couple questions for Elissa. Trying to think, do I have a question? All right, this is really wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we do have a few minutes before the next speaker. We'll start on time so that live stream can catch it.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Rebekah Kim. I'm the head librarian at the California Academy of Sciences, and I'll be giving a talk with my colleague Yolanda Bustos from the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles, and we're talking about addressing legacies of racism and colonialism in natural history collections. So before we begin, I want to acknowledge we are on unceded ancestral lands of the Ramaytush Ohlone. The California Academy of Sciences was built and currently stands on the lands of the Ramaytush Ohlone and Muwekma people. We would be remiss to discuss the history of the Academy without acknowledging the Academy's ongoing impact on the indigenous people that lived and continue to live on the lands we occupy. We perpetuate colonial practices by merely occupying this land. The California Academy of Sciences was founded in 1853. The founders saw that we have on this coast a virgin soil with new characteristics and attributes, which have not been subjected to a critical scientific examination. Foundations of the Academy was driven by a desire to understand natural history of the region, but also about uncovering the availability of economic resources and resources that would support human populations on the land. This idea of virgin soil, which encompasses the pioneering spirit, fails to acknowledge the Ramaytush Ohlone and Muwekma people who have lived on these lands. Also, it fails to recognize that they have been carefully managing and tending these lands for millennia and were systematically removed and murdered by the state and federal government to make room for new settlers. Our founding is firmly rooted in a settler colonial mindset. Science is not neutral or apolitical, and although the scientific method is impartial, the scientific enterprise is subject to individual biases and societal values. Scientific racism has justified slavery, colonialism, genocide, population control, anti-immigration policies, crime control policies, and so much more. I mean, this is just to say that racism supported by science has actually harmed and continues to harm people of color. I want to take this time to remind everyone that natural history museums are firmly rooted in colonialism and have been complicit in scientific racism. This slide just highlights the historical legacies of scientific racism, from the classifications of humans to the pseudoscience of eugenics, which was inspired by natural selection. I'm not here to tell that story because that's a whole talk unto itself, and I have to split this 15 minutes with Yolanda, but there are so many others who have done this and done this well. If you like those resources, please feel free to contact me. I want to read a quote from Subhadra Das and Miranda Lowe, who's actually in this room, from their paper, Nature Read in Black and White, Decolonial Approaches to Interpreting Natural History Collections, that was published in 2018. If visitors feel alienated from museums because their own histories and stories are being misrepresented, the solution is simple. We collectively, as museum professionals, need to do better at acknowledging past wrongs for what they are and telling the whole story of science. It's not enough to just acknowledge our own racist and colonial histories amongst ourselves. We need to tell these stories more openly and transparently to everyone who comes into our institutions. To make our museums more inclusive spaces, we need to tell this whole story. Acknowledge our own colonial and racist past, and also acknowledge how we've overlooked the contributions from so many people of color and other marginalized identities. At the Academy, there are a few individuals who are starting to do this, and I'm just going to highlight them in the next few examples. Telling the whole story. In 2021, I wanted to do something in the wake of the George Floyd murders and the following racial reckoning in the United States. In the library, I created a project to work with high school interns to conduct archival research and write an online profile of people from the Academy's histories whose contributions have been overlooked, many of them being people of color and women. Working with my library colleagues and these students has actually been really refreshing. The high school students are super enthusiastic and love historical research, which sort of tickles my librarian archivist heart. We even had one of our profiles mentioned in the New York Times, which was like so exciting for the high school students. But I think it's easy to stop there and just highlight these stories. I also felt compelled to tell the whole story. So I realized we had to talk about the Academy's own colonial history to give context to why so few people from underrepresented groups were allowed into the field of science, and what made these individuals exceptional in that context. So I, with some very dear colleagues, gave a talk about the Academy's history internally as part of our DEIA workshop trainings, and then later gave it as a public member talk. So there are 2 QR codes here. One, you can watch the recording, and one for more information about the Untold Stories, which is the project with the high school students. And there are a lot of QR codes in my slides, and I realized I should have probably done a link tree, but too late. The next project I want to talk about is Leona Kesho, which is translated into Today and Tomorrow. And this is a temporary installation by the artist Walter Kitindu in the Academy's African Hall, which is a hall of historic dioramas of African wildlife. Walter created a storefront that was inspired by those in the Kariakoo district of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. This work is meant to be a provocation and uproot visitors from an idealized and nostalgic view of the hall, and an opportunity to think about the space more critically. The QR code will give you more information about this exhibit. And the last one is like the most fun example that I'm going to give, which is Says Who. It's a 3-part series from the Academy's Nightlife, which is an adult evening event held every Thursday at the Academy. This series is critically examining the role of the storyteller privilege in the field of science, the Academy, and society as a whole. One of the recurring events is a drag story hour of the Academy's history, which is a retelling of the Academy's history, both good and bad, and in rhyme. And if you aren't going to the banquet tonight, the second installation of the series is happening at the Academy this evening. And another QR code for more information. And I just really wanted to reiterate the importance of continuing to be honest about our past and telling the whole story of science. I've seen in these sort of examples, small efforts that so many people feel seen, who have felt unseen in the field of science feel seen by these efforts. And for me, as a person of color, talking about this always feels very vulnerable and kind of scary, but also very cathartic and very much needed. So now I'm going to hand it off to Yolanda, who's going to talk about collaborative efforts we can take together.
Hi, my name is Yolanda Bustos, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm the museum archivist and research librarian at the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County. I'm about to get into the nitty-gritty of what Rebekah and I are looking to do next. So as stewards for our collection, we strive to be more transparent about our colonial histories through the way we tell our stories about our museums and in the way we write and publish the data about our collections. In preparing to be with you today, Rebekah and I discussed how we could continue to examine these issues of equity and bias in science and expand our reparative efforts across institutions. So for the remainder of this presentation, we'll look at a few practical ways to better represent our collecting institutions' values through how we share information about our collections. Our first step was to look for places where there might be harmful content in our collections, and we honestly didn't have to look very hard because science has always been created and presented from specific viewpoints. Harmful content in our collections might look like places where legacy descriptions exist that have language which is now considered racist, ableist, xenophobic, or discriminatory. It might also look like collection records that include graphic descriptions and content about violent and traumatic histories. Or you might notice places in your collection that show biases and exclusion in collecting, exhibition, or digitization practices. So we can really use these uncomfortable opportunities to revise language or provide additional context. And because this process needs to be iterative, we're really aiming for progress and not perfection. I don't want to erase the hard work that advocates have been doing in museums and cultural institutions for some time. Over the past several decades, strides have been made to address issues of ethics, ownership, and repatriation. Our museums have worked on building community partnerships, inclusive storytelling, mentoring, and program development, just to call out a few areas. Nevertheless, it's imperative that our efforts extend beyond these few key areas and become folded into collection management processes and workflows. So we could look at the amount of extant metadata in our collections and really wonder if it's possible to meaningfully address harmful content in our collection. But we don't need to feel mired down. In order for any project to be successful, it really has to be realistic in scope, systematic, and scalable. And I'll share a few examples of places where we can jump in. If you're unfamiliar with I went too far. Nope, perfect. If you're unfamiliar with harmful content statements, they are statements that can live on the front end of content, often in the web, in public-facing notes, and in access points to our collections. These messages serve as a warning about the type of content a viewer will encounter and addresses harm from content that may reflect outdated, biased, offensive views and opinions, or content that is preserved in this historic record. At its core, the work of writing a harmful content statement indicates that institutions have carefully considered how these materials are presented to and perceived by our users. We want our users, both our coworkers and external communities, to feel seen, validated, and welcome in our collections. Further, sharing a harmful content statement demonstrates that an institution understands that their collections are important. They're more than just data points. We recognize that the way we choose to share our collections has a profound social impact. Many archives and larger consortia have created and shared harmful content statements. And if that's your institution, that's really great. You're ahead of the curve. But if not, that's also great, because the best thing about being late to a party is that there's a lot of people already there, and there are plenty of examples for you to look at and borrow from. As far as actually reviewing and revising the content and procedures, you really have to start somewhere. So consider prioritizing opportunities to work on smaller subsets of materials that you can use as a proof of concept. Are you getting a new digital asset management system? Look for harmful content when you're performing data analysis and cleanup of your rollout assets. Over the past few days, there's also been a lot of talk about the extended specimen So consider folding in review and revision to those developing workflows. In some collections, metadata and harmful content will be clear-cut and easy to identify. But there's records that contain what I call the ick factor. And these are the instances where you feel uncomfortable repurposing metadata. Just remind yourself that these descriptions were written by people with viewpoints and perspectives. And because natural history collections do not have definitive sets of vetted standards or closed taxonomies to help guide and shape free text descriptions, we may have apprehensions about changing them because we've historically venerated these descriptions as static and unchangeable. But I'm here to tell you that that's not real. You can revise the metadata or provide context for language that's being preserved. Leverage existing style guides and folksonomies to help with this effort. Some great examples that I use are the Conscious Style Guide and the Diversity Style Guide, but there's a lot out there to support you. This is also an opportunity to engage local communities in content creation. Building community advisory councils not only fosters learning from existing knowledge databases, but also helps us to check for our blind spots. But please remember that when tapping internal staff and external communities, there needs to be a reciprocal exchange of labor with meaningful compensation. And I'm not just talking about a slice of pizza. But perhaps our most valuable resource is each other. If you're taking on similar efforts, I implore you to please share what you're doing. Publish on the web, bring your efforts to these professional organizations and working groups, and build support networks with the people in this room. Which brings me to our final call to action. Please consider working with us. We're looking for collaborators to grow reusable taxonomies and help natural history collections become more inclusive. Please reach out to us to keep this conversation going. Thank you.
Tēnei koutou katoa nau mai haere mai. Thank you for coming to my talk today. The next half hour, you're going to be traveling with us to New Zealand. I am very proud to be representing my museum, Tūhura Otago Museum in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I'll explain some of their terms now. Aotearoa is the land of the long white cloud. That is the traditional name for New Zealand. And Tūhura is the name that we were gifted by our Takita Whenua, which are the people of the land. And so it's kind of part of our rebranding switch into being called Tūhura Otago Museum. Tūhura means to discover or to uncover, and it's very apt for our museum, which includes lots of both natural and cultural material, and we're over 150 years old. We have lots of archaeological and paleontological material. I'm just going to be showing you a little bit about the work that we've been doing the last couple of years to try to bring some of our collections into our public programs. As always, it's the reason why it's business unusual is because COVID was not normal. We had to kind of make do with what we could. And I actually wanted to start with our acknowledgements and also a quick shout out to Cal Academy, because I actually started as a high school intern back in 2000 in the Careers in Science program. So woo! So it's really nice to be home. And of course, now living in New Zealand, I have this amazing team that I'm working with, particularly Rachel McJeff, our events manager, who's really just like stepped up our game with events and really pushed a lot of staff to really push outside our comfort zones and actually engage with the public. Emma Burns, our curator for natural history, who has always just been such an advocate for getting our collections out into the public and sharing the stories. We have an amazing marketing and design team. Basically, we have a team of 4 people in natural science and 4 people in marketing and design. So we're trying to kind of do a lot with very little. We also have an amazing team of front of house museum guides and science communicators. And you'll see with our next slide that we actually used them quite a bit during the lockdown. So During New Zealand's COVID lockdown, collections work was restricted to materials that were already digitized and projects that could progress without access to our collection spaces. And so staff in different areas of the museum focused on creating content for our Otago Museum online portal. And so we had folks from the cafe sharing the recipes for how to make Milo balls and scones. We had our science communicators working on videos to do science experiments. We also had our Te Reo Māori word of the day. Basically, we're trying to bring the museum, what we do at the museum, out online. And the reason why there's a little teddy bear there is because one of the encouraged activities was to bring your families out walking around the neighborhood. And so people would put their teddy bears on the windows so that the kids have something to kind of look for. So we put a little teddy bear on our website, and if you click on it, it actually does a little dance, which is pretty amazing. So I'm actually here to say that the COVID online portal, the Otago Museum online portal wasn't actually that successful if we measure the metric of page views. I am going to tell you kind of what happened with New Zealand during COVID. So first, to give you a little bit of context. So with the first arrow, that was basically when COVID arrived into New Zealand. We went into a 6-week lockdown. We did really well. There's just that little blip. But we basically closed to international visitors, and a lot of people had to leave and kind of go back to a place that was safe for them. And all the schools were closed. And so basically what we wanted to do was create this online portal to support these parents with school-age kids that had to juggle both housework and schoolwork to move on through. And so we had that first lockdown, which gave us a lot of page views, and then it just kind of went back to normal once the schools were reopened again. We had our second lockdown when Delta arrived in New Zealand back in August of 2021. Fortunately, by that time, our vaccine rollout was in progress already, so that kind of pushed people to actually get their vaccines, which is great. Basically, we had another spike in the page views, but then it kind of went back. So unfortunately, it's kind of gone through the exec, and they're kind of like, yeah, we've put a lot of effort into this, and we're not kind of seeing the long-term value of it. But at least we have the resources there for the next time. Hopefully it doesn't happen. But you can see from the bottom graph that once we got Omicron, we tried, and then we had a large protest in Wellington in front of Parliament where they burned down the playground for some reason, and it just wasn't going to work for New Zealand to stay shut for very much longer. And so we opened up back again. So basically, these are some of our challenges in the galleries, libraries, archives, and museums sector. We really do have reduced museum income. We didn't have international travelers for close to 2 years. And we had an uncertainty of whether there would be further lockdowns and restrictions. Auckland really did a lot of hard yards for us as a country because they had to go through multiple lockdowns and restricted movements. We also had a reduction of on-site staff with remote working and home isolation requirements. We had a little bit of a super spreader happen at a pub quiz, so I was very glad I was being antisocial that week. And of course, people working out, it was actually really nice for staff that had high risk of catching COVID to be able to continue working from home. So basically, we're just trying to survive. But of course, the thing that we want to move towards is actually getting back to our core work and including and engaging our source communities, and then also designing safe and fun events for our local and domestic visitors that were coming back. We're very fortunate the museum actually avoided any layoffs during the COVID because we were able to receive financial support from the central government for to help with our wages. And so we could kind of get back to our core work of maintaining collections, addressing backlog issues, and supporting research and exhibitions. We were also really fortunate to have a dinosaur exhibition come right as we were kind of opening up. So it really brought all the kids and families in. The other thing that we did was we hosted the New Zealand's Entomological Society conference. And so it's a fairly small community, but we were able to get 100 of them into the museum. We got them through some of our back of house spaces, and we just fostered a lot of goodwill with some local researchers. And we ended up getting a few donations of regional materials because kind of people actually saw us as a repository, and it kind of reminded them that we were there. We also started some back of house tours. And so this is kind of the high end, like go to our collection spaces that are normally closed, and then you go drink gin. Yeah, so no gin in the collections, please. And so we were trying to target different audiences with these events. We were restricting it to actually fairly small numbers because we have fairly small collection spaces. So there's about 10 people kind of tucked in there. And the woman on the picture holding the ambergris is Emma Burns. And the captive audience there is actually folks that were probably in town for Dunedin Fashion Week. So we got to kind of tell them about how ambergris helps make perfumes. And we also try to maintain an active social media presence. So I was really fizzing one day because I got to photograph a giant squid beak, and I just kind of told everyone in the office about it. And so I ended up writing a blog. We ended up trying to put like a Facebook post up, and Emma drew the giant squid that's next to me with me pointing at it like it's my buddy. And we were able to actually get it kind of allometrically correct because we were in touch with a researcher up in Auckland that studies cephalopods and could tell us what the allometric relationship was between that little, one of the measurements in the beak to how big the mantle would be. And so the other thing that was really special about this beak is that it is over 150 years old. So when I found this beak, it had a little label that just said like collected by Captain Hayward down in the Catlins. And it had the very like, squirrely cursive writings. It was like, oh, it's got to be really old. We looked through our archives, and it was basically acquired by the first curator of the museum back in 1872. So for context, the giant squid was only described back in 1852. So only within 20 years of description, we got them as a specimen. So that's pretty amazing. And these are the kind of stories we want to give context to and make it like super cool. And then also we tried to actually get involved in politics a little bit. So you may have heard about Bird of the Year. Has anyone heard about Bird of the Year? Okay, a few people. Now you've heard about it. Basically, it's actually okay and kind of safe to get involved in politics in New Zealand because we're kind of quirky and interesting. There are some hilarious controversies that happen, like someone trying to sue to get all the extinct birds into the program, and for, of course, vote rigging for Bird of the Year. It happens. People get really passionate about something, and that's okay. And so we're able to kind of create some really fun memes and also basically bring some of those collection items out. And so this year we were backing the little owl, or the moorpork in Indigenous language. It's called the rudu. And we were also able to help launched a Bug of the Year. So that's another Entomological Society campaign. And this is actually the first time I was featured in national media. Ooh. So that's great. And so basically we had voting open until Valentine's Day, and then they got to like celebrate like, love your bugs type of stuff. And so we tried to do little bits of public programming to promote that. So we have a mini exhibition. We also had like a pollinator workshop running. And so basically I got to bring those insects out and let kids appreciate it. We also partnered with the local festivals that are luckily in our city and that are promoting science, conservation, and tourism. We're just really lucky to have a lot of festivals running year round. And so we just had our Wild Dunedin Festival where we had a bug day and a penguin day, which I'll show you next. And we're actually moving into our International Science Festival where there's going to be lots of talks. So this was what we did for Penguin Day. I basically got out my pencil and labeled every bone on a penguin. So that is likely a hoiho, a yellow-eyed penguin, that skeleton that I'm labeling. We also got to partner with the local wildlife hospital that was actually working on making sure that the populations of penguins in the area are well taken care of. It was a really big event. The door counter actually registered over 2,000 people coming through. And so for a city of 130,000, that's about 1% of the city turning out to the museum on a particular day. So that's pretty amazing. Just imagine if 1% of San Francisco turned out anywhere. It'd be a little too much. And I also want to end on the fact that the Tūhura Otago Museum has our mission enshrined as an act of parliament, and our primary focus is on collecting, preserving, and acting as original repository, and then to promote interest and education in natural, cultural, and scientific heritage for New Zealanders. And so it's really at the forefront of what we should be doing. And these are some of the values we're trying to do. We're not perfect. We're still trying to kind of try new things. But yeah, it's all what I can do for now. Hopefully I'll get to tell you more about it next time we have spinach. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou katoa. I am Siobhan Leachman. I'm a Wikimedian from Aotearoa, New Zealand. And today I want to highlight a variety of projects undertaken by natural history collection folk like yourselves to engage with Wikipedia, Wikidata, and Wikicommons. Now, I'm aiming to emphasise different ways natural history collections engage with and benefit from the wiki ecosystem. Now, before we dive in, I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of the terms I'm going to be using. Hopefully, everyone knows Wikipedia. It's a free online encyclopedia written and maintained by volunteers. Anyone can edit, and that includes you. Wikicommons is an image repository for the wiki projects. So it's the place where the images, the videos, other visual and sound media is placed for reuse in Wikipedia, Wikidata, and other wiki projects. It's important to realise for content to be placed in Wikicommons, it either must be in the public domain or openly licensed. I'll also be discussing Wikidata. Now, this is an openly licensed, multilingual, interlinked knowledge base. It contains factual statements supported by references that are all interlinked with each other. It can be edited by both people and machines, and the data and links can all be queried. Wikidata also links to multiple other databases, so it acts like a database hub. And finally, I'll be also discussing Binomia. This is a website created and run by the amazing David Shorthouse. It empowers volunteers to disambiguate collectors and determiners of specimens and then attribute specimens to those people via their Wikidata item if they're deceased or their ORCID identifier if they're living. So now we've got the terminology sorted, I want to move on to some examples of projects by natural history folk who've actively engaged with the wiki world. And the first project I want to discuss is a project undertaken by staff at Te Papa, New Zealand's National Museum. So 2 staff members who did the majority of this work were Heidi Mude and Lucy Schrader. Heidi is a botanical curator at the museum, and she has written multiple Wikipedia articles on New Zealand forget-me-not plant species. Lucy is Te Papa's open access data manager, and she's uploaded a curated set of Te Papa's openly licensed images into Wikicommons for reuse on those Wikipedia articles. She's ensured that the metadata attached to those images is as detailed as possible, because this helps the images become more easily found in Wikicommons, but it also helps these images become more easily found when searched for via internet search engines such as Google. So this work by Heidi and Lucy have ensured Heidi's expertise and Te Papa's images are shared with a worldwide audience, and as a result are much more likely to be discovered by others. But this work also benefits Heidi's research into New Zealand forget-me-nots, because both the Wikipedia articles that she's written and the images that have been uploaded and placed on those articles are reused in the community science app iNaturalist. So every iNaturalist species page has an About tab, and this ingests the appropriate Wikipedia species article. And the Wikipedia articles can then help empower community scientists to more easily identify their observations in iNaturalist, and then help those observations get to research grade. And once the observation's at research grade, it gets ingested into GBIF, the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, ensuring that that data on these forget-me-nots is improved. And this observation data in turn helps Heidi further her research into these plants. Now, another example of institutional engagement with Wiki is a project supported by the Natural History Museum in Berlin. This was a 6-month pilot project run by Sabine von Mering with the help of Eric Stoltz. Now, the aim of this project was to place the museum's collector data into Wikidata. The museum's collector database contains really valuable information on collector biographies, but it was only available internally to museum staff. By sharing this data with Wikidata, the museum is making it much more accessible and reusable. They particularly wanted to ensure that the information was accessible to researchers from the countries where the specimens were collected. And one of the methods the project used to facilitate this was a public Wikidata editathon focusing in on the colonial collectors in Cameroon, which prior to its independence was a colony of Germany. Now, the project also emphasised adding links in Wikidata to the museum's archives. So the linking of archive material to collectors, who in turn were connected to their physical specimens, led to research opportunities that might otherwise not have happened. Von Mering reports that the project helped accelerate interdisciplinary collaborations and knowledge integration, both within the museum and externally. Now, placing the collector data in Wikidata also assists with reducing the duplication of effort across natural history collections worldwide. By adding the data to Wikidata, it ensures that other institutions can gain access to and the ability to reuse this data without having to repeat the research that generated it. Now, once added to Wikidata, the data can then be queried and reused by anyone. And in the example image in the slide, it asks Wikidata to show me the botanists who worked in the Cameroon when it was a German colony and whose specimens are held at the Natural History Museum of Berlin. Now, as the data is enriched, obviously queries can become much more complex, and also the results can become more complete. And the collector Wikidata item can also be reused because it can be added to Binomia to empower the linking of the collector to his or her specimens. And this linking can help enrich what's known about the collector because it can bring to light co-collectors and also other institutions that hold this collector's specimens. Now, the final example I want to talk about of active engagement is by the Royal Botanic Gardens Victoria Women's Collectors Project. Here, employees of the garden worked to improve the discoverability of women collectors found in their herbarium collection. Now, by adding these women to Wikipedia and Wikidata and creating Wikipedia articles, the garden has helped enrich information about the history of their collection. Without this work, many of these women might otherwise be regarded as hidden figures, and their contributions to science may not have been quantified or linked, and as a result, they may not have received credit for their contributions. Now, by increasing the recognition of those who contribute, the Garden is helping to increase the diversity of representation in science. And this in turn helps combat erroneous views about the kinds of people who historically did science, as well as the type of work that's important to science. And when adding these women to the wiki ecosystem, the Garden is giving the researchers and institutions, other researchers and institutions, the opportunity to reuse those contributions and importantly to sort of build on them. It empowers multidisciplinary contributions from such groups as social historians and genealogists, as well as contributions from other institutions that may hold collections sourced from these women. But not all institutions have staff time or resources to actively engage with wiki projects. However, institutions can still empower others to reuse their collections by openly licensing their content. The more open a collection is, the more likely wiki engagement will happen with your collections. If an institution is really lucky, their open licensing will attract a Wikipedian like me. I started engaging with natural history collections as a result of Manaaki Whenua Landcare research, openly licensing their specimen images, particularly their moth specimens. I undertook a very small personal project, adding those Wikipedia moth images to Wikicommons. But I fell ill. I fell ill with a disease that is known as project creep. After uploading the images, I wanted to use them in Wikipedia and also in iNaturalist. And so this resulted in an epiphany. The coverage of New Zealand endemic moths in Wikipedia is dire. And as a result, I am still in the process of expanding the over 1,800 Wikipedia articles that cover these moths. And the project creep infection continued because I wanted to ensure all the original publications and descriptions about these moths, which most of which are contained in the Biodiversity Heritage Library, are linked to in the Wikipedia article and also in the Wikidata item. I've also increased the richness of the data contained in the Wikidata items for these moths. And this includes things like adding the Department of Conservation threat classification status, the type locality of the species, and I've started adding more detailed trait data, all with appropriate citations supporting these statements, often sourced from natural history institution publications. Now, as I've become more involved with Binomia, I've wanted to ensure all collectors are linked to the specimens they've collected. And I've realized through this volunteering that there are often errors in institutions' metadata. So now I email institutions whose metadata is in need of correction. And this habit of attempting to correct data has reached a pinnacle with my engagement with the Catalogue of Life. If, while researching and writing a Wikipedia article, I spot that the Catalogue of Life is taxonomically out of date, I now feel confident enough to raise a GitHub issue, informing them of that fact. And all this got started because Manaaki Whenua placed some gorgeous images of moths on their website under an open license. Now, while I've got a captive audience, I want to emphasize one particular direct benefit to natural history institutions that results in a way from engagement with Wiki. And I've picked this example because it's likely to be of benefit to the collection managers in this room. Wikidata items are created for specimen collectors. Binomia volunteers like me attribute specimens to those collectors. To do this, Binomia takes the specimen data sets placed by natural history institutions into GBIF and links those specimens to collectors via that Wikidata item. Binomia then uses all those attributions by volunteers to create a profile for that GBIF specimen dataset. And as part of that profile, Binomia generates what's called frictionless data files about that dataset. Now, these frictionless data files include a file that gives all the specimens that have problem collector dates. This file is an easy way to identify and help resolve issues in institutions' specimen data sets. The example in the slide shows the binomia frictionless data set for Manaaki whenua and shows a specimen attributed to R.P. McFarlane with a collection date of 1941. But R.P. McFarlane was born in 1945. So either he didn't collect that specimen or the date is incorrect. So Manaaki whenua can use the binomia file to point them to specimens whose data needs extra investigation. So as we've seen, there's a variety of wiki projects that can be undertaken, ranging from individual efforts right up to whole institutional engagement. If you or your institution's interested in engaging more with the wiki ecosystem, I'd recommend reaching out to your local wiki community. Also reach out to colleagues who've undertaken this type of work. And if an institution is keen to engage more with wiki as a general outreach effort, they may wish to consider employing a Wikipedian in residence. This role helps facilitate engagement by the institution with the wider wiki world. And of course, then there's me. If you are interested in anything wiki, please come up and chat with me during the conference. I would love to meet and talk with you. So I'd like to thank the Wikimedia Foundation for providing funding for me to attend this conference. And I'd also like to really thank all those institutions and staff whose work I've highlighted today, because I so admire them. So thank you. Has anyone got any questions?
Hi, lovely information. I'm just looking for some advice on how to win a wiki war, so to speak. So there's this species of fish I described, or actually several of them, and there's an aquarist who keeps changing the image to something that's not the right species. And it's like a monthly thing for me, and I don't really know how to.
Okay, come, show me it. No, I'm very happy to help you. Show me it. I'll go through and I'll show you how to talk to the editor so that you can explain this. I've described the species. I know what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's really funny.
No, that's okay. And you can reach out to them directly on their talk page. And you know, this is not unusual. Community, you've just got to try and shepherd people to the right thing. Yeah,
okay,
but
cool.
I will help you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Any other questions? Oh, sorry. Okay. Come on, talk to me later.
Okay, am I good to start? Okay, awesome. Hi, everyone. My name's Katie. I'm going to be talking to you today about evaluating an interpretive exhibit through undergraduate coursework in geosciences. So I'm actually a PhD candidate in a geosciences department at Penn State University. And this project was done in collaboration with faculty in the geosciences department, as well as faculty and staff in the College of Earth and Mineral Sciences Museum and Art Gallery within the College of Earth and Mineral Sciences. So I'm going to just briefly outline what I'll be talking about, because I like to call this project a bit of a nesting doll. So I'm going to introduce the Cretaceous Oceans and Climate Project, an NSF project that was the start of this project. And then I'll be talking about exhibit assessment through undergraduate coursework, as well as educational outcomes for the undergraduate course. There are two key educational outcomes, 2 laboratory assignments and 1 science communication final project. And the labs I'll be talking about are really kind of nested within the exhibit assessment, because we were using this to collect data to evaluate the exhibit, if that makes sense. So just to start, the Cretaceous Oceans and Climate Project was an NSF-funded research project. The PI is Dr. Lee Lau. And as part of her broader impacts for this NSF proposal, she proposed to develop a museum exhibit within our museum and art gallery. And we needed a way to evaluate the exhibit in order to be able to develop it, make improvements, and report some data back to NSF that quantifies its effectiveness and the impact that it had. And so then we have the task of evaluating the exhibit through undergraduate course content. So we had this question of, how do we even evaluate the exhibit? This is a small museum with very few resources. It's located within an academic building in the Geosciences building on Penn State's campus. So there's not a lot of public traction to collect that data, and there's only a staff of 2. Moreover, we had this desire to increase student engagement with the museum in a more formalized way. And so to tackle these two things, we developed labs for the geobiology course and undergraduate course at Penn State. And this data also served as an evaluation on the exhibit itself. So this is a mock-up of the strategy that we took over the course of 2 semesters to evaluate this exhibit. So first, we gave the students a pre-assessment survey. So this let us answer how much do the students know about the topic prior to engaging with the exhibit. And then Dr. Kim Lau guest lectured in the geobiology course to then give some more background information on Cretaceous oceans and climate and the major theme of the exhibit. So then there were 2 labs that were conducted over the course of 2 weeks. In the first lab, students visited the collection space. So we took a little field trip out to the collections building, and they were able to get a little background material on how exhibits are created, and the principles of exhibit design, and also the utility of collections, both in research and as a teaching tool. And so they created an exhibit mock-up, given some written content on the exhibit. And so their responses in this lab let us assess how the students thought the information should be presented, the flow of information, what objects should be paired with the content of the exhibit. And then in the second week, they actually visited the gallery space and the exhibit case that was in development, in various stages of development over the course of those 2 semesters. And they conducted an exhibit critique survey. And so that allowed us to see what the students liked or disliked about the exhibit. And finally, they were then given a post-assessment survey, which showed whether or not their knowledge of the topic improved or not after engaging with the exhibit. And that allowed us to make some key improvements to the exhibit. So these included things like significantly shortening the labels. We had a journey of someone who's a PI who's very used to writing scientific papers, trying to figure out and collaborate with museum staff on how to make that digestible to a museum patron. We also added more graphics and visuals, for example, reconstructions of paleo environments. So the picture you see on the right is credited to Rebekah Horwit. She is staff at the Penn State Arboretum and is connected with a faculty member in the Department of Geosciences. So she graciously let us use her artwork to represent this terrestrial Cretaceous environment. We also added a diagram that represents the carbon cycle. In addition, we made a separate technical panel with details about Dr. Lau's research, and this was for a very different target audience. So we engaged in the museum classrooms from local schools, undergraduate courses, but also the museum often hosts events in the gallery space, which includes visiting scholars, alumni, and potential donors. And so we really wanted to create a more in-depth piece of the exhibit for those folks who might have a little bit more background information to highlight Dr. Lau's research going on actively in the department. So just briefly, we collected a lot of data, but this just shows the pre-assessment and post-assessment grade distributions for the spring 2023 semester. And you can see overall, by and large, we had a big improvement in the distribution of the grades, so indicating that engaging with the exhibit did in fact improve understanding in different topics for the undergraduate students. So this was really helpful to see and encouraging to see. So now I'm going to talk about the student learning objectives and the educational outcomes. So we developed learning objectives based on Bloom's taxonomy, and I'll be focusing this section of the talk on the science communication learning objectives. So number one, we wanted the students to be able to summarize the utility of museum collections in education and research, and then apply that knowledge of the collections to their own research and final project topics. And so this culminated in the creation of a virtual exhibit on an assigned topic at the end of the geobiology course. And just to touch back, I mentioned that there were those that nest egg of a project or nesting doll of a project. So the learning objectives that related back to that exhibit evaluation were for them to compose an exhibit mock-up and assess the effectiveness of an interpretive exhibit. So now we're going to change gears a little bit. So those were those 2 laboratory assignments for the geobiology course. So I really wanted to highlight some fun examples of virtual exhibits that the students put together. So this group of students for their quaternary life project created a story. You know, we think a lot in museum work about science as storytelling when we're creating interpretive exhibits. And these students really took that to heart and told the story of a whodunit on who killed the mastodon. And they used diagrams, whether they created them themselves, so visuals, as well as artwork to describe and continue portraying aspects of their story, as well as going back to the collections and the gallery space and using objects that are within our museum gallery to further reach that objective and tell that story. Secondly, we had a group of students create a virtual reality space, which was really cool. This is a screen grab of my little avatar that you can create and walk through a virtual museum gallery. And so they pulled in objects from other museums and 3D models from other museums, as well as on the right, those mastodon tusks are actually on display in the College of Earth and Mineral Sciences library. And so I thought these were both really creative examples of how the students culminated all of that background and learning that they got through the rest of the coursework into this science communication through a virtual exhibit. So just to summarize, overall, this project was a collaboration between an undergraduate class and the museum, resulting in 2 lab assignments and a final project, as well as an exhibit assessment for the Cretaceous Oceans and Climate exhibit. It's still not completely done, but that is a photo of the case on the right. We're kind of installing last-minute label texts and the vinyl sticker that you can see wrapped around on the bottom to make it beautified, so to speak. And through the exhibit assessment, we learned that it overall increased understanding of the topic. So it was overall successful. And in the ways that it wasn't successful, it helped guide exhibit improvements. And finally, the education outcomes. So this is a method by which museums can be used as a tool for science communication in an undergraduate setting. So I'll be collaborating to kind of translate this project to a freshman seminar science communication course in the next year with another faculty member. So this is meant to be flexible, this project. It can be used to evaluate other exhibit cases. It can be used to potentially develop a rotating exhibit with the geobiology course and the museum. And it could be translated to other departments as well. So the College of Earth and Mineral Sciences Museum and Art Gallery is representing not just the geosciences, but other departments such as geography, meteorology. And so we're really hoping that this will increase engagement with our museum space and our collections across these teaching settings. And so this is a statement, the mission statement of our Earth and Mineral Sciences Museum and Art Gallery. I want to acknowledge the NSF award that funded this project, the other TA, so myself and the TA Kayla Irizarry for the geobiology course, my co-authors, as well as the students that made this all possible. And with that, I'll take any questions. I really enjoyed all the talks in this session, by the way. Everyone did great. There's one up here.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have any plans of adding this course to Cubes Hub?
You know, I just learned about Cubes Hub, so I'd love to talk to you more about that. So for context, this actually isn't a part of my dissertation, which I'm supposed to be finishing in the next year, but hopefully I'll be able to make this more accessible in some way, shape, or form. So we can chat.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Cool. Thank you so much.
I actually have a quick follow-up. Hi. So I think this work is wonderful. And of course, you're probably already planning out your entire dissertation, but this could be part of your dissertation. So Yeah, because it's
I
a
asked
lot of
about
work.
that and was kind of rejected, but I'm finishing my dissertation next spring, so my chapters are kind of set in stone for now. But hopefully, it can be translated elsewhere, whether it's a publication or cute. Sorry.
Yeah.
An appendix. That's also thank you. That's a helpful suggestion.
Yeah, happy to chat more about how
Yeah.
to keep going with that. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Any
thank
other
you so much.
questions? I think we have time.
I guess along the same lines, hi, thank you, great presentation. Just get it, even if it's not part of your dissertation, I'd to get it published because it's some great work that you're doing. And again, there's a lot of stuff happening in collections in terms of undergraduate education, but it's not necessarily being published. And I think if we keep publishing more of it, but on cubes of the other spaces, then it'll create a community for people to know, hey, this is important, and you can look at the benefits. Because people, I think like the demo camp presentation before, there's a lot of education in museums that's really important, thinking about other factors, including the research and the impacts and the history of museums, and we need to be publishing it. So
Yeah.
I know this dissertation is a lot. I'm a PhD candidate too, but get that merit for the work you've done. It's just
Thank you
my
so
comment.
much. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Any other questions? How are we doing on time?
I have no idea.
I just want to say one other thing then. Yeah, and that goes for everyone. If departments are pushing back on having education as components of your professional training or your dissertation, as best as you can, try to interrogate that. Try to get the support for that. Speaking as someone who has chapters in their dissertation that are education-based. So I just want to say that it's not impossible.
I think the major thing was thematically, this doesn't really fit into my dissertation. And so that's, a valid case for not having it included formally in the dissertation.
Sure. I just made mine fit.
That's
So,
fair.
Yeah.
That's
So
fair.
I'm not to put you on the spot, just say it can happen. Yeah. And you're
Okay.
doing wonderful work.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Cool.
Okay. I think we're out of time.
In about a minute, but I do want to recognize our diamond sponsors on this slide. And then at the 30, we'll have our next speaker come up.
Hello, my name is Nicole Tarnowski. I'm the assistant curator in the herbarium at the New York Botanical Garden, and I'm going to talk to you today about some outreach practices we've employed to find new audiences and new perspectives to share the value of herbarium specimens. I'll start off talking about collections access. The New York Botanical Garden has had a 130-year history of making collections available for scientific study, and that continues today. We have a visiting researcher program that totals over 2,000 days per year. We also have an active loan program sending out between 10 and 15,000 specimens per year. I should point out our visitation is by appointment only. We're not open to the public, but we do provide lots of tours to school groups and other interested parties. And of course, in the last 3 decades, we have added and expanded our digital access to collections through the CV Star virtual herbarium, as well as other data aggregators like GBIF and iDigBio. And in thinking about the scientific value of specimens, both physical and digital, accessibility has catered to the scientific community. And that sort of makes sense if you think about these are vouchers documenting the biodiversity of plants and fungi over space and time. And this is reflected in our virtual herbarium. To find our specimens, you have to know what you're looking for, and you have to understand scientific names. So even though these pages are open to everyone, accessibility to non-scientists is limited. So our herbarium is located within a public botanic garden, so a public venue. And I think there have been missed opportunities to reach audiences that have an interest in natural history. Most visitors come to our garden, they see our beautiful grounds, but the herbarium and most of our science programs are largely hidden. And this is a point we've made to our administration anytime we get. And they've made efforts to put us out into the public eye when they can. In 2017, we got an IMLS grant to mount a small exhibition about our herbarium. And sort of in a nod to how hidden we've been, the title of the exhibition was "What in the World is a Herbarium?" But this was great for us. It was a turning point to really start expanding our public outreach. This exhibit was designed and mounted by our exhibitions department, who usually mounts, large art installations around the grounds. And I think their approach with this exhibition was to make it as simple and straightforward as possible. They did showcase, some research and how specimens are used in that, but the majority of the specimens displayed were easily recognizable plants like oak trees and roses without a lot of context. So in conjunction with the opening of this exhibition, the herbarium held its first open house to the public. And this was put together entirely by the herbarium staff. And this was just a fantastic opportunity for our staff to, pardon my pun, branch out and really share specimen stories that are of interest to them. And I will say, our herbarium staff, I think much like everyone in this room, when they look at a herbarium specimen, they don't see a dusty, dried specimen. They see people, they see places, they see scientific and cultural stories that are all highly relatable to the public. And so in putting this all together, I think we realized that we were coming at this from a new perspective. We've always thought of our specimens as scientific vouchers, but I think that they are also artifacts of human history and can tell a lot of different types of stories. So this open house was really great. It was very well received, most surprisingly by our own garden staff. So members of our horticulture department and education and marketing were all really blown away, I think partially because they had never seen specimens with this much context around them. So we continued to do more open houses. Before the pandemic, we were doing at least 2 or 3 of them a year. And then we've also done open houses specifically for the staff. I think our most successful open house may have been our Valentine's Day open house. We had a lot of fun putting this together. We sort of capitalized on a trending hashtag at the time, plant love, which I think was sort of reflecting a renewed interest in houseplants. But we sort of expanded that meaning to be not just how people love plants, but how people love each other when they're looking at plants, how pollinators love plants. We had a really great time. We made these photo booth props so you could turn yourself into a herbarium specimen, and even our marketing department got in on it and designed this great plant love t-shirt that a lot of the staff, especially our Hort staff, still wear on the grounds when they're working. So these open houses were a huge amount of work. It was a total labor of love from our herbarium staff. And they were only there for a weekend, and then we would dismantle them. So we really wanted a better way to preserve this work and be able to share it with a wider audience. So in April 2019, we launched the Hand Lens, which are pages within our virtual herbarium, and this is a storytelling platform. This was developed as a way to present our open house stories to a wider audience, and it was also designed so that you could browse through relatable general topics without really needing a science background. So some of our relatable topics included family-friendly themes. Our colleague Amy Weiss went and found a herbarium specimen of every letter of the alphabet. We can display our specimens as art themselves. We can talk about history. We can talk about food, and of course, ways that specimens are used in science. Again, our herbarium is located within a very public institution. And understandably, our marketing department keeps a pretty tight control over the institutional messaging that goes out towards the public. And I will point out that our virtual herbarium pages are completely in control by the herbarium. We've created these pages as opposed to the rest of the pages that you see when you go to nybg.org, which are created by marketing. And before this point, our virtual herbarium was really just targeting the scientific community. We were not really on the radar of marketing. And so when we launched the Hand Lens, we really spent a lot of time demonstrating to marketing that we were aligned with the garden messaging to the public. And so we created stories like July in the Native Plant Garden and things that were very much relatable specifically to our garden. And I think it worked. I think we've developed a pretty great relationship with marketing now. They do a lot of content for themed months, including Women's History, Black History, Pride Month. So you can see that box at the top, Women in Science, is a page that marketing has made. But if you click that show more, it actually links back to Hand Lens stories now. So we have a pretty great relationship with them. And that has now extended to being invited to do other public events outside of the herbarium. So we've been invited to do tabling events on the grounds of the garden and also off the grounds. This event, City of Science, was a really fantastic, really fun event right before the pandemic happened. It was held in the massive gymnasium of one of the local community colleges. There was about 10,000 local Bronx residents that came to this. We had representatives from many different Bronx institutions, all sort of science related. And we went to this partnering with our library. So we brought our photo booth props, and the library made some more props based on their seed packet collection. So that was a really fun thing for the kids to do. And we learned a lot from the library about engaging the public. I mean, they have a circulation desk. They're always engaging the public. And one thing that they always like to do is have craft projects. They created these beautiful coloring books based on a lot of line drawings in their collections. And then that photo on the left was just last month for the orchid show. So we took a bunch of specimens actually into the conservatory. And then we also laid out a station for people to mount their own specimens and take them home with them. So it was really fun. Again, also partnering with the library, we've found new ways to have our specimens used by other types of scholars in addition to scientists. The Humanities Institute was established just a few years ago as a way for humanities scholars to come and visit NYBG and use the resources we have both in the library as well as the herbarium for the projects they're working on. One such fellow, Elaine Ayers, came and then subsequently got a professorship at NYU and has since written a grant through the National Endowment for the Humanities with our collections manager for the cryptogamete collections, Laura Briscoe. And this is a really ongoing, interesting project using one of our moss collections to answer questions about history and society and hidden stories, all through the lens of the moss collections of William Minton. So, and again, we've also expanded our intern program. We, for many years through all of the TCNs, have had fantastic interns on our digitization projects, mostly coming from biology and botany backgrounds. But more recently, we've partnered with the Cultural Institution Group of New York City, who provide paid city-funded internships at museums all around the city, including the Garden. So this has been a really fun way to engage interns with a very different background that mostly come from museum studies. Our museum studies students. And then another project we've worked on is a Mellon-funded project that started last summer on foodways. And so this is bringing local college students in food science to the Garden, and they'll spend the whole summer at the Garden doing different rotations, including a week in the herbarium, each focusing on a different food plant. And at the end of the summer, they've written these up, and we've been able to publish them in the Handlens, which has been really fantastic for the interns because it's often the first time they're seeing their name in a byline online. So it's been really exciting for them. And then finally, we are very excited to have the Garden has just mounted a huge art exhibition for the works of Ebony Patterson. So this just opened last weekend. We had already left by the time this opened, so I haven't even seen it yet. But Ebony does these fascinating sculptures. A lot of her work is inspired by nature, particularly birds. And so one of her themes for this art exhibition is shedding and molting and loss, and how that can sort of translate into extinct species. So in putting this exhibition together, she visited us in the herbarium and consulted some of our specimens of extinct species, which she ended up using in her exhibition. She created these glass sculptures sort of representing these as ghosts. Another theme in Ebony's work is what's hidden underneath these beautiful gardens that everyone comes to, and talking again more about some of the hidden untold stories that are associated with all botanical gardens as they relate. They're very intrinsically tied to colonialism. I'd also like to think, since we have sort of been a hidden story ourselves, and Ebony has sort of brought us to light, that we're sort of a part of that as well. So in conclusion, I think that widening our perspective to value specimens as cultural objects has given our staff professional development opportunities to develop outreach skills. It's aligned us more closely with the public-facing side of our institution. It's opened accessibility, both physically and online, to a wider section of the public, and specifically the local Bronx community, as well as to students and scholars with more varied interests. And just in general has provided new perspectives and new stories, all with herbarium specimens at their center. So with that, I thank you. And I'd also like to thank many members of our garden staff from our herbarium, from our library, from marketing and exhibitions. And with that, I will take questions.
We have a couple minutes for questions. No questions?
Great presentation. Might be a silly question, but are all the plants that are making the letters "thank you"? Did you find those in your collection and just happened to notice it was letter shaped? Or
We did. We were actively searching for them. We made this into one of our Handlens posts, actually. So one of our staff, Amy Weiss, is constantly combing through, images of our specimens. She's grouped them into letters and numbers, and sometimes in colors and shapes. So it's sort of a nice aspect of our Handlens content that's family friendly.
Hi, thank you. I had a question about how far ahead of time do you touch base with, I guess, events all across the garden, so you have kind of that calendar so you can prep how to integrate collections-based activities. What's that timeline look like?
Yeah, so we do work with marketing and public education. They try to give us at least a month's notice so that if we're going to bring content specific to the event, we've got time to think about what that might be and have time to pull it and you know, make any captions or anything else we want. So hopefully at least a month in advance.
All right, thank you. If you have more questions, please reach out to people through the platform. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Mei Yongxu from the National Museum of Natural Science, Taiwan. Today, I'm glad to have this opportunity to share an event with you. The event is making collections accessible to the public, which we held earlier this year. Let me start with a brief introduction of Taiwan. Taiwan is situated in the West Pacific between Japan and the Philippines. The area of whole Taiwan is about 36,197 square kilometers. It is about the size of the Netherlands, but with a population about 23 million. This island also features volcanic mountains, tablelands, coastal plains, and basins. Taiwan's structure of climatic zones and wide range of topography have endowed this island with a rich diversity of flora and fauna. Besides, there are 16 aborigine groups in Taiwan with a population of about 300,000. The biodiversity and the cultural diversity both can seen in Taiwan. The phase of the museum was established in 1986. Until the first phase of the Botanic Garden was completed in 1999. We also have 3 affiliates: 921 Earthquake Museum, Chelongpu Fort Preservation Park, and the Fenghuanggu Bird Park. The previous 2 were established following a big earthquake in central Taiwan on 21st September 1999. More than 2,000 people died in the earthquake. The museum's collection is made up of specimens and objects in the field of zoology, botany, geology, and anthropology. It also includes photographs, slides, film, and sound recordings, broadcast information, and field notes, and so on. From the latter half of 2003, the scope of the collections have been expanded to include live plant specimens, fungi, spores, and pollen, bark, seeds, and so on. The museum's collection started from zero, and until 2010, the collection has exceeded 1 million pieces. The museum has the largest collection of entomological collections. The staff includes 35 researchers, not only dedicated to collecting and research, but also provide the contents of education and exhibition for the museum. You may know that there are more and more museums have opened the part of their collections to the public and even display their collections as an exhibition. Actually, there are about 1,500 teachers and students apply for and get permission to enter storage for teaching visits every year in our museum. However, to measure the environmental maintenance of the temperature and the humidity of the storage, we did not accept the public to visit. Now let me talk about unpacking storage events first. The event provides an access for public to learn about the collection work behind the scene. We arrange them to visit the insect storage and the herbarium and their preparation area where are not allowed visitors to come usually. And what is the meaning of open? What is the meaning of unpacking storage? Let's go back. The ICOM revised the definition of a museum last year in Prague. It emphasized the open to the public, accessible and inclusive. Museum foster diversity and sustainability, offering varied experience and knowledge sharing. Another meaning is to respond to our mission statement, to empower the public with scientific knowledge of nature and culture. In addition to our strategy goals, press, preservation, responsibility, innovation, service, and engagement. This museum is striving towards its 50th anniversary in 2036. Relevant activities are shown in the slide. For the sake of just and equitable, 40 visitors were being selected and 20 visitors were being reserved by large draw. The event had 2 hours and cost 500 new Taiwan dollars, which is equal to about 16 US dollars. The left picture shows the collection manager of anthropology, Dr. Chai, were explaining how to make a specimen in preparation area. On the right-hand side, visitors were wandering around the specimen, and if they have questions, they can ask Dr. Chai. These pictures were, the left picture shows the collection manager of herbarium, Dr. Yang, were experienced how important the specimen information on the sheet is. The right side shows how to make a specimen in preparation area. These pictures were filled up with butterfly wings. It was donated by the descendants of a butter processing company. Taiwan was known as the kingdom of the butterflies before. In the upsurge of insect product processing in the 1950s, men went to the wild to collect butterflies and then brought them home for women to spread their wings and pass them into a painting. And this situation provided many families to have a stable income in those days. However, due to over-harvesting and the changes in habit economic, this kind of artwork became a witness of a history. After finishing the visiting, all visitors and the staff returned to the lecture hall for Q&A. Visitors were very excited to share their experience and touched for this trip. We invited them to complete the questionnaire and take group photo before ending. From the questionnaire, there are 354 applicants online to register and 40 persons were accepted. We learned from the questionnaire that most of the applicants live in the Midwest, where are near the museum, and the 305 applicants were aged 20 to 49. It accounted for 86.5%. The most motivated the visitors were who love museums, accounting for 55%. There were also novel and interesting experience and enrichment, and were invited by their friends. How did they know this event? The feedback of the questionnaire show 65% of the visitors learned about it from the social media, example, Facebook, IG, and 27.5% now is from relatives and their friends. But only 2.5% learned about it from the notification of the membership system. It reminds the museums that the museum needed to strengthen their relationship with members more. In terms of overall satisfaction, we are surprised that the visual design was the favorite of the most participating. The following satisfaction were content, register process, and the schedule. It shows that we should enrich more contents in the future. Finally, the multiple choice question. The top 3 storage I most want to visit in the future are paleontology, birds and mammals, and amphibians and reptiles. The museum's response to this questionnaire is to hold a visit to paleontological fossil specimens and the restoration on 20th of July. It's Richard Owen's birthday. And besides, a visitor to the archaeological collections of the central Taiwan will be held on the 16th of September. And there were 17 staff to run this event, and we are happy to see it successful. And thank you very much for your attention, and I'm glad to answer any question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. That was beautiful artwork. Are there any questions? We have about a minute.
Thank you for the presentation. How long did it take to plan this event from start to the actual?
I think about 3 months. Yeah, and because it is the first time we to plan this kind of visitor, the visiting. Yeah, and we are very curious about this.
Other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
The dreaded do not press button. Okay. Can I start? What's this? Can I start? Thank you for having me here today to give a talk. This is a continuation of a discussion that I've been having with myself and with members of my department and the university at which I work, which is Oregon State University, Department of Integrated Biology, where I'm the curator for our insect collection, the Oregon State Arthropod Collection. I first want to apologize that I tend to have a habit of speaking quickly. I'm going to do my best after all the coffee I've had this morning to slow down my pace, I promise. I also have a habit of going off topic, so there's a sense of a problem for me. I'm going to start by being true to form and go a little off topic here because yesterday I was at the De Young Museum here in town, and I saw the Kehinde Wiley exhibit that they had there. And I want to take a moment to just encourage anybody here who's in the audience who has time, or anyone who's online, whoever visits or has an opportunity to see that exhibit. That is an incredibly powerful exhibit. It's also over there with an Ansel Adams exhibit as well. But the Kehinde Wiley exhibit speaks very profoundly to some of the topics that I'm going to be talking about in my own talk, which is the racial inequity in our society today. And I found his presentation, or the gallery presentation, to be both sad, profoundly sad, deeply moving, but also triumphant. And so I would strongly encourage people to go visit that exhibit if they have an opportunity to do so. So I'm going to be talking about values and the values that are on display and some of the values that are not on display, both implicit and explicit, in our museum exhibits. I work at a small university collection, which has very little exhibit space. But as I'll explain, we have some newly found exhibit space. I'm thinking very deeply about how I present material in our collection to the public and what I'm expressing. I'm going to start with a personal note here. This is not part of my collection. This is the Hope Diamond. And when I was a young kid, one of the first natural history museums I was fortunate enough to visit with my family which is in the 80s, was the Natural History Museum at the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. And I can think back to my childhood of that visit. And one of the things I most remember about that trip was being able to see the Hope Diamond. We were looking forward to it. I went into that room to see the Hope Diamond. This is what it looks like, this is the Hope Diamond. Now, this is particularly odd because in my discussions with myself, I asked myself why, after all these years, being someone who was always interested in natural history, always interested in insects, always interested in bugs and frogs, and I look back at my childhood, and the one thing I remember about that trip to the Natural History Museum was the Hope Diamond. Why? What was so spectacular about that display that made me really excited about it? And that's something I'm going to talk about. What are the values that we put on display when we display certain objects? Now, before I start as well, I want to say that this is not a talk meant to disparage or criticize anyone's personal values, any institutional values, only to bring up the point that we make these values plainly visible in our displays when we make those displays to our audiences who are seeing them. Now, that Hope Diamond sits in a hall of mineralogy, and there's a great exhibit at the Smithsonian. So when you walk in, you're also encouraged and strongly encouraged to visit the other parts of the exhibit. I think had I seen this exhibit when I was a kid, I might have become a mineralogist because, you know, it seems so LGBTQ friendly. And this is the first day of Gay Pride Month, so super exciting about that. But I want to say it did invite me in to see other parts of the mineralogy exhibit. And I did go see the other parts of the geology exhibit, and I've been since. And it's a spectacular exhibit as well. So that Hope Diamond does pull a lot of people into that realm where you have an opportunity then to engage with them in meaningful ways about science, geology, mineralogy. I'm also not above using the same tactic in my own displays and in museum outreach. These are Ornithoptera. They're not mine at the museum I curate, but we do have Ornithoptera in our collection, and I find myself regularly pulling them out, especially when an audience that I have is kind of not finding what I'm saying particularly interesting. I'll go find the big, showy, beautiful insects that we have in our collection that gets them all excited again and gets them re-engaged with me, and I can then use that excitement. I can ride it like a wave on a surfboard and help get my message across to them. What are these? So these are some common values we put on display. Things like wealth, things like beauty, rarity, exoticism, danger. There's other things. I think if you go look at some exhibits now, you might be thinking in terms of these general values that connect to people, that's over and above the science that we're doing. And that shouldn't be too surprised. We've seen some excellent talks here today so far. I want to thank Adania Flemming, Rebekah Kim, and Yolanda Bustos in particular for their talks. I found them incredibly inspiring. We shouldn't be surprised that these values exist and that we use them on a regular basis, because science is very well embedded in society at large. And as such, we reflect, work with those same values. Now, this talk I'm working on, the way I'm thinking about things, is inspired by a number of different activities and readings. One is a recent work that came out called Tangible Things. It's published in 2015, I think, so not super recent, but it's a really interesting book. I'd encourage any of you to take a look at it. It's an exhibit that was done that takes objects and physical objects from a number of museums around the Harvard collections and examines them in all sorts of different contexts. And then also just looking at values in science in general. And this is particularly important to me as a member of the LGBTQ community in terms of how do I encourage or utilize these, or be careful about how I utilize these to better encourage disenfranchised or marginalized communities that don't necessarily choose to enter into the fields associated with museum science or biodiversity or biology and STEM at large. So this is all taking place in my mind, thinking about these issues, when in fact our museum was just renovated. The building space was renovated. This is the architect's drawing of what we were supposed to have. It's close, but of course it's set up to be super sexy from the architectural point of view. And we did actually get something very similar to this. When we redesigned our building, our collection prior to that was largely inaccessible to the public, with a few small exhibit cases. And the newly designed space has these giant portals into our museum itself, which allows us the opportunity to showcase the collection in and of itself and what it is we do. So this is the actual portals that you can see there was Delta Design and Space Savers. Space Savers is installing our Delta Design cabinets behind the scenes there, but you're standing in the hallway, which provides the opportunity to put display material and actually showcase the museum itself. We're calling these museum or collection portals. So how do I take the values that I'm thinking about and put them on display? I could first just start putting big showy objects in, but one of the biggest fears I had when doing this was this. I know. I actually have a taxidermy mouth that looks a lot like that in my office. I didn't want, one of the biggest values I wanted to express to the public and to students and to administrators who were coming by the museum, that we were not an old, dusty natural history museum, and that we were not just filled with old material. Unfortunately, we are filled with a lot of old material. So I decided to basically take these values and start focusing, or trying to focus, less about the objects we had in our possession, the things we had, and rather about the things we did and the people who were working with that material, because that allowed me to change the context of how I viewed the displays. It didn't mean I wasn't going to put objects or people in the display case. In fact, I'm fundamentally against those kind of displays where you have students working in front of your display case, where you make them on display. But I did want to highlight the activities that were taking place in the museum and our values. So I had to think a lot about what was I trying to display. These were some of the values I came up with quickly. They're not an extensive list, and they're kind of generalized. I think they need to be made more specific. But I wanted to really focus on our modern scientific research taking place with our specimens and in our facility. I wanted to focus on curiosity and discovery and how that happens on a daily basis in our facility. I wanted to focus on conservation, because I think it's an important thing and it's something our community works on really heavily. I wanted to focus especially on local biodiversity and biodiversity appreciation. I wanted to focus on community engagement and also on what curatorial projects were taking place, the curation, the conservation, and the digitization taking place in the museum. So we have about 3 million specimens in our collection, and the specimens themselves, if you've gotten anything out of today's discussions, the specimens don't have in particular the value themselves. We place that values on them. So the reason they're valuable, the reason is the context we put around them. It comes from the people working with them, finding knowledge in them and sharing. Otherwise, they really are just a bunch of dusty objects sitting in cabinets to a certain degree. So I want to give you some examples. I haven't finished I had hoped when I announced this talk last year at the SPNHC that we would already be fully functional. We just moved into had our open house the same day the slides were due. So I only had a few of our exhibits actually prepared. But this is an example of what I was trying to get at, or what I'm trying to get at. I was focusing on conservation. I knew a number of our gentlemen who were working in the museum at this time were working on conservation projects in particular. And so I basically wanted to make a display that showcased some of the rare and endangered species, but only the ones that were being utilized by active projects in the museum itself, right? And so this was an opportunity to basically showcase these specimens and play on that rarity value that people want to see, but to bring it back home to what we were doing in the museum. On another line, I just received some of these northern giant hornets from gentlemen up at Oregon Department of Agriculture, Washington Department of Agriculture, who had just eradicated some of the recent nests that showed up in Washington. They had come down to our museum early on in that process to confirm that they had actually had Asian giant hornets, and I'd made them promise to send me material. So I wanted to put those on display in the display case, but I wanted to, again, tie it back to something that, how is our facility involved in that project? And I did that as well. In addition to that, I'm trying to extend outside of the scientific realm. So these are cases of artwork that have been done by both local artists, where I showcase the specimens that were being drawn, and also showcase a class that we had that took place that utilized specimens in the museum in biological illustration. So again, showing how we function with our material to bring value to the institution and the community around us. Now, there are still some challenges. I wanted to showcase our history. That's something that's really exciting to people. They love to talk about our history. And so I went to the archive and I did find some old photographs of people working with the collection in the 1800s. These are actual students at Oregon State Agriculture College at the time examining specimens. But again, I was trying very hard to basically get away from being perceived as a relic of Victoriana. So in my display, which is still developing, I basically put that as a foil right next to modern pictures of students working in the museum, and talked about how we have always been associated with museum activities associated with students. There are other challenges too. It was already addressed earlier. How do I deal with land acknowledgements when in fact Oregon State University, and in fact the state of Oregon, rests on indigenous lands and owes a lot of its history to very violent and awful histories. And what that means is that the way we present our geographic information to the public and to people visiting is taken up differently by different audiences. And how can I be sensitive to that? Especially talking about regional biodiversity. This is a map of what we believe to be some of the indigenous ranges associated with Oregon. And I'm trying to work out a way where I can start to present biodiversity in that context rather than in the typical county or Eurocentric geographical names, such as here. So here we have the Oregon State insect. This is the Oregon swallowtail, which I have displayed in this case. But then what does that say if you're not super into these state distributions? And again, how do I display exotic, beautiful material like these morpho butterflies? And what context do I put that in given the post-colonial world that we live in today? How do I make those visible? How do I contextualize those correctly or not in a sensitive way? In addition to that, our staff, this is a challenging one. Our staff is white men. And although there's some hidden diversity there with my LGBTQ status, we don't have the diversity that I'd like to see. And I don't think that's a super welcoming image to put in front of the museum. And so I'm trying to figure out ways to either not show that or to show it in other ways that are more welcoming to a broader community so that they don't feel elided or excluded by just our who we are poster in the museum. This is something that's been coming up at the symposium we were earlier, is how to make the collection welcoming to a broad or the broadest possible community we can have. I think we have an opportunity to do this in a way that other parts of the campus don't, because I think that physical objects hold the potential to communicate on a level that basically crosses cultures, but you have to do it in a way that's sensitive to all those voices that would be at the table discussing those objects. So what I need to do, or what I need to get away from, is my designed display cases right now are pretty much heavily predicated on this staff. How do I build a community that's more diverse and has more diverse voices at the table in order to increase the diversity of my displays? I don't quite know the answer yet. I'm working on a bunch of initiatives, but this summer I enrolled in I will be enrolling in a equity inclusion workshop as a fellow to develop novel ways to across campus to encourage a diverse community to engage with the museum and help me develop those exhibits more fully and more completely. So I don't know if I have any more time, if I talked slow enough. Do I have any time? 20 seconds. And I meant to have an acknowledgement slide here. This work is a result of many discussions with many of the people in the room. It stems out of even some of the initial conversations I had with Anna Monfils at the Small Collections Workshop, RCN, years ago, trying to figure out how to communicate the values of the collections to administrators in those collections. And it's really important because those administrators need the space and the resource as well. And so I think by doing this approach and having this approach that focuses on your values, you can merge those values with the larger values of your institution, hopefully, and help them value you more than instead of seeing you just as a collection of objects in cabinets. I think we have to get away from that. So that I really appreciate the time to talk to you about what our projects are right now. And I look forward to showing you some more amazing displays in the future, hopefully student-led.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for being here. I'm Sarah.
And I'm Rhea.
And today we're going to be discussing science identity and some of our efforts to engage undergraduates in the process of science. So we know that science identity is really critical to the recruitment and retention of scientists in our emerging workforce, as well as those of us who are already here. And there's kind of three main components that are identified commonly in the literature. And those are an interest in science, so really like your own personal curiosity about learning science and doing science. Performance and competence, which I'm kind of lumping together, your belief in your ability to understand science, have science knowledge, and practice science skills. And finally, recognition, which is recognition by yourself and by others that you are someone that does science or you're a scientist. And while all of these are obviously important for a strong sense of science identity, I want to add kind of a fourth component here, which is opportunity. Without access to the type of science that is meaningful to you, you won't have the chance to see yourself as a scientist. So data is a really important facilitator of opportunity. We know that biodiversity science is more about data than ever before. And it's opening up these new avenues and these new skills for more people to be able to engage in science, particularly those who are disabled, who may have been historically excluded or marginalized, or who otherwise don't have access to the type of science that has been available to them thus far.
All right, so we're going to have to adjust the microphone back and forth. Sarah, I'm sorry. So who we see as scientists can enhance or detract from our ability to see ourselves as scientists. And this is true both in terms of things like racial identity, disability, et cetera, but also in things like, what kind of life a student might imagine for themselves. If your primary representation of a scientist is a cisgender heterosexual white guy who goes and climbs on top of a mountain and then documents every rock on top. And, you would actually really want to be close to your family because your extended network of cousins and grandparents require care. And that's an important value to you. Maybe you start shying away from that. So both who we're seeing racially and in terms of sexual orientation and disability, and also like what kind of lives those people are leading are both important things to represent. And this is backed up by research. So this is from a study that was published in Life Sciences, the Journal of Life Sciences Education. Did I get all the words right? Yes, coffee is working. And this shows that when students were presented with these scientist spotlights that provided counter stereotypical examples, so for example, scientists who were Black women, who were Latinx, who were part of the LGBTQ community, the students had a pretty nice jump in terms of how they answered the question, do you relate to scientists as a whole? And this is really impactful, not only in terms of, someone deciding if they want to become a scientist, but it's also very impactful because if a student says, science isn't for me, and they grow up, but they still see that scientists are relatable and can reflect their own communities, you have a much greater trust in science as a process and its scientific information.
So we obviously need that diverse representation of like what a scientist looks like and who a scientist can be, as well as what it looks like to do science. So as I've touched on, we're all using data more than we've ever been using data. And experts are in agreement that we need data science in our practice of science and in our training of the emerging workforce. So that's, NASM, GBIF, TADWIG, BCon, they're all on board that we need this critically in our education. So the people talking at you today are the two of us and my advisor, so I'll introduce us. I am Sarah Hansen. I'm a PhD student at Central Michigan University. My research focuses on non-native plants and endangered species. As a disabled person who has found a home in biodiversity science through data science, it's really important to me to support accessibility and inclusion in that area. Also introduced my advisor, Dr. Anna Monfils, who is a professor and director of the Central Michigan University Herbarium, who also does a lot of work in the realm of data science, in biodiversity science, and education.
And I'm Rhea Ewing. I am a visual artist and science communicator, and I both pursue fine arts, scientific illustration, and also graphic novels and comics illustration. And what ties all of that together for me is an interest in the way human beings connect with different ideas and with each other. So specifically, in this case, who is doing science and how can the viewer connect to it and relate to it on an emotional level. So Sarah and I developed an open access educational module to showcase the process of science as something that is deeply collaborative and involves lots of different types of people and lots of different ways of working. And we decided to have these illustrations to showcase, who are somewhat fictional, totally kind of based on real people. Yeah, who these people are and how students can relate to them. And the reason for the artwork here is that one, you can have a friendly, approachable image that students can project onto, and also because with the arts you can express a lot of information in a very quick and dense manner through images. So I'll be introducing you to all of our scientists here, and then Sarah will go into more detail about how the students are working alongside them in the module. So this is Rose, our plant biologist. She is a delightful, Black woman. She loves the outdoors. You can see some stickers on the back of her truck here that she loves roller derby and she breaks for bugs. So I'll let Sarah explain the science part.
So as Rhea said, in each part of this module, as they're being introduced to the scientist, they're also learning and practicing the skills that a scientist doing that kind of work would actually have. This is embedded in a real research project that I'm involved in endangered prairie fen ecosystems in Michigan, and an endangered butterfly, Powashiek skipperling, that inhabits them. So because Rose is a plant biologist, she needs to know how to identify plants. Not so easy. So students learn the parts of a flower, how they contribute to sexual reproduction, and how we can use those to identify plants to species. They also get the chance to use an example quadrat, like the ones we use in the field, to collect data using best practices.
Right, and this is Celine, herbarium and data curator. I've was really excited to show someone with a family. Because, like I said, I think the loner scientist type is a little bit too strong of an archetype in our culture. So I drew her children in the background, wrestling with some dogs. They're outside, and of course, looking at and interacting with this herbarium specimen.
We know that working with collections data is a really practical 21st century skill. Many of us do it. We are involved in this in our project as well. So in this section, students are conducting some quality control on plant specimen data, building on some of the taxonomy and identification skills they learned in the previous part. They're also translating digital data to a specimen label, learning the process of how specimens are archived, and kind of how specimens actually contribute to biodiversity science and the continuation of knowledge.
All right, and next we have Hassan, who's our community scientist, who I found great delight in trying to capture what a lifetime's worth of collections and memorabilia, both from the natural world and also from a life well lived. So there's a few subtle nods to diversity here. It's a bit hard to see up on the screen, but there's a photograph from one of the original Pride parades. And then there's also a trans Pride flag in the background as well for Hassan.
Which, like, happy Pride, by the way, is June 1st. So community science data is another one of those like emerging resources and practical 21st century skills. And having an identity as a community scientist or citizen scientist is one that students may not be exposed to very regularly. And so it was really important for us to incorporate this into the module. In this part, students get to access and explore biodiversity data in iNaturalist. They get to choose 2 interacting species in their local area and think about how what they know from their experience in that area does or doesn't align with what they're seeing in the data in iNaturalist. They're also given a map that we generated for them of prairie fens and Poweshiek skipperling and its nectar resource, Rudbeckia hirta or black-eyed Susan, and thinking about how they could interpret that map and what sort of the more traditional or typical process of science can or can't tell us.
And then next we have Mona, who is our entomologist. She is a people person, really passionate about scientific outreach through the collections. She takes her 2 young children to the nature center all of the time. And again, maybe a bit hard to see up on the screen here, but she is wearing a butterfly pin that is actually commonly used as a symbol, at least for some parts of the ADHD community, as neurodivergent pride. So again, another subtle nod to different types of diversity.
Mona is our second field biologist in that we're showcasing. And so students are getting a chance to interact with other parts of the field biology process. So they're developing a research question about Poweshiek skipperling and its nectar resource. They're also preparing for the field, even though they're not actually doing field work as part of this module. They're preparing by creating lists of supplies that you would use to sample transects in a field, supplies that you would need for your personal safety. Because as anyone who has done field work knows, if you don't do that kind of support work ahead of time, your field work's not going to run as smoothly.
All right, and next up we have Ellis, who's our biodiversity data scientist, who gets to engage with all of this wonderful wealth of information in really intriguing ways, and also is providing a wonderful example that if someone doesn't want to or is not able to go out into the field, that they can still engage with biodiversity sciences in really intriguing and in critical ways.
So data has obviously been part of this whole module up till now, but we really wanted someone who is conducting this really data-intensive science as like their main work. So students are cleaning, correcting, summarizing biodiversity data. They're not expected to know how to do this ahead of time or how to use any particular technology. We guide them through that. And they also create graphs and customize those to visualize the data in a meaningful way. In the final assessment, students actually interpret that graph and kind of draw on knowledge from all the other parts and think about how a collaborative research team would use that information to guide their next questions and their conclusions. And really our goal in the development of this module is to have students and ourselves and our collaborators thinking about all the different ways that science manifests and how it looks for someone to practice science. So we hope that everyone can kind of see themselves or see someone they know or have some sort of science identity embedded into this module beyond what they may have experienced before. With that, we'll just acknowledge the organizers of this session. Thank you very much for having us, and a few of our collaborators who've contributed to this work. I don't know if we have time for questions, but thank you.
Any questions for Sarah and Rhea?
Yeah, just very briefly. So Pete, white hetero, old white guy. And but I'm very interested in this and what Chris presented, and I'd like to incorporate this more. And obviously the place to start is to partner with people who, have a better understanding of how to represent. But is there also a risk of pandering or misrepresenting or things? And what should I be thinking about when developing partnerships and moving forward on exhibits and modules like this?
Yeah, I can take this. Yeah, so that's a great question. And it is something that is really important as you're doing diversity, efforts to make things more accessible, is that you're coming from a really authentic place. So as we were developing these characters, as I kind of hinted at earlier in the talk, they're all based off of people that we know who are doing work in the field, or they're conglomerations of different people. Anonymity was kind of important to us because you don't necessarily, since we're talking about aspects of a person's identity that they may not want to advertise everywhere in their professional field, right? There is a level of fictionalization there, but it's based on that reality. And that's really helpful. And I think that so many of our speakers have brought up at this symposium, talk when you have an effort just saying hey, we're welcoming and not really doing anything beyond that can be limiting, and it can kind of feel disingenuous. But if you start with, who am I trying to reach? What are their barriers? And what does the community I'm trying to reach actually have to say in terms of what their needs are and how do they respond? And that is, information that I'm excited to explore more as our module actually gets out into the world in the next few months. But did that kind of answer your question a little bit? Okay. Yeah. Do you have more to add?
I think sometimes it's as simple as just including different names and pronouns. It's not like Jim and Sally anymore. Just make it a little more unique. I always find that I appreciate that. And it's just one of those simple things you can add on to lots of things.
Sorry, I have just a short question. Oh, okay. Sounds good.
Hi, everyone. Do not press. Okay. My name is Polly Sturgeon, and I am the outreach coordinator for the Indiana Geological and Water Survey. And on behalf of my collaborators, thank you for coming to chat about our Learning Lab. It's an experiential learning center that has been open for just a year now. An alternative title could be From This to That, and here's how. So we made quite a big change and how we display our collections, how we talk about those collections with the general public. So I'm going to share a little bit about that. So in most of the United States, each state has a geological survey. We are that for Indiana, and we were founded in 1837. We have a little over 2 million objects within our collections holdings, and a very small subset of that, but definitely the most publicly visible, is the education collection, which contains about 2,500 rock, mineral, and fossil specimens. A colleague, Kimberly Cook, and I presented back at the Chicago SPNHC just a few years ago about how we cataloged that collection and really brought it to light and started to use it within our outreach activities, and how it more than doubled participation from the general public. So building on that, we knew that we needed to continue to showcase our collections to the general public. Within our collections as a whole, it's still pretty limited access within our own institution, our own staff members, and maybe academics who are studying some facet of Indiana geology. And then maybe the 5 or 6 objects I could bring to an outreach event, that was what people saw. This picture on the right-hand side is where the education collection was stored previously. So you can see it's nicely organized, but it's behind a locked door, and the public wasn't able to access that room. In 2018, we had a collections assessment program come and do a full-scale audit of our organization, and specific to this space that I'm presenting on today, they talked about a very underutilized area on the first floor. It was that one I showed in the first picture, and that our exhibit displays don't represent our extensive holdings that we have as an Indiana State Repository for Geological Collections, and they recommended that that first floor be turned into a museum-like space with open storage. So that led me to look into more of what I call the Learning Lab concept. This concept was spearheaded by the IMLS with a 2011 project around 24 libraries and museums where they used this HAMAGO acronym of hanging out, messing around, and geeking out. It was a way to connect youth with adult mentors, very production-based, incorporated technology and digital together. And I wanted to find a way to do this method, but with a natural history setting. Oh, thanks to the very generous support from our administration, we were given a budget of $100,000 US coming from our foundation. We tried a number of grants that were unsuccessful, and so we were eventually given this foundation money. The green walls, and that's really the color that the walls were, is where that underutilized first floor space that was directly off of our lobby. It's heavily trafficked as a building with classrooms on the other side of it. We wanted to use that as our collections education space. This coincided with a full-scale building renovation where we had to move out from between 2019 to 21. And so we decided to use that time where we were fully moved out of the building to understand our users and their knowledge of our collections, get inspiration, and create the layout for our learning lab. The user survey really we wanted to gain meaningful data so that we could guide our decisions about the learning lab. Specifically, I wanted to understand who was our target audience. As a state organization, we serve everyone, but that's really hard to come up with meaningful things to create for everyone. So are we looking at more K-12 audiences, locals, families? What's the distance that people are willing to come to us? I tried to classify visitor types both on the John Falk method and Smithsonian IPOP, which stands for Ideas, People, and Physical Objects. I wanted to know what people knew about our collections, what kinds of experiences and topics were they most interested in. We had 253 adults take our survey, and all of these adults were people who were at an outreach program that we were organizing or had a presence in. So these were people who were already there to come see us. But you can see on the top right, most of them were not familiar with our natural history collections. Yikes, that's not good. They're there at my table talking to me. I probably have things on the table and they didn't know what the things were. Most of them, unsurprisingly, were affiliated with the university because we're in a larger university system. About half of them had a higher education degree. And the age span was very diverse. 18 to 24, because a lot of these events were at college events. But then from 25 to 64 years in age, we had pretty equal representation. And I'd say that's pretty representative of who's walking into our building. These are people who were interested in visiting museums, the majority being once every 1 to 2 years, but a good majority of that were more often. And they were willing to travel up to 50 miles, the majority of them. If we tried to classify our visitor types, and people could choose up to 2 responses because a person can belong to multiple types of visitor groups, you can see that following the John Falk method, most of them are explorers or professional hobbyists. These are people with curiosity-driven or a content-driven motivation, either looking for personal interest or research. Another good chunk were facilitators. These are people who are socially motivated, usually coming with a family and want some sort of experience for their whole group, as well as folks looking for a restorative experience or a unique destination. If we look at the IPOP method, most of them wanted to see new objects. But these entry identities were really important for me to classify because they're going to shape how people visit and engage with the objects when they visit. In terms of what they want to enjoy and what they want to see, they want all the experiences with all the things. A little bit overwhelming, but I wanted to make sure that we could facilitate experiences that match what the users were looking for. We wanted to have hands-on activities. We wanted to have the opportunity to relax. The types of collections they were interested, that specifically shaped the exhibits that we had just around the corner from the Learning Lab. So we saw that a lot of people wanted to see fossils, gems, minerals, skeletons. So right now we have something on display about mastodon bones, and the first one was about minerals. So we tried to use that data to shape what we put in display. Here's the inspiration portion. I'm sure most of you take a gazillion pictures when you go to museums. So I harvested all of my museum photos and saw a lot of common themes to things I was always drawn to. Objects that they didn't want handled, but you wanted still on display, being up high. A lot of drawers that people could pull open, some of them with open specimens, some of them being covered by glass. More up high, oversized objects up top. The Field Museum, their science hub, they pull out, that's a fairly new space, they pull out specific objects and then have a series of stories where the public can interact with depending on the object that is pulled out at that particular time. It's also useful to gather inspiration from non-science institutions like the American Art Museum and also the Met. Both of them have a loose center where they have open storage and they're talking about their accession numbers and putting that out to the public. I was inspired by that. By far, the biggest inspiration was the Curious Center at Natural History Smithsonian. You can see more of the same things, objects that they don't necessarily want people to handle up top. With drawers you can pull open, microscopes, and areas for people to interact with those objects. So taking all of those things, the user survey, the inspiration together, here's what we wanted to develop. And this is a artist's rendering of the space. So we wanted to develop a collections-focused learning center that would be the housing for our education specimens, as well as some of our more non-research but prettier specimens like our speleothem and some of our mineral collections. It needed to be able to handle oversized, fragile, and toxic specimens. We wanted to incorporate technology so we can keep with that Learning Lab theme. We wanted all of our metadata to be visible. We want people to understand why we hold these old dusty objects in perpetuity. What's the kind of importance that they can give us? We wanted the space to be accessible to everyone, be flexible for school groups and tours that might be coming in, and also have a sales area. A little bit of a list. Here's some pictures from the construction. So we were given a blank slate with the renovation and the $100,000 to fill it. So here's some of that custom cabinetry that I wanted to display what I'm calling oversized things that we wanted up high. The Delta cabinets, which were a fantastic replacement from what we had before. Delta's design cabinets, instead of the old painted steel cabinets that took my whole body weight to pull open, we now had something that everyone could actually open. Starting to put those together, fitting into the room. While all of the work was going on upstairs, a graduate student, one of my co-authors, Amanda, and I were downstairs putting into place what would all go into those cabinets. So I just used a cardboard box to make a little template of what fit into the DDL cabinets, and we spaced it out. And so it was all ready to go once the construction was complete. Me very excitedly putting the first specimen in the first drawer. These were some of our glass-covered cases where we have speleological or cave specimens that we don't necessarily want oils to be getting on, but we wanted the glass covering. And then we had about a 2.5 month soft open where objects were slowly being filled into the drawers, but we kept the doors to the room open. There was no active construction, but we didn't advertise. So it was just people kind of trickling in out of curiosity. And this was a really useful way to see any fine-tuned things we needed for signage or to help people use the space. In the first 6 months, when we opened in the beginning of June last year, we had a little over 1,600 visitors, which was a huge success for us in terms of people coming into our building prior to the Learning Lab construction. You can see we had all ages from a pre-K visitor up in the top right. We have always since the beginning had art supplies available. This has been a really good way to bring in folks who might not be interested in coming to a geology space necessarily, but when you're bringing in other kinds of activities that people can engage with. And then hosting specific art illustration activities like the one on the bottom left, we used perler beads to talk about the symmetries that we saw in fossil shells. this is how many objects one family interacted with. And I won't say that this is what everybody does, but it's a pretty good representation of what we see every single day compared to maybe the 5 objects I brought to a table event prior to this. So what a huge change in people's representation of our collections. A little bit more of the nitty gritty. We organized the collections very specifically so that we could talk about science at a tiered level. So fossil animals were, of course, organized by taxonomy. Plants were organized by form genera. Minerals, we used the Nichols-Strunz classification group. Sedimentary rocks, for example, were organized by composition and then grain size. So you have clastics, and they go from coarse grained to fine grained. Igneous rocks were felsic and mafic, within extrusive and intrusive, so forth, so forth. I really thought that this would be something that would maybe more geology background folks would be more interested in, but we've had so many visitors ask about this, asking, what does this word felsic mean on a igneous rock tag? And so we get to talk about magma compositions and volcanoes and historical eruptions, all from the way we organize these specimens. My personal favorite is having our metadata visible on the tags and using these cute little icons. So the icons are representative from the tag all the way to the drawer, to the outside of the cabinet. That was an idea I saw on Twitter from the curator at the North Carolina Museum of Natural History. So thank you, Megan, if you're here, for that very good idea. After about 2 months, we decided we needed some more what I'm calling entry point activities. The space was designed to be open-ended, but it was almost too open-ended that people didn't know where to begin. So we added a scavenger hunt system, a point system where you could either draw a picture or complete a scavenger hunt and earn some sort of prize. People are really motivated by that, as well as, maybe just a list of things that you might want to interact with. After about 6 months, we added more sensory tools and a social script to support neurodivergent visitors, and as well as engaging more intergenerational learning. We saw that families with younger visitors were more facilitating keeping that younger child busy, and we didn't want that. We wanted everybody to be learning. So we had more intergenerational learning activities, and suddenly people were learning together rather than just 1 or 2 people from that group. I love that picture on the left because there's 3 generations of people all engaging together. If we go back to the visitor surveys or the user surveys and the visitor types within that, we wanted to be able to hit all of those 5 types of visitors. So looking at experience seekers, for example, we want it to be a unique experience. There are only a very few places in the United States where you can interact with this many objects in a public space. And so we are certainly a unique thing among the Midwestern United States. We want to inspire curiosity. And so we have a series of rotating displays, both within the room and just outside of the room. We wanted to have opportunities for people of all ages. So we brought in child-sized materials and had play prompts so that facilitators could have a way to interact within their group. Our metadata and our information is tiered so that people who want to take a deeper dive can, and always had lots of art making and self-guided opportunities for people who just want to relax and chill. From the people who walk in the door, we found that most of them are finding a space through building signs and word of mouth. Not any of our actual fancy marketing, which has been surprising. Having an entry point activity has been really successful, and including art into the space. So here's the actual nuts and bolts, 2 years of active planning, but 6 years of dreaming of this space. We had a budget of $100,000 US, and it took 3 months to construct. So I am out of time for questions, but if you have any questions, I'd love to chat about it. Thank you very much.
Hi, I am Austin Mast, and I'll be presenting work that was largely done by Nicole James and Alex Atkinson. These are 2 MFA students who have since graduated from Florida State University, and they were working in the digital media fabrication lab at the time. And I approached them asking if they were interested in filling a need for our community. And I'll get to what that need was. And we've since got a paper in press documenting a methodology, a protocol for creating 3D models using photogrammetry in the field. And that's what this will be partly about. I'll also try to stretch towards public engagement, which is the theme of the symposium. There were two really nice talks yesterday on photogrammetry by Paul, who I see in the room, and Zach, who I also see behind him. Paul and Zach are, can you raise your hands? They are tremendous assets for us as we as a community figure out how to do this well. I got into this in the reverse order that you would expect someone would get into this. I got into immersive media before actually getting into 3D modeling. About 8 or 10 years ago, Ann Basham and I developed this project called Libraries of Life, which was an augmented reality project that would launch content that was specific to each of the TCNs, the thematic collections networks that you may have heard about in this conference. And the app would launch the content. We also registered the We Dig Bio logo as a AR launch. And with that, you could get a mantis. It was animated, and it either was a small mantis if you were using the temporary tattoo, or a big mantis if you printed out the We Dig Bio logo in a large format. And we took this to the Monarch Butterfly Festival, and we built this as a AR-enabled photo booth in which you could get a monarch eye view of a predator. And that was my start. However, I didn't really have the ability the knowledge to do the 3D modeling at the time, and I always wanted to do that. And so this gave me an opportunity to do that and build some expertise, recognizing that our community is really getting into this in a big way and needs a digital a help desk for this kind of thing. And so if you are interested in this, getting into it, trying to troubleshoot it, contact us. We are, again, Nicole, James, Alex Atkinson, and I are all working in this area. Why capture 3D? I'm not going to go through all of this. This is a set of slides, some of which I took from a photogrammetry course that we did a year ago. It was a 2-hour course in which we had an introduction to photogrammetry in the first hour, and we had a panel that was representing some really interesting projects in the second hour. And you can find that online. I encourage you to look for it for a more long-form introduction to photogrammetry. What I'm really excited about, and I tend to be excited about novel experiences, and the novelty of standing next to a 6-foot-tall flower is really cool. I did this recently with one of our Sketchfab models using my son's Oculus VR headset, and I could blow it up to the point where the anther was the size of my hand. Can you imagine delivering that content to maybe a plant taxonomy class, or fill in the blank in terms of the taxon, but filling in, giving them that, in this case, a pollinator eye view of that flower, I think was really neat. I don't want to go through this. I'm going to be using photogrammetry synonymously with structure from motion. Structure from motion is one way in which we do photogrammetry, and much of what we've heard as photogrammetry has been structure from motion. This is a method that Zach, I believe, explained in his talk, which is essentially taking a bunch of overlapping views of a subject and stitching it together. And we do this in a very limited way with our vision. Most of us do with stereopsis. So we have two views of the world that are reaching our brain. They're horizontally offset. It's just a matter of taking more pictures from more angles to give the computer enough to actually reconstruct that subject in 3D. This has some real benefits, I think, the structure from motion approach to 3D modeling, because it's, as you saw in the talks yesterday, perhaps, there's a real range of scale that you can work with. You can work with things that are very small, but you could also do a redwood. You know, if you can get enough of that in view, you can take a picture of that, a series of pictures of that, and reconstruct a 3D model. You could do a landscape like Zach was showing with the paleosite. And one of the nice things about this is that the equipment is multi-purpose. It's, you know, I'll show you a set of equipment that we've used in the field, and there's really just one thing of that equipment that we can't repurpose for other purposes. So you're using cameras that are, you know, mid-range, or, you know, maybe they're high-end digital cameras that you can use to take habitat shots and other things that you use cameras for. Weaknesses, it does require a lot of light if you are not doing focus stacking. And the reason for that is that you tend to be narrowing your aperture a lot to get a broad depth of field. And so you need to flood that subject with light. And I'll show you what our solution to that has been. There are other ways, great ways to do this. For example, Artec has, the Artec Space Spider is a nice product. You can get a battery for this and attach that, and you can take it out in the field. Now, this is not weatherproof, and this also doesn't do other things, although its shape suggests that it might be useful for ironing clothes. But the price on this, the quote that I got, was almost $25,000, and I don't have that money. I do have digital SLRs or some of the new mirrorless cameras available to me, and I can do this sort of thing with that. Here's the gap. So we recognize that there were not a lot of plant models out there. If you look at Morphosaurus today, I didn't take this screenshot today. I took it probably when we started, but the same thing is present as of 2 months ago when I last looked at it. There aren't a lot of plant 3D models out there. And this is, I mean, you can all guess why, right? If you were doing 3D modeling from collections, it works well with things that don't deform after you collect them. Plants, however, they immediately wilt, right? Plant structures immediately wilt, and that offers a challenge. And that was something we had to deal with, unless it's like a pine cone. And a pine cone you could take into the collection and do the imaging and the 3D modeling. Fungi, I don't know if you noticed this, but fungi have 0 models there. And so we're behind in those areas. It's also the case that people are flattening the specimens, right? So you flatten the specimens when you're out there, and the 3D is gone at that point. You can't reconstruct that unless it's something hard, like maybe a nut that you'd like to do 3D modeling with later. So we put our heads together and decided that there were some criteria that we were going to follow to make this as broadly useful as possible. And one of those was we wanted it to be possible to do this in the field, so that when you might sample a specimen, you do your images, and then you press the specimen. The field offers some challenges to all this because there's wind, there's strong sunlight sometimes, there's rain, there's the lack of a permanent power source. We also were looking for a set of equipment that, as I said, we could repurpose. So someone who's getting into this could justify it to their administration. You know, a digital SLR or 2 might not be simply dedicated to this. You might be using it in other ways as those needs arise. We were also looking for something fast. You know, these these field experiences are not things that you are doing over the course of months. It's often maybe a day or a few days, or it could be a week, but time is of the essence. And so we were looking for something that we could provide to our community to use. Oh, I see I don't have a pointer. So we came up with this. This is a canopy. It's got some wind guards on it. These folding tables are out of my garage. The folding chairs are out of my garage. There is a computer there, and we're looking at images as we're taking them, not as we're taking them, but soon after we're taking them to make sure we don't need additional images. And we've got an orange battery there. The Jackery battery is a 1,000-watt battery, and we've used this for a whole day of imaging, and it still had power. You can see maybe you can see two tripods with cameras on them. There's another view inside. The Foldio setup, the studio lighting, is the one thing that there's not a lot of additional purposes for. I've used it to take other kinds of photos, but this is a Foldio setup. It was suggested to us by my son, who had found this as something that fit the bill for us. It collapses, so it's easy to transport, and it has a turntable, and the turntable is controlled by an app on your phone. And you could say, I would like this turntable to stop 48 times on one rotation. And at each stop, the turntable will send out an infrared signal to the cameras to trigger shutter release. We were doing this by hand at the beginning. And so we'd turn the turntable a little bit. We didn't have this Foldio. And we'd push the shutter release on both cameras. And then and that got old really quickly. At this point, you just have a button, and you push the button, and it springs into action, and you get, with two cameras, 96 photos in less than 2 minutes. And then what we do is reposition the cameras so that they're a midpoint between where the two cameras are now and above where the two cameras are now. And we do it again. And so we get 192 photos from a bunch of different angles in less than 5 minutes. And that's what we need, because these plants are sometimes wilting. We developed a typology of plant morphologies that led us to get a better success with guessing whether or not things were going to be successful or not. We had modules A through G, and they don't correspond to A through E, F here, but and we present something that some of these morphologies require more of those modules, some require less. This kind of thing, F, is quite simple. We use Metashape. That's different from what Zach was using, reality capture. We use Metashape because it's available for Mac and PC and Linux. And it does a great job. And you can see here, this is an alignment of these rings of images. That's what you can expect on the right. On the left, there's misalignment, and you could see that easily. And this would be different if you were freehanding it. If you were just walking around the subject and taking a bunch of random photos, you couldn't easily tell whether you have misalignment. The method is producing an alignment of the photos that is it is producing a sparse cloud of points. In this case, we knew we were in trouble because the sparse cloud of points looked pretty good. There weren't holes in the sparse cloud of points, but when we produced the mesh, we saw holes. And we interpreted that as there's been some wilting in this thing. And so what we did was we split our two sets of images from the two rotations into what are called chunks. And we produced sparse clouds and then dense clouds separately, and then attempted to align those. And this is what we got. I'm sorry, I'm still trying to show you with the mouse. C is what we got, and that's a ghost petal. That's not it shouldn't have two petals there. And so we went in and we did manual alignment. And this is all described in the protocol. We produced a nice model with that. It's in press. I'm happy to share it with you if you are working on this and would find it useful. We have a course coming up in June on an introduction to immersive media for biodiversity collections. And this takes these models to the next step, that is producing AR, VR, mixed reality experiences for the public. Okay, I don't have any more time, so I'm just going to acknowledge NSF for funding this work. And thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you all so much. And we will see you all back here at 1:30 if you want to join us after lunch.
And just remember, use the arrow buttons and mind the timekeeper. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Hello. Is that better? Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming to this session, and special thanks and hello to the people joining us virtually. So, if you don't know about us, CSIRO has 7 national research collections across Australia, 4 of which are in Canberra. So we've got the Australian National Insect Collection, the National Wildlife Collection, the Herbarium, and the Australian Tree Seed Centre. The first 3 of these collections will soon be relocating to a brand new collections building built to adjoin onto the existing herbarium. So at the moment, the insect collection and the herbarium are at separate ends of CSIRO's Black Mountain site, and the wildlife collection is like a couple of suburbs away in a paddock. So the fact that we're getting a new collections building, which is purpose-built, is amazing. According to our current schedule, we should have the building finished by the end of this year. And then by the end of 2024, we'll be settled in. The collections are really busy at the moment as we try to pack and prepare for the move. So where do I fit into this? I work at ANIC, which is the insect collection, and I'm currently the research technician for Hymenoptera. When I joined ANIC, though, which was in the end of 2020, I was part of the relocation team helping prepare for the move. So my background prior to this, perhaps surprisingly, was not in entomology, but rather in graphic design and scientific illustration. So I completed the now defunct Bachelor of Natural History Illustration at the University of Newcastle in 2019. Volunteering in the university's small natural history collection that desperately needed attention, this degree introduced me to the world of collection management as well as the dialogue between specimens and art. Whilst my current position is not at all art related, getting to work with specimens every day is amazing and an experience I love sharing with others through my art in my spare time. The other collection experience that brings me great joy is snooping in places no one has looked for years. Old field equipment, abandoned ethanol specimens, supplies for processes no one even uses anymore. There's nothing I love more than the discovery of an unopened cupboard full of random stuff. In the process of our building relocation, however, comes the need to shed a lot of this legacy material. During salvage operations for the aforementioned ethanol specimens, I became aware of quite a collection of spare locality labels, previously printed in excess, kept just in case, but long since separated from their intended home or previously deemed superfluous, but with no reason to ever actually dispose of them until now as we relocate. Through my personal artistic endeavours, I had become aware of Dodgy Paper, a papermaker in Melbourne who recycles paper to make new, interesting surfaces for artists to work on. And following the mantra, there's enough paper on planet Earth already, Dodgy Roger creates paper from materials otherwise destined for the bin. So often that's like offcuts from screen printers, or he has random people send him random stuff from their homes, like lolly wrappers or pencil shavings, and all of that he can turn back into paper to be used for cool stuff. So, faced with the thought of throwing out these thousands of unneeded specimen labels, I asked our collection manager, Federica Turco, if instead I could take them home and do something hopefully cool with them. What could be better, I was thinking, than a specimen-themed art show on paper made from specimen locality labels. After a decent amount of organization and a few discussions with various teams and higher-ups, I had the basis of a show, access to a gallery space, and 1.3 kilograms of specimen labels, insect pin packets, and that kind of thing en route to be turned back into sheets of paper for the show. So you can see the paper on the right here. That's it when it's been freshly pulped. So he blends up all the paper and then sifts it out, and you can see some of the specimen labels sitting on the top. To go a step further with the theme, I really hoped that the show would be comprised exclusively of artists affiliated in some way with the collections. So, as with any workplace, we don't always get a chance to see what our colleagues actually do outside of work, but I knew there were at least a few artistically inclined individuals I could convince to take part. And so artists slowly signed up, and our dining room slowly filled with artworks. So each artist, I gave one A4 sheet of the dodgy paper, as well as a smaller A5 sheet to be able to test materials and things like that. Ultimately, we had 20 artists involved in the show, all in some way affiliated with the Canberra collections. So this included staff, both past and present, PhD students and volunteers from across ANIC, ANWC, the Herbarium, and the Digitization team. One of the main themes represented throughout the show, and this is an example, was how science can and should be easily accessible in our daily lives. Malia's artwork was based on her observations on iNaturalist, a platform which, in Australia, feeds into citizen science through the Atlas of Living Australia. Another major theme, of course, as you'd expect, was why collections matter. And with this piece, I wanted to show just one of the many reasons why collections are invaluable resources. I've had someone, a non-collections person, ask me before, you know, we have a lot of specimens, like, can't we just stop collecting now? Don't we have enough? But highly variable species, such as this geometrid moth, represent at a glance to anyone why it's important to maintain and grow our collections for future research. The other major theme running through the show was works specific to research that the artist, works that explored research that the artist had been involved in. So presenting their own science in a unique way. Dr. Alicia Greeley has worked quite a lot with trace DNA, including completing her PhD based on genetic information extracted from the eggshells of elephant birds. This artwork very much represents her own research, using fragments of information to piece together history and uncover a bigger picture. So between 20 artists, we produced 24 artworks, which in one way or another explored why collections matter. And for many of the artists involved, collected works was a lot of firsts. So we had people where it was their first time having their artwork on display ever, first time having their artwork framed, first time selling their artwork. The exhibition had quite an impact within the collections. People were astounded by the overall quality of the artworks and shocked to realize the secret skills of their co-workers. Someone said to me, you know, this all sounded like a good idea, but I really didn't expect it to be this good. For so long, the three Canberra collections have been fairly insular, even from each other, with limited chance for interaction due to being in separate buildings, with the wildlife collection on a separate site. The pandemic didn't help, and so collected works was a chance to connect with each other in a way that was kind of about work, but kind of not, in a really relaxed and fun way where we could celebrate both the future and the relocation and the legacy of the collections. The gallery opening felt a lot like a celebration of what is yet to come, and once we're all settled in the new building, with the collections and their people more united. And yes, we had a very cool herbarium specimen cake at the opening. It's important to note, as a series of research collections, we don't actually have a public-facing museum. We've got the Discovery Centre, which is a facility aimed at like hosting programs for school groups about general science or about what CSIRO does as an organization. But without a public museum, the Canberra collections don't get a whole heap of external publicity besides some news stories and often about newly described species, and at the moment, the new building. Even within CSIRO, following the opening of the show, I had colleagues external to the collection come up to me and say, "Until I saw the show, I didn't even realize we had collections." Often followed up by a, "Maybe our business area could do something like this." Collected works really sparked the interest of other artists/scientists across the organization and became a talking point for how science can be more broadly shared, both with the public and between our separate work areas. From the standpoint of purely external impact, the gallery space that hosted collected works is actually right next to a cafe. So we get a fair amount of visitation from the general public as well as people visiting from the nearby university. By being on site at Black Mountain, the gallery was visited by a huge spectrum of people ranging from international delegates to school children. The entire Discovery Centre, which includes the gallery where the exhibition was held, had been closed to the public and school visits since 2020, and this was the first show to be on display since then. So the artworks were on display from the 10th of October last year until the 3rd of February earlier this year, and the show was specifically extended by a week to provide a meeting space for an international delegation visiting the site. One spark of an idea to recycle collection material to show my love for specimens ended up having a much broader reach than I could have hoped. And we received some really nice visitor feedback, as you can see. Since the show, I've been asked multiple times, so when is the next one? Not only are people keen to see great art, but they're also keen to be involved in a project where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. I haven't made any promises, but I sincerely hope this is the first exhibition and will lead to many more collaborative events. So thank you for listening, and I hope that maybe when you've got something random you have to throw out, you can use it for something cool instead.
Thank you for that. We do have time for a couple questions.
With the paper recycling, so how did that service work? Do you pay them for the recycling service?
So it was very delicate as a paper. So one of the things we did was I tried out a couple of coatings I could put on it. So we had like a clear gesso. There's like a clear watercolor ground you can get. And then depending what medium you're using, you can also just work directly on the paper. So once the artists had an idea of what medium they were going to use, I prepared the paper for them specifically to suit that medium.
Other questions?
So the question was, how long did it take to make the paper? I sent them away, and I think he probably sent them back within 2 weeks. It was pretty quick. Yeah, and he sent me pictures of him making it, which was really nice.
Yes.
Is there ever a situation where if you found like plant specimens that didn't look like they had label data or never looked like they were going to, would you use those for paper?
I got a lot of approvals in order to use these labels. I checked with IP. We have a specific IP team. We have a communications team. I checked with a bunch of different people whether this would be okay, and they all said yes. So herbarium specimens would be awesome, and I think you could definitely do it, but I would have to check.
And we have time for one last quick question.
Yeah.
Hi. So what was it? I don't really know how to phrase this question, but how was it like to get your bachelor's in scientific illustration?
It was amazing. So it's the only reason I did 2 bachelors was I didn't realize that course existed when I did my first one. It was an excellent course. I don't really know what else to say other than I'm really sad it doesn't exist anymore. Is it like a 1-year diploma or like graduate degree you can get in Monterey instead? I think that's, yeah. What exists now in the world is what's in the US.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, hello. Hi everyone, my name is Vicky and I'm excited to be here today to talk to you about communicating GWIDs from explorable explanation to Blue Module, along with my co-authors Libby Elwood, Molly Phillips, Kat Chapman, Katie Pearson, Mackenzie Mabry, Anna Monfils, and Deborah Linton. And a little bit context about this project. It came about with my internship with iDigBio, and I was inspired to incorporate some educational principles I was learning during my master's project to the subject we're covering, which was GWIDs. So in this presentation, we're going to go over GWIDs, our approach, the explorable explanation, the Blue Module, and then takeaways. So going over the importance of GWIDs, I'm curious to ask the room, how many people here know what GWIDs are? Can I have a raise of hands? Okay, great. Around half of the room. And that's awesome to see. And for the people who don't know, no worries. We're going to go over that. And the importance of GWIDs really goes hand in hand with how biodiversity data is increasing and the roles of GWIDs that play a role in that. So a little bit about GWIDs. So here's an example of what you could, how you could encounter GWIDs in the collections database work. So here's an example of a dragonfly specimen, and the data that's like being highlighted is that there's the catalog number that is attached to the specimen, as well as its occurrence ID in its digital data records. So the catalog number is important that it is a local identifier, and the occurrence ID, which is in the format of a GWID, is a global identifier. And then we will go into that a little bit more. So what are GWIDs? GWIDs are basically a type of identifier. So if you know what a social security number or national number is, where it refers uniquely to a person, a GWID can uniquely refer to a specimen. GWIDs are known as globally unique identifiers, also known as universal unique identifier or persistent identifier, UUID or PID. And for the sake of this project, we are going with GWIDs. GWIDs are typically 32 characters long and allows for 10 to the 38 combinations, which is like higher than the amount of stars in the universe. So plenty enough for the 4 billion specimens we have in the collections and growing. And on the side is an example of what a GWID looks like, as well as the specimen it is referring to, which is a Sphinx's horned tree frog. Credit to Overt for that. GWIDs are important for tracing back to the original specimen record. So how we mentioned with like catalog numbers being locally important, as we go into a global level with like the global database, there are chances for collision with local identifiers. So with GWIDs, these do uniquely and persistently identify the specimen. And they're not fully utilized to their full potential. GWIDs may be misunderstood, or people might not know the importance of the role of GWIDs. So that's where our educational resources are coming in hand. So for our approach, in my internship, I was working with Molly Phillips,
and working with Kat Chapman and Katie Pearson to create some digital or educational resources that were informational, accessible, and engaging for learners. And a way I wanted to do that was using this concept I learned in one of my classes called an explorable explanation. So a little bit about me. I was doing my master's program in the Learning Design Technology program at Stanford, and there was a class we were taking called Designing Explorable Explanations for Learning. I was really interested in designing digital tools for natural history science communication, and with this class, we took with Professor Hari Subramaniam. I was really inspired to kind of incorporate this into our GWID work. And what are explorable explanations? So on the most basic level, it teaches something and is interactive. So explorable explanations push readers to become an active reader instead of a passive reader. And here are a few examples of what explorable explanations look like, and these can definitely be clicked on once the slides are released. And this is how we incorporated that to talk about GWIDs. So this is what we called it. We called it a quick GWID guide, and as we designed it. And for this prototype, I used this platform called Figma, which is normally used to design user interfaces in like apps or like website building. So you can see on the figure on the right is kind of like the backbone to what the prototype looks like, with like screens being connected to one another. And this kind of showing the first page of what the explanation looks like. And we also went into some design principles that we incorporated into this design. So for the first one, we are highlighting information visualization. So we were highlighting like important information like vocabulary and giving visual examples. So for example, I have here on the side, so when identical numbers conflict, this is called collision. So this is when local identifiers, and this is really a very simplistic example where like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is colliding with another identifier as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So for example, when you're searching for a fish, you don't want a flower to show up. And then just having like a visual example really like drives in like the principle. The next principle we wanted to incorporate was instructional design. So for example, incorporating analogies like the earlier one I used about like social security numbers being similar to GWIDs, organizing the information. So like in the explorable explanation, information was organized so that people would understand what it is and then learn about like how to incorporate in their work. And being able to incorporate worked examples, as you can see here on the right, is an example of how you can, a collections professional can use it in their workflow. So being able to generate a GWID or UUID and then putting it into their spreadsheet. And the last principle we're going over is author-driven narrative. So with the point of like being able to increase the being an active reader, kind of incorporating reflective questions, incorporating interactive examples so that readers can formulate their like own conclusions and think through the material. And yeah, so this slide shows the two resources that came out of this project, where the slide on the part on the left shows the last slide of the explorable explanation, and the part on the right is an infographic that basically summarizes the material that we went over in the explorable explanation. For the explorable explanation, we also got to test this with some TCN members and get some valuable feedback. So we went through a like design feedback iterations to improve the information and then submit that for the project or the product for my internship. It was really great experience to go through that like design process and learn what could be improved with that. And now we're moving on to the educational module, which is when I finished the explorable explanation, we wanted to then kind of like supplement that with a more hands-on approach. And it was really great for working on this explorable educational module to then partner with Blue, the biodiversity, literacy, and undergraduate education. So it felt like a great opportunity to have a resource for undergraduates to become more familiar with GWIDs and how that can be used in researching and using these like collections. So in this process, I was working with Libby Elwood and Mackenzie Mabry, and we also consulted with Anna and Deb. So we called this module the Identifiers in Digital Natural History Collections. And we knew that we wanted to incorporate or like help students like know what GWIDs are and kind of have more hands-on approach to using these collection databases. So I wanted to highlight the first design principle that we were using, which is called backwards design. So this is opposed to like a linear design process where you might think about what the activity the students would do and then the goals they would get out of it. So the backwards approach is that you would then think about the goals first. So you think about the goals that you would want students to do, think about the measurements that how they would achieve it, and then go into designing the activity. So for this approach, I was just highlighting how we created the objectives to this module when we were like thinking about how people would incorporate GWIDs. So for on completion of this module, each student should be able to explain the role of identifiers and globally unique identifiers in natural history collections, locate and access specimen data from a digitized natural history collection, describe how research and specimen management are supported by GWIDs, and summarize the value of digitized specimens in research. So how did we do that? We then, from the objectives, went into designing the activities. And shout out to Mackenzie for helping create this activity with me, where we incorporated using OVERT, iDigBio, and MorphoSource. So in OVERT, we picked a specimen that had data already attached to it and used that to then have students go into iDigBio by searching up the catalog number and like GWID number, or GWID, and then being able to look into MorphoSource where the associated 3D modeling was also in there. And this is an example of the activity. So when students looked into iDigBio, this is a spoiler alert, when you type in the catalog number, it actually shows multiple results. And once you type in a GWID, it then narrows the results to one specimen. Yeah, so this is what our module came out to be. So the identifiers in digital natural history collections. We also got to test this out with one fourth-year ecology student who also gave us like great feedback on how they then could incorporate like GWIDs and just knowing about like using identifiers in their workflow. So yeah, this resource is now hosted on Cubes. And yeah, so some takeaways from this is that I learned a lot about this process of creating educational resources. And it was really cool to highlight like interactivity as a way of increasing active reading, and by introducing that to you all, hopefully thinking about how this could be incorporated in other educational spaces. And with that, like future considerations, how this could be used in further spaces, as well as being able to then like test the like efficacy of these resources further on. And I'm excited to have this work hosted on Blue. And thank you for listening. Thank you for the team for working on this with me.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have questions? I think we have a little time. Questions? Anybody? Anybody? All right. Well, this is really wonderful. Thank you so much. And we're about to start our lightning round of talks in just a couple minutes. These lightning round talks will last 5 minutes each.
Am I good to start? Hi, my name is Tegan Alberts. I also go by Ezra, and this is the story of how my first real research experience helped to shape my identity as a scientist. I attended Cal Poly Humboldt as a wildlife major, and after working in our small vertebrate museum collection, I completely fell in love, and I realized that this career is where I needed to be. Last summer, I got the amazing opportunity to work in the UC Berkeley's Museum of Paleontology through the I Dig Bio Summer Research Internship organized by the even more amazing Jeanette. Here's the UCMP cohort last year, and my advisor for the internship was Pat Holroyd. She's second from the left standing. I can't say enough good things about Pat, so after identifying small mammal cave fossil assemblages, I got into contact with UCMP graduate student Emily Bogner, who's crouching with me, who helped me to build my project. She gave me access to specimens from Berkeley's Museum of Vertebrate Zoology, and I ended up taking measurements from recent and fossil black and brown bear molars in order to try and identify incomplete fossil specimens. Not only was this cool to do on its own, but in Humboldt, our wildlife bachelor program, we're required to conduct some sort of research project, collect data in order to graduate. It's actually department policy not to allow students to use data that they previously collected. But after I talked with my advisor about my career goals and my interests, he allowed me the flexibility to use the data that I collected through the internship through a self-directed honors thesis. So I added specimens to the data set I made for the internship from Humboldt's Vertebrate Museum and Wildlife Museum. Yes, we have 2 museums, don't ask. Totaling 176 specimens across the 4 collections. Now, we did find significant results between species and confidently identified some fossil bears, but the project means so much more to me. It was so cool to collaborate and compare between museums of such vastly different scales and to build a project that aligned with my passion of being in collections. This internship gave me confidence not only in my own abilities, but also in my career choice and helped me to feel more capable as an emerging career professional. Not only that, but it also gave me access to collections I otherwise would not have been able to see. And above all else, the connections I made were priceless. I would like to thank Jeanette, Emily, and Pat for being incredible mentors and role models, and Elissa, our Humboldt Vertebrate Museum Collections Manager, for all of her support. And maybe at the end of the day, it's not always about the research, but the friends we made along the way. Thank you.
So thank you, Ezra. You're going to make me cry. We do have time for questions for Ezra on their project or on any other aspects they spoke about.
Hey, Ezra, I really, really loved your talk. And I'm very curious, like, what sparked this passion for you in natural history? Was it this collection by itself, or was there something else?
I volunteered at our Humboldt Vertebrate Museum, and I just loved the organization. I finally felt like this is something that I'm really good at, and I loved having a list of tasks to do and making things go smoothly. And I just loved working with data and how every little detail counts.
Any last questions? All right, awesome. Thank you.
Oh, arrow buttons. Okay. Hello, my name is Bradley Cobian. I am an undergraduate at California State University of Chico, and I have been working with Chico's Department of Earth and Environmental Sciences, and as well as the Gateway Science Museum to teach our local community our region's natural history through our fossil collection collected by students and staff at Chico. So my colleagues and I had two primary goals, right? Our first and important one was to give a better understanding to the local community and students that came into the Gateway and that came to Chico when it came to our regional natural history, right? And of course, we want to do this with our own fossils, all within about a 3-hour radius of Chico itself. That way, the public can correlate this to landmarks and places that they've been locally. And we would do this, regardless if this was with giant marine reptiles that once swam around Shasta, or a variety of megafauna that used to run around Central Valley about 5 to 20 million years ago. And our other main goal was to bring awareness of the research being conducted by Chico State students and faculty, as well as Gateway volunteers, and of course any affiliated institutions like Jeanette from Stanislaus. And along with that, of course, we wanted to convey that this kind of science is for anybody and everybody to take part in. So for our strategies and involvement, first step was our, we gotta go back. Our, shoot, give me a second, sorry guys. Sorry guys. So more or less, our first strategy was the development and implementation of our fossils and formations exhibit. All of these fossils have been prepped and worked on by Chico State students and volunteers and those who work at the Gateway, and myself included, primarily with the Miocene stuff, stuff like mastodons, camels, horses, rhinos, all that stuff. And we encourage the public to come in and check out the exhibit themselves, look at the plaques, interact with the hands-on aspects of the exhibit. However, we also encourage that they let us give them a guided tour. So we, specialists like myself and volunteers, actually have that one-on-one connection, and we talk to them about our own personal experiences with these fossils. Of course, another form of involvement comes in the form of our demo lab. We open it up on Fridays from about 12 to 3. And there, public can come in and see us, work with these fossils and, go from taking those fossils out from the field to eventually displaying them for everybody to see, as well as for collection. And of course, this window is open, so anybody can come in and talk to us about the process of working with fossils and anything else like that. And of course, we encourage as much as possible because we want to have that one-on-one connection that you may lack at other institutions and stuff like that. So yeah, and of course, we do have a social media presence on Instagram, where we do a little segment called Fossil Fridays. We do a little about 30-second video to about a minute, educational stuff, or we use a trend that you see like on TikTok or something like that and put it into a context to help people try to understand a specific concept in paleontology. So upon doing all this, what are our results? What have we gained? What have we learned? And did we accomplish our goals? And shortly, the answer is yes. First of all, since the implementation of the fossils and formations exhibit, as well as the demo lab, there was a notable 400% increase in attendance. 90% of the classes that went on these tours or were shown these tours said they enjoyed the tour, gave it at least a 4 out of 5, and had some kind of educational takeaway, regardless if that was, learning that California was underwater during the Triassic, or learning about some crazy animal called the Desmostylus. And yeah, and of course, we have had around 12,000 visitors have come to the Gateway Science Museum since the implementation of fossils and formations, as well as the demo lab. And this does not include our events like charity events like our annual gala event. And of course, we have started successful collaborations with professional organizations such as the Eastern Bay Municipality Utility District and the U.S. Forest Service. I know it says California, but that's a typo, sorry. Where students like myself have actually started to become involved, where we talk about our, or where we actually get to work with these organizations and start making our own exhibits for traveling purposes and stuff like that. Any comments or questions? Thank you.
Hello. Tough audience. No. Hi, everybody. My name is Taormina Lepore. I go by Tara. My pronouns are she or they. And I'm presenting today as well with my sister, Katrina Lepore, who is right now in Boston, but a wonderful coordinator in this project that I'd love to tell you about. So there are two projects going on that I'll be discussing today, and I really appreciate your attention because a lot of the talks that we've been hearing about and engaging with today, especially this morning, have been centered on marginalized populations that are systemically harmed by natural history in general. And so how do we invite these populations of people into our spaces when they are already harmful spaces? I identify as a disabled person. I'm neurodivergent. My sister is also disabled and neurodivergent. And these are populations that have been harmed by academia. And so what I want to talk to you about today is how approaches that are inherently disabled and neurodivergent, especially involving natural history collections, can actually provide a wonderful benefit to our science. And more than that, it's simply the right thing to do. So I want us all to imagine a future where all museums are led by and for disabled and neurodivergent people. This is based on some of the work of Leah Lakshmi Pipsna Samarasina. If you haven't heard of that person, wonderful author and advocate. Whoops. And I'm also going to define the social model conceptualization of disability, where disability is not seen as something that is inherently negative. It is a socio-political minority status that can be acquired and is based on physical or neurological impairment of some kind. We will all someday be disabled if we aren't already. So that is something that is just waiting for us. The term neurodivergence is often used, but not always defined. And I also define it here based on a lot of critical disability studies work, where this is a conceptualization of variation from a perceived norm, in giant quote marks, of neurological, emotional, and/or social embodiment or expectation. And this is a socially mediated term. So both neurodivergence and disability are medicalized, meaning that there's often a diagnosis that's required in order to engage with this social identity. So the point of this talk is that disabled and neurodivergent approaches challenge us to consider what is normal, what is different, what does it mean to be productive or to contribute to society, and that these are perspectives that are worthy of the museum science table, not in spite of who we are, but because of it. So briefly, I'll discuss two projects that my sister and I have been working on. One is a museum exhibit creation, and the other is UC Museum of Paleontology website renovation. So the neurodivergent perspectives in museum exhibit creation, if you were in Edinburgh last year, you may have seen part of this talk. My sister and I helped curate a small museum exhibit with some of her colleagues. This is Daniel and Callie on the right, and they and others helped provide perspectives on what works and what doesn't work for them in paleontology museum exhibits. And then we created a paleontology museum exhibit, which is sitting in their workplace in Woburn, Massachusetts. And this has been going on in different iterations since 2019. And we also utilize some augmented reality. So if this were to click through, it would pop up with a video that actually says this is a Tyrannosaurus Rex, because one of the big pieces of feedback we got from our people who cannot read was that text panels in exhibits displays at museums can be very challenging. The second part of this project is now expanding the same idea of neurodivergent and disabled perspectives into the UC Museum of Paleontology website. And we're doing this with the What Did T-Rex Taste Like website module. We are trying to make sure that folks who are our interns have the opportunity to engage with this old school 1990s webpage with something that might be a little fresh and new. So this is a painting by Brian Eng, literally showing what a T-Rex probably would have tasted like to Deinosuchus. And I know my time is up, so I'll just go ahead and say that our interns had a number of really great approaches. They really provided great feedback on our website, and really thinking about bringing this old website into a new, refreshed format with their acknowledgement on the final webpage. So this webpage will be a disabled and neurodivergent centered website when it's redesigned. And they also wanted dinosaur chicken nuggets on there, because if we're figuring out what did a T-Rex taste like, this is really, they were super psyched about this. So to end, I want us all to imagine a future where all museums are led by and for disabled and neurodivergent people. And now let's go out and create it. Thank you all so much. I know it went a little over. I'd like to thank everybody who worked on this project, and especially my sister, Katrina. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emily Inman, and I will be telling you all about my time at the teaching collections at ESU Stanislaus. And so I started in the teaching collections this past school year. Myself and another student started to digitize the ornithology, mammalogy, and vertebrology teaching collections. When I first started in the spring, this is what the teaching collections room looked like. As you can see here, our specimens are kind of spread out all over the place. And so my first task was to digitize what was out and then find them at home. And then as you can see here, in some of the cabinets, there were birds in one drawer, skulls in another. And so I tried to find those at home. And then as I was going through those, I saw that on the tags we had catalog numbers, but no catalog. So one of the tasks was then now to find said catalog, and I will touch back on that in just a minute. And so this is the progress so far. We have moved some cabinets to put in shelving for our larger specimens, just so they're not out and they're safe. And then right here is the cabinet with bats, and that took me about 2 weeks to go through, put in the computer, and make look nice and pretty. And so when that was done, that was a big hooray. And then over to the far right, that is one of our entomology cabinets. And in a few weeks, we will have another student come in and start to digitize all of our insects as well. So that should be very enlightening on what is all in there. And this is a example of what our future tags will look like. And so some of the lessons that I learned is that we do have a very diverse collection with a lot of unique specimens, especially for how small our institution is. And some of the cons we have started to address already. As you saw in the past slide, we have started to move some things around. And just by the digitization itself, we have started to work on our lack of organization and communication. We have located our catalog, so yay! And now we are just waiting to acquire said catalog. So yeah, we know who has it. Now it's just in process of getting it back to us. So hopefully soon. And then in the future, we are hoping to acquire, some funding so we can start to fill in those specimen gaps and start to have a more well-rounded collection for our future community outreach. And thank you all very much. Perfect. Thank you.
All right, so my name is Matt Chancellor, and I manage the Michigan State University, of course, herbarium. And today I want to tell you a story about a project that one of our undergraduates worked on. So this is Celeste, and she was in the herbarium between 2019 and 2022. She originally started off working on general herbarium stuff, a couple of grants, but eventually developed this really keen interest in the intersection between art and specimens. And so it ended up turning into this. So she created a bunch of coloring pages, so 10 coloring pages for 10 different species of trees native to Michigan and the Great Lakes region over the course of 10 weeks in spring 2021. And so she really she got really interested in doing these line drawings because we started with Shrinky Dinks and it turned into this whole great thing. And we also did this because we had a virtual science festival going on. And so this is the front and the back page. And this is what one of the coloring pages looks like. And everybody had these great QR codes earlier. So that's what I did with this tablet here. This is all I'm good for. Sorry. You can see there's a little bit of artistic license, right? So this is a specimen of Cole's hawthorn, Crataegus colei. And it's actually a really cool species named for an important botanist, Emma Cole, who lived at the end of the 1800s. And so, yeah, Celeste converted some of these specimens into these great line drawings. And they even look like little specimens, right? I'm going to put this down because my arm's getting tired. So down, you can see in the lower right corner, there's a spot that says paste label here. And that is because we also included an exercise to do with this coloring book. It slaps. So Michigan flora slaps. So there are these labels that you can cut out and pair with the specimens, and it's plant ID because the labels aren't in the same order as the coloring pages, right? So you have to use one of these two tools that we also created. So Celeste made a visual key that's also included in the coloring book. So she drew all that line art. It's like a dichotomous key. Raise your hand if you've done ID with a dichotomous key before. Okay, that's okay. All right, thanks. Interesting. And then if the key's not working, there are also these QR codes on the labels that link directly into our specimen database in midwestherbaria.org. And so that's what I love so much about this exercise, is that it's very similar to some of the ways that we identify plants professionally through the use of keys and specimen comparison, right? So this was a lot of work. As I said, 10 weeks plus all the time, like developing the activity and talking about it until we were blue in the face, because we really need more educational materials. And so, of course, as one of our first forays into this subject, perfection is the enemy of done. So was it a good use of time? And I've got 3 examples for how the coloring pages have been used, both during and since they were released. While Celeste was releasing them onto our social media, I was also working with this class of 3rd graders in Michigan. And so they did each coloring page as they came out. They did the ID activity. You can see this is like version 1.0 because there's no QR code. They just had to do their own research to figure out what the specimens were. See, I'm even calling them specimens, what the coloring pages were. I guess they're specimens. So that was a great experience. And then we wanted to, once the pages were all done, the whole book was done, and we were kind of thinking, okay, what's the next step? And guess who we talked to the experts. Guess who is going to appear on the slides? Everyone say it together. Anna Monfils and Dr. Monfils and Dr. Linton. Right. Yep. There they are again. So they were instrumental in converting this into a classroom-ready activity that's much easier for teachers to adapt into their curricula in Michigan, at least. And so it's been, in the past year, it's been downloaded actually 160 times on Cubes, 10 more times since I made the talk. Is that a lot? I don't know. Is it pretty good? Okay, great. And then finally, my fiance actually works at our local Kids Science Center, Impression 5. And so they get several thousand visitors every week. They serve a very diverse community, which is just great. And so they go through they actually integrated our pages into their permanent coloring station, and they go through hundreds of them each week. So those are some of our pages on the right side. They're colored. So so that's all I have. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to take them. And I also have, if anyone wants to see the coloring pages, this is the book right here, if anyone wants to see it. Thank you. What do I do? Okay, I'm going to leave it.
Thank you. That is the end of this session. There is another session right after this in about 5 minutes or so. Thank you everyone for attending, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you, Tara.
So I should be able to just
Hello, welcome to this next session, which is on history and colonialism. My name is Suzanne Ryder. I'm from the Natural History Museum in London, and I'm your moderator for this very interesting but short session. First of all, we'd like to thank the Diamond sponsors, Picture A and Delta Designs, and all our other sponsors. Right, our first talk today is Jack. So I'm going to invite Jack. He'll introduce his talk. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Jack Ashby. I'm the Assistant Director of the University Museum of Zoology in Cambridge. And I'm talking on this topic of looking to be more honest about where our collections come from. So I think as scientific institutions, we've been very good at talking about the science in our collections, but of course, science is part of culture too, which is exactly the point that Rebekah made this morning. So this is the topic, and I'm going to focus on Australian collections, but I should have, just as a content warning, I'm going to be talking about racial violence, but I'm not going to go into any details, but the specific context is in South Africa and Tasmania. So if you feel more comfortable leaving, then of course, please do so. Museums have not always prioritized reflecting on the problematic parts of their, of how their collections came to be. And what I'm really talking about is two different themes here. One is the troubling aspects of the violence in our collections. And the other side is a lot more positive, and that's looking for identifying a greater diversity of people who've contributed to the history of science, the history of our collections. We all owe a perpetual hat tip to Sorojsrisom Das and Miranda Lowe for this paper. If you've not read it, please do. It's surprisingly in the professional sector of natural history rather than kind of academic side of history of natural history. We really seem to have only been talking about this since Miranda and Sorojsrisom paper in 2017, 2018. They're basically making the point, if we're not talking about the honest stories behind our collections, then we're perpetuating structural racism embedded in our institutions. So what I plan to do with my time is just to talk about some of the research I've been doing, particularly as part of a fellowship funded by the Art Fund in the UK, for which I'm very grateful, but looking mainly at the colonial histories of our Australian mammal collections in Cambridge. For me, each of these examples will have something to say about both the human and the environmental cost of the colonial project. And despite 20 years in the sector, these have been the most eye-opening things that I've come across in my career. And there's no doubt it changes the way I look at our specimens. So people often ask how to do decolonial research, and I'm pretty sure there isn't an answer to that. It's essentially looking to recognize, or one aspect of it is recognizing how colonialism and its framings have shaped the way events have taken place. And that can be minute individual acts, or it can be huge historical moments. But these are a few of the approaches that I've taken. So on the left-hand side, looking at those kind of, let's say, the honest, troubling stories. Obviously, every part of the collection could have some part behind it. So how do you start? But you can start either in a place that you know has got a colonial story. You can take a look at an individual event, an animal. So was that, or a species? Is that species discovered, described, encountered by someone who will tap, or some place that will tap into the story? Individuals that you know have got colonial histories. So all of those things. And then looking for anonymized collectors is far harder, because the data we're typically used to using would deliberately, well, has been built systematically and systemically to omit these histories. So on our specimen labels, even if there are names on the specimen labels of who collected them, there's no reason to believe that that is true. Same with published accounts. If they say this person collected this specimen, often not the case. And the honest stories seem to be more in the letters and archives going behind them, and sometimes on the specimens themselves. So just to delve into a few examples, this is obviously not an Australian animal. This is South African rodent, spring hare. The data on this spring hare said it was from a place called Vredefort Road in South Africa. Now, I think one of the key questions that we get asked in natural history collections is, where did you get all this stuff? And I think people would guess at most of the answers of, yeah, sure, there were people on colonial expeditions or in colonial situations or just traveling around the world sending stuff back to museums. That's kind of obvious and people get that. But I think they don't recognize the scale of the violence of there is a spectrum of violence, and the far end of that spectrum is probably soldiers or military individuals who are collecting whilst invading. And Vredefort Road was a concentration camp run by the British during the Boer War at the turn of the 20th century. So concentration camps were where people went when British Army burnt their farms down to stop them giving refuge to Boer fighters. And the conditions in these camps are abominable. Over 44,000 civilians died in the camps, let alone outside the camps during the war. But whilst running one of these camps, a mammal collector called Gerald Barrett Hamilton was making a massive natural history collection in his leisure time. And this is where this spring hare comes from, along with other mammals we've got in Cambridge, huge collection of birds at the Natural History Museum, thousands of insects at the South African Museum. So that's obviously there's a human cost of creating these specimens. As I say, there's always tied in an environmental cost. So this is a letter between two curators in Cambridge that was attached to an aardvark. You know, of course, that the beast is now rigorously protected and scheduled, but soldiers in Boerland can and may do many things. So there's ignoring the environmental side of that story. And to move on to Australia. So it's unsurprising that, well, yeah, it's how should I frame this? Practices of natural history have led directly to violence, right? So as well as the other way around in the case of the spring hare. So this is, again, a combined environmental and human cost. So thylacines, Tasmanian tigers, had a bounty put on them in 1830 because they were considered pests in their environments. Also in 1830, a bounty was put on Tasmanian Aboriginal people because they were considered to be pests in their environments. A genocide then followed, which led to the British settlers claiming that Tasmanian Aboriginal people went extinct in the 1870s. That's not the case. There are thousands of Aboriginal Tasmanians alive today, but there was absolutely a genocide. The story I'm telling here is that it turns out that these specimens, we have an amazing collection of thylacines in Cambridge, the biggest in the world, amassed by one person, at least in Europe, and I think the world. They're in amazing condition, so this man was called Morton Alport, who collected them. So research that I've been doing into Alport is a solicitor in Hobart, and he, it turns out, claimed to be the biggest exporter of indigenous remains to European institutions. So while he was sending thylacines and other marsupials to Cambridge, he was sending human remains to museums in Brussels and London and individual collectors in the UK as well. And he was doing this by grave robbing, by mutilating recently dead people, and then writing to museums in the UK saying, these specimens are really, really rare. So, you know, he's building up the expectation of gratitude. He wasn't in the main being paid, but when he died, he was obituarized as being the greatest scientist in the colony. And I found no real evidence for his kind of scientific merit. He wasn't publishing, but what his letters reveal is that he was essentially exchanging these specimens for letters after his name. So he's being elected into numerous scientific societies in the UK and Europe. And so there's a real intertwine. Well, there's an intertwine in how the practices of natural history feed into the violence in those collections. But there's absolutely an intertwine between the history of thylacines, which were driven completely to extinction, the history of indigenous Tasmanians at the hands of British settlers, who were also committed to suffered acts of genocide. Moving into a slightly more positive side of the story. So started researching a collection of marsupials from Central Australia. They were collected at, this is a telegraph station. Telegraph stations were built across Australia to boost electronic signals of the telegraph that ran from Adelaide to Darwin. These settlements, these stations became the frontier in Australia. So European settlements through the centre started at a lot of these telegraph stations, and that allowed natural history to happen. So the telegraph station master was collecting for actually Australian museums. I came across this crate of specimens that had not been looked at for about a century since they arrived at the university. The only note that had on them said they were presented by Elliot Smith from an expedition to Central Australia in 1900. Elliot Smith didn't do any expeditions to Central Australia, so he definitely didn't collect them. He was also an anthropologist who was trading in Aboriginal remains. But it included some amazing specimens, including some of the earliest examples of a kawari, that's bottom left, and the extinct lesser bilbies. By and large, this collection is scattered across mainly Australia, but there's also numbers of specimens from the Horn expedition in the UK. If you read the published notes, this says that Patrick Byrne, the station master, my warmest thanks are due to my friend, Mr. P.M. Byrne, who under difficulties of collecting in transit, which cannot be fully appreciated, blah. It's basically saying he's the one that's collecting these specimens. But if you look at the letters between Spencer and Byrne, it's clear that Byrne isn't doing the collecting. He's saying here that thanks to First Nations Australians who spilled the preserving fluids, these specimens are rotten. And in fact, if you look at the specimen, you can see the skin has slipped. You can't see this, you can't see my marker, but the skin has slipped on the bottom left. So this is, we can tie these specimens in. We can say this is Southern Arenta women from Central Australia who have collected these incredible, now extinct specimens, but also really early examples of the first encounters between these species and European collections. So it includes type specimens in this collection. But it's Byrne who didn't do any collecting that gets the credit. Similar example, the Ballston expedition to southwestern Australia. Huge collection in the Natural History Museum in London, smaller collection in Oxford, and then a tiny collection in Cambridge of this expedition. The labels say they were collected by a famous mammal collector called Guy Shortridge, who contributed to museums across the world on other expeditions. Shortridge no doubt did collect some of these specimens because he writes about trapping methods and baits that use, and he, as I say, traveled the world doing this. But again, you certainly won't be able to see it, but on the handwritten label bottom right, it says collected by Guy Shortridge. The published accounts of these letters, of these expeditions, again, he's got a species named after him. It's now called Pseudomys shortridgei, but collected from the same locality as that bandicoot. Oldfield Thomas at the Natural History Museum saying, this rat I have much the pleasure in naming after its captor. So that's Shortridgei. But again, if you look at the letters between Shortridge and Thomas, you have to read in between the lines here, because at no point is he saying this is collected by this person. None of these specimens have got names attached to them. Human names, I mean, they've got animal names attached to them. He's saying, you know, I'm sorry that a lot of these specimens are damaged. The people that are collecting them for me smash them across the head. And then you go to Oxford and the collection is full of these specimens that are crashed across the head. So this is just intuiting that specimens are not collected by Shortridge. So you have to really dive in to find that there is a lot of more people who have contributed to the history of science, but it's obviously really, really important, as we've been hearing in other talks today, that just carry on saying that all of these great names that are typically white men, typically rich white men, are building the history of science, when in fact a far greater diversity of people are represented in those histories of science is obviously really important. Failing to do that is just failing to acknowledge that is diminishing our museum's relevance. So these are just a couple of examples of how we did it. This is coming out this summer, but of all the collectors that I looked at in my project, or as I should say, all the names that are attached to the collections, the European people's names, I've delved in, and this will be completed over the summer on the University Museum of Zoology's website. Other than that, I shall finish there.
Have we got any time for? Okay, there are 2 minutes if you have any questions for Jack.
So I'm assuming those letters are not digitized, that you have to go to the archives and scrabble around and try and find them? Or is this something someone like me can go on the website to do the same thing virtually?
Great question, thank you. So a lot of the letters are digitized. So there's 3 different examples I've used there. One of them are digitized and transcribed largely on Libraries Tasmania website, that's Alport.
Okay.
The Byrne ones are published in a book, transcribed or done already, and the Ballston ones were on Trove, which is libraries,
And
National Library
yeah,
Australia's,
yeah, yeah.
untranscribed, but I've had them transcribed
Right.
already. But yes, it's horrible. Transcribing is painful.
I'm a transcriber as well, so I'm quite happy just reading it naturally. So
Yeah.
that's fine. I'm used to script. So thank you.
Well, I'll bear that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack. Okay, our next presentation is from Erica Hansen, and it's a pre-record. So I'm hoping we just can start here.
Hi, I'm Erica Anderson, and I'm the curator of mineralogy and petrology at the Hunterian Museum, which is part of the University of Glasgow. So if you're unfamiliar with the Hunterian, it started from the bequest of Sir William Hunter, who had collections in natural history, but also art, world culture, archaeology, books, and anatomy. And his collections have grown over time into the museum. And of course, with collections this old, they come with significant colonial legacies that we are trying to address as a museum and bringing in new research and perspectives. So the mineralogy and petrology collection started with about 2,000 specimens from Hunter, and he spent about 300,000 pounds in today's money on his collection, so quite a lot of money. And that collection has now grown into about 120,000 rocks, minerals, gems, and meteorites. And of course, with a collection this big, a large portion is it's a little hard to sometimes dig deep into the collections because we don't have all the information at hand. Now, going through about 30,000 collection records and finding every country that those came from. There were about 15,000 unknown, so I've just left those off this graph. But a significant portion of our collections come from Europe and most specifically Scotland, not surprising. Which is about 2/3 of that European section of that pie chart. And then for our undigitized specimens, we do have some information up to sort of the lot level. So some have multiple countries or some unknowns. But again, dominated by Scotland with some significant kind of European, North American, and African collections. So this kind of gives us a basis to do our research on to kind of look at what's going on with our collections. So first off, I'm going to be looking at two different networks. One, which is the loan network. So who are we sending our specimens to? Who's using them? And then the next will be the collectors network. So for the loan network, I went through loan paperwork from about the 1960s to 2013. And looked at where we were sending specimens. And of course, the grand majority is Scotland. And these would have been specimens from worldwide localities. Rocks, minerals, gems, and meteorites all went out and came back. And these specimens were used for a variety of uses. And a lot of those were unknown because that wasn't a question on the paperwork in the early days, but it was used primarily, I would say, for research, exhibits, and of course teaching because we're part of the University of Glasgow. But digging into this type of loan paperwork kind of leads to some interesting things, like finding out one of our specimens was used for pyrotechnics. Not sure how, and another for exhibits at a trial. So certainly some stories are in there. And there are some takeaways. Of course, majority of loans are to people at Scottish institutions, and then kind of went a little bit broader into the rest of the United Kingdom. But loan specimens tend to not go to that many worldwide locations. And loans were used for teaching, research, and exhibits, and we can see that with kind of staying within Scotland, that they're used at the University of Glasgow or other universities, and to local researchers. So how can we be more accessible, not only to our local communities, but to the global community? So for fieldwork, that is something that is the biggest part of, being a geological researcher. It's seen as the thing to do. So working with collections is not as common as with other natural history disciplines. And it can really lead to this parachute science of going to a different locality, sort of grabbing some rocks and leaving. And so that's why, maybe want to use collections a bit more, but some material will also be close by to other potential researchers in other countries. They might not want to loan from all the way in Scotland when they might have rocks at their local geological survey or other museums, or they might be easier for them to collect. Shipping costs might be an issue. And also, of course, in the past, a lot of these loans were done by letter. We didn't have the global reach that we can have now because things took a lot longer and were done, I would say, slightly less efficiency. So how can we reach out to a more global community? And part of that would be digital access, like our online catalogs. And we've been lucky, our catalogs are online. But trying to get into some global databases for geology, something like GBIF is not as is still in the works, and so isn't as easy to kind of have ourselves at the central repository. We could also use something like social media or conferences to kind of advertise ourselves as a way to do research. Not only just maybe at the Hunterian, but also for museum research for the geosciences. And we've also been lucky that we've done co-curation with communities, and we've done it mostly with local diaspora communities, but maybe we can do co-curation with other communities worldwide. And being open to the use of specimens for other sort of uses than teaching and research. And of course, repatriation is an option and something that we as a community should be open to. And it's unlikely that rocks, as important as I think they are going to be high on the priority list for communities, just compared to cultural artifacts or human remains. Rocks are going to be sort of lower on the list. And it's possible that communities don't want them back. In some ways, if they already have some at their local areas, then it might not be considered important. But I can see that there are some objects from sacred areas, or sometimes there will be carved rocks that were collected because of the rock they were, and maybe as a curiosity, but should be repatriated back to their communities. So this is something that should be under consideration for geological museums. And so this is a way that we can try and kind of get out there into the communities. Now to pivot a little bit to the collector network. And I was inspired by something that David Shorthouse did when he was at the Canadian Museum of Nature, which made this art piece that was a network of all the botany collectors who had collected together. So it was kind of like, looked like a food web, with each collector connected to another one as they'd collected together. And that wouldn't be very easy to do with geological specimens. And I was a little disappointed by that. So I wanted to look into our collector network a little bit. And there are some issues. Compared to other natural history collections, collectors are not always noted in the data. There are several reasons for this, especially at the University of Glasgow. We have a lot of collections from professors, and they tended to leave kind of just their name attached to their research specimens and not note if they were collected by students or field assistants or research assistants. And so it might be possible to find that information in archival field notes, but might not as well. Now, also for the mineral market, where minerals are purchased, which is very different compared to other natural history collections, Many times the collectors are not noted. It will just have very minimal information. And of course, we also have, historical collections, which maybe some of that data has been lost to time. And it leads to the fact that a lot of underrepresented people will be left uncredited because we're not giving them that, not recording that information in a robust way. And it's rather, it shows our power imbalance in using a lot of Indigenous labors and knowledge in whether someone is going out to field collect, using information on what rocks are there or how to get there, and hiring Indigenous labor, as well as in the mineral market specifically, a lot of local miners sell specimens that they're finding, and their names are not recorded, and then it goes to different middlemen who might sell to a mineral dealer who will then sell to collectors and museums, and that information generally goes unrecorded. Now, of course, with an old collection like ours, you get a lot of different types of labels, and at the top here I have a very typical mineral dealer label. This one I don't have a date on, but came from a drawer with specimens from, I believe, the early or mid 19th century, but mineral labels have not changed since then. They're very typical to have who the dealer is, this mineral species and the locality, but nothing about who collected it or when. And this can mean that we're losing a lot of the information. And then we have a lot of handwritten labels from specimens as they came in, and that varied a lot in data quality, whether that's just some initials of donors, which can be lost time. That's why you should write full names. Or you can have a label like the one in the middle, which has a lot of information, a description of the object, the date it was donated, the donor, and the publication that it was in, which is great, but also doesn't include who collected it. There are some assumptions that this person may have collected it themselves. It's quite possible, but we don't have the date of collection either. And so with some of these, maybe some inferences, if you know it's a local collector and they were in the field a lot, you could assume that it's collected themselves. But with other people, we might not know if they were just buying specimens or collecting themselves or had assistants that were doing it. So it really can change what you're looking at. And so that leads to a lot of untold stories in the collections. If we just look at even Hunter's original specimens, like this quartz and calcite, he purchased all of his specimens and we don't know who collected them. We have receipts from the dealers, which leads to a lot of good information. We know how much he spent, and for my work on the evolution of the mineral market is very interesting, but I have no idea who collected them and really exact dates, which would be nice. We also have J.W. Gregory, who was a famed geologist, University of Glasgow professor, discovered the East African Rift, but he was also a racist who, wrote about the segregation of the races. Now, many of his specimens have ended up at the Hunterian because many professors donated their collections to the museum. And so it leads to, a lot of re-examination of his work and how having his collections in our collection can lead to a lot of untold stories. And so it'd be nice if we could work with the communities. That could be the dealers, amateur collectors themselves, though amateur collectors generally are very good at noting when and where and who collected things, but just kind of working more with the full provenance. So that'd be collectors' names and dates, and it would be very interesting to have preparator names, because that is something that also goes unsaid for the bigger specimens that might get cleaned up. What the chain of purchases are, name releases, and also as well permits and permissions to actually collect. That is one of the harder things in the geosciences to track down because there's so much gray area. But just working with communities to make things better and make sure that people get the credits that they deserve, because we might not have, we should have this information, and having it 100, 200 years from now would also be very interesting, because who knows what further work can be done on these collections. And so just to conclude, we are missing, interactions with the global community and the use of our collections and how they can be used, and really who collected many of our specimens, because it's not recorded. And we should be using our power as museums and staff and working with collections to change the status quo from the power dynamics as they currently are. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the last afternoon session of the meeting. Thank you for coming in person and online. This session is called Specimen Conservation for Non-Conservators, Common Issues, Methods, and Considerations. And it's being co-moderated by Mariana DiGiacomo and myself. I'm Sarah Taylor. So I guess before we start, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Picture and Delta Designs. And also, this session is being sponsored by TrueView in particular. So thanks very much. And here we go.
All right. Hello, everybody. So today I'm going to be giving this presentation because my two co-authors, Martin and Erika, could not make it to the conference. And I wanted to first of all introduce them. They are both artists and naturalists. And Martin is into museology and paleontology. And also Erika is into theater and scenic arts. And I wanted to start by talking about what inspired this work. This small museum, which I'll be talking about in a second, where this exhibit was hosted at, is a very, very small museum. And Martin, one of my co-authors, he learned about this museum through studying museology. And then my other co-author knew about this museum as well through some of these collaborations. And she actually proposed to create an exhibit that was called Curiosa Naturalia. So it's like curious natural history type of situation. And she created this cabinet of curiosities. She created these oddities. This was back in 2019. And she did some reinterpretation of what cabinets of curiosities are. And she created everything in the exhibit. Nothing was collected as a collection item, but was created or reinterpreted. And so where this happened, it happened at a small natural history museum in Montevideo, in Uruguay, where the three of us are from. It is called Dr. Carlos Torre de la Llosa, and it was founded in 1911 as a pedagogical museum. And it has a French aesthetic, both in the architecture, but also in the cabinetry and in the exhibits, and actually also in what is shown there, because some of the items that are on exhibit are from Derol, which is this place in Paris that since the 1900s has been producing natural history things for exhibit, etc. But the interesting thing is that is this French aesthetic, but with local biodiversity. And this museum currently has the task of having this balance between being a current museum for all the audiences, but also looking like it's frozen in time, like it's still in that 19th century state. But it's also a secret in the city. Not a lot of people know about it. It is downtown, but people don't know about it. And also they get confused with the Natural History Museum, the National Natural History Museum, all the time. And this museum is not by itself. It is in a complex with a high school and also a library. And this library also has this amazing aesthetic. It's absolutely gorgeous. It is one of the largest libraries in the city, and it has volumes that go from the 1500s until today. So it's absolutely amazing, and it has a beautiful collection of 19th century natural history books and publications. So the work originally from Curiosa Naturalia 1 inspired to say, oh, let's create some more curiosities and things in this amazing museum. And so what they did was they requested funding to get this job done. And they got the funding. So that was the first amazing thing. And that involved then going to the library, doing some research, looking at the collections, learning about the mission of the museum. And all of this also coincided with new management. And the director, who is actually in that sweater with the stars, she was super, super excited about working with Martina and Erika. And she was like opening things for them everywhere. You can do this and you can look here, and super, super excited. And she's actually a high school teacher herself. And that is something that you have to be the director of this museum, because it is in this complex that is in the high school. And so they were doing all this research in parallel, both in the storage and in the library. But also, the museum has its own archives. And these archives have anything and everything that you can ever imagine. There's poetry, philosophy, posters, art, writings and drawings from high school students from the 1800s and the 1900s, and everything created all about natural history. So it is a fantastic archive that has beautiful knowledge of natural history from different points of view, not just the factual, but also it has some interesting things like qualifying these things, like this is ugly or this is fabulous, this is disgusting, I don't know why it exists, and things like that. So it is all these different ways of knowing and learning about natural history. And so the first step was dialogue. So they talked to the director, to the museum staff, to everybody, to get to know, again, the mission of the museum, the goals, everything that was important for the institution. But also they got together with conservators, and writers and artists and other people that could inform what this new project was going to be like. Because as they continued to do all this research and learn about the institution, they decided that maybe they weren't going to create something new out of the blue, but actually utilize the collections to create something from them. And the first step was the salvage and the conservation of the collections. So at one point, someone decided that it was a good idea to get all the plants out of the museum. So essentially, when they went, it was a zoological/geological museum, and any herbarium specimens that originally were part of it were not there anymore. And these models that are from Paris, they're all models. They were in storage, and I'll show you in a second what that storage meant. But it was essentially under the bleachers of the auditorium. So they had to go down there and get all this stuff. And so the first thing that they needed to do is wear PPE, because down there, mold, dust, anything that you can imagine. But also the fact that there weren't enough supplies, conservation supplies in Uruguay. That is a problem that we face in my country. And so I talked to them, and we devised strategies and ideas for cleaning and bringing these things back to life with the most simple things that you can find anywhere, like cotton swabs and getting some ethanol and distilled water and a vacuum cleaner. So this was very important to bring some of the botany back into the museum. Also, they worked on some taxidermy and some skins. The taxidermy had decayed, some of the skins had also decayed, and it's because a lot of the things that they had were donated by people, and the museum just took everything, and then they didn't have the ability to maintain all of those collections. So some of them were removed from exhibit and they were in storage. So bringing back all of this was key and very important for the work of my colleagues. But also they had the skulls. They had a lot of skulls, and that you can see there, that's the auditorium, and that little hatch door that they had to go under there and collect everything that's their storage, essentially. Because this museum was always a pedagogical museum. It was not intended to be a research area. So everything is on exhibit, and whatever's not exhibit, it's in rooms and places like that. And so most of the skulls they had were either from marine mammals or from farm animals, some dogs, cats, and their relatives, etc. But also there were posters and photographs and other like taxidermy groups or habitats and pedagogical exhibits. And it was just amazing and absolutely beautiful. There was this beauty in the decay also of what you were seeing. And so
it was a great way to rediscover this collection. And so what they did was start this exhibit. So what did they decide to do? After we had talked and worked together about the conservation and salvage, etc., it was, okay, let's put this exhibit in the context of the other exhibits. So it's an exhibit within the exhibit type of situation. And they decided to think beyond what we normally do in natural history museums. And this is why I also love to work with artists, because they think differently than how we think sometimes in natural history. And so the exhibit itself, here you can see some of that artistic interpretation. This is some sort of like funerary procession to go see that dead armadillo. So all of these organisms are going to see this other one. And I think it's a fantastic reinterpretation of how we consider natural history. And they wanted to add fantasy, fiction, and to show that nature can be shown in different ways. But also, they wanted to combine things, you know, taxidermy with bone, with plant material, with anything else. And for example, on the top left, you can see this bird skeleton that is either being put together or taken apart by these two taxidermy birds. So it is a fantastic reinterpretation of how do we consider natural history, who puts things together, who takes them apart, what is science, what is art, what is beauty, etc. And they did some also reinterpretations of this like taxidermy bird that the head was missing, so they put the snake, but also it's standing on the snake's body. So there's a lot of like really thought about challenging notions of natural history and involving art in the process. And also they wanted to show abundance. They wanted to show what the natural history, like cabinets of curiosity, showed in the past, just a lot of stuff. So all these skulls were the uncompared osteology exhibit. And so everything was anywhere and everywhere. There was no systematics, just like a cornucopia of beauty, essentially. And my favorite part, and I think that was common, the library. They were able to incorporate the library into the exhibit, and they included this amazing table with touchable books. You could look at scientific illustrations, and they just put natural history specimens everywhere there. It was absolutely stunning. They also created some art themselves, using those scientific illustrations, using the specimens, just creating new art in the shape of postcards that people could take with them. It was just absolutely fantastic. And in which scenario in this fabulous opening that they did of the exhibit, that's the poster, is very like 19th century, you know, inspired. And the opening day was like Cultural Heritage Day. And so they had over 100 visitors that day. For a museum that nobody knows exists was a huge deal. And it had an actress that was like doing a theatrical performance as they were walking the different exhibits and showing people all of these things. And so people were super excited. There were talks, there were conversations, and just an admiration of both the exhibit within the exhibit, but also the actual exhibit of the museum that people did not know about. And so there was this confusion. What is the exhibit that you made? What is like always on display? What's real, what's not? And that was one of the most important things, because they showed that by giving some cleaning, some low-cost solutions, and some care to this exhibit, they could bring all of this back to life and inspire curiosity, inspire awe in the people that were walking the exhibits. And also, they showed that the education went both ways, because they learned so much from the library staff and the high school staff, everybody, but also they were showing them how the amazing things that they had were part of the history of natural history. And so the library staff, for example, at first just wanted to have the setup for one day. And then, well, maybe you can leave it a little longer. And then they just wanted to keep it for a whole year. So it was this great collaboration that also inspired trust and work together. And one thing that we discussed when we were thinking about doing this presentation, it's exactly what ended up happening in their exhibit. So they inspired conversation. They gave these forgotten pieces a new life. And they explored that aspect of like fantasy turning into reality, but also questioning the fact that museums show what they show and they legitimize what they're showing. And so the power that museums have in holding knowledge and actually confusing the audience, because they were like, is this real or not? And so depending on the context that you put things in, you can reinterpret things, but also just the challenging those ideas of what is real, what is not, and educating, the public about different aspects of natural history as well. And of course, we would like to thank the funding organization, the museum, the library, all the staff, and also the collaborators that helped create the exhibit and inspire everybody involved. Thank you very much. I think we're out of time. Maybe one question? Okay. So if not, I'm gonna slowly get off this stage.
Can everyone hear me okay? All right. Awesome. Hi, everybody. Oh, I have to stay in front of the microphone. That's going to be my big challenge here. Hi, everyone. I'm Erin Kuprowitz. I'm at the University of Connecticut. I'm the Vertebrate Collections Manager. This is my first SPNHC. It's been awesome so far. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about something we call Operation Bone Rescue. Again, because I'm new, I'm going to kind of very quickly introduce myself. I am a mammologist by training. I'm based in Storrs, Connecticut, up there in the Northeast, but I do a lot of work in the tropics through Mexico, Costa Rica, and Peru. I tell people really easily I study potato-shaped animals. So I work with agoutis and peccaries predominantly, and what they do with plants. So I have a lot of students that work with me with the specimens at UConn, at the University of Connecticut, working with skulls, working with bite force measurements, kind of inferring ecological interactions through morphology. But that's enough about me. We'll get into the facility that I work in. So this is UConn, the University of Connecticut, the BRC, the Biodiversity Research Collections. We're based in the EEB, Ecology and Evolutionary Biology Department at UConn. And we're, I will say, kind of awesome. We have this great combined facility where all of our collections from plants, inverts, and vertebrates, which is what I'm in charge of, are housed together. We have a dry collection space and a wet collection space. And today I'm going to hone in and focus in our dry space on a mammal collection. I'm going super fast because I have like 50 slides. But if you want to learn more about the BRC, check out our website here. I can give you information after the talk, after the symposium as well. Again, we're on the Storrs campus, so northeastern Connecticut, really great like farm country. If you want to find us, look for the ants that have been mounted to the outside of the building and the giant army ant inside. And we have this really nice facility. It's secure. We are really serious about pest management and pest control, but this is what it looks like inside. We had this space, this is kind of before any of the current collections managers' times, about 20 years ago, this space was devoted to us. It was a big grant, a Connecticut grant, and NSF-funded grant to build these awesome manual compactors with these amazing Delta cabinets. And again, this is the dry space. The wet space, I won't be talking too much about today. But if you go into this combined facility, you come to my section, the vertebrates, and you open one of these doors, you're going to see bunch of drawers. Again, round skins and skeletons are the mammals that are in their dry collection. We have a few wet collection mammals, but not a ton. And again, those fabulous manual compactors. If you open up a drawer, these are some nice jumping mice that we have from the Northeast. Most of the mammals are kept as round skins. We have some shmoos, some flat skins, but we also have skulls and skeletons that are kept associated with skins or completely separate skeletal specimens as well. In the mammal collection, we have about 12,000-ish specimens in total. Again, that's round and flat skins, predominantly spirits and skeletons, which are going to be the focus of this talk. Most of our focus, which I guess makes sense, is North American mammals, especially strong representation of mammals from New England, but a little tidbit is that we rank in the top 10 institutions globally regarding South American mammals, especially mammals from Paraguay, which is awesome. Talk to me more about that afterwards. Honing in on the mammal skeletal collection, we have a lot of ungulate skulls. If you saw my student in that previous slide at the beginning, working with feral pigs, Scrofa skulls, looking at bite force. And we also have a lot of peccaries, which again, potato-shaped mammal, love them. We also have a lot of carnivore skulls, which are going to be a little bit of the focus of my talk today. Lots of bobcats, river otters, tons and tons of fishers. So our mammal skeletal collection, the skeletons that are not associated with round skins in those nice sealed cabinets and drawers, are on these lovely open shelves, which are great. They're kept in large boxes, mostly archival, some aren't. They're on exposed shelving. So again, not in cabinets. This is pretty efficient use of our space for these guys and allows us easy access to these specimens. And it's mostly skulls in here. We do have some full skeletons, but these are a lot of skulls. So some of our specimen boxes, however, are not archival. They're old. They might say breaded fish portions on them, but they're really well cataloged, well labeled, and mostly data digitized. And I like this one because I don't think that's actually appropriate. Moose portions is really the appropriate for that one. So that's an Elissa, and that's a full skeleton inside that little moose portions box. So focusing in on the theme of this awesome symposium, I'm not a conservator at all. I have no conservator skills, but for this story I'm about to tell you, I had to tap into what I'm calling my inner conservator. Again, I'm a collections manager, kind of an ecologist by training, mammologist, but sometimes conservator skills and collections manager skills do overlap, and I really had to lean into that overlap that I kind of don't have. The BRC does not have a conservator. We have 3 collections managers, we have a director, we have curators, we have volunteers, we have students, but again, no conservator. I think there's only one conservator in the entire university, and she's in the library. So again, I used conservator-esque skills to save a collection that was damaged in a little bit of a disaster that we had. So I'm going to now jump into telling you that story about a disaster in our collection. And I want to start off by reassuring everybody, everything turned out okay. When I say disaster, when I mention water, I know this is the audience that just sends chills down your spine, but I wanted to start off with this spoiler that everything's fine. In fact, the specimens that were affected are in better condition now than they were prior to the disaster. I'm also kind of a little bit out of order, maybe conventional order of slides. I want to have my acknowledgements right up at the front. I really want to acknowledge all the hard work that went into rescuing this collection, mitigating the damage. It could have been so much worse. So these are just a few of the people involved. This was our immediate specimen rescue team, which you can see in the background there, setting up fans to deal with a water problem. I also really want to highlight and acknowledge the students that worked with me to rescue this collection and save it. Grad student in EEB and an undergrad, so Frank and Grayson were integral to the success of this story. I also want to highlight our funding. We got awesome funding from the UConn Dean's Office. They really value the BRC. We give them tours. We reach out to our upper level admin and bring them in and say, look at all these cool things we have. Students use them. Groups from the community use them. You should really value us. And they did. They showed that value by giving us this money for this project. And I want to thank you all. So Spinach, I heavily relied on you. You might have seen, my name might look familiar. I reached out and asked you all on NH Call about cool materials that you use to rehouse your mammal skull specimens. So a ceiling pipe exploded, or it didn't really explode, that's kind of dramatic, but there was a little bit of a waterfall in our dry room, and you kind of don't want water in the dry room. This happened during COVID, so in April 2021, which for us in Connecticut, that was kind of height of our shutdown. We had a skeleton crew, which means only one person allowed in our facility at a time, rotating through each day. So we didn't have a lot of people on campus in the BRC when this ceiling pipe happened to flood the collection. This happened during a fire system testing of our wet collection system. I talked to a couple people about this today. We had an untrained contractor come in, he set off the system inadvertently, and it caused a literal cascade effect in the dry room where our pipes were primed for a fire that didn't exist. So the dry room now wasn't dry, and there was a ceiling waterfall which happened right over that mammal skeleton collection, and it affected those boxes on that open shelving that I had mentioned earlier. So I'm going to kind of use this timeline to orient us throughout the project, throughout Operation Bone Rescue. So the event itself happened in April of 2021, and we pretty much all hands on deck. Again, nobody was on campus. We had one person, and everybody came to campus, height of COVID, getting these things out from underneath a waterfall. We ended up with about 2 inches or so of water all over the floor. You can see our lovely compactor tracks as well, which were flooded, which was not great. But we got everything out, and you can see those non-archival boxes just melted. They were just destroyed immediately. But we got them out from under the waterfall and got them into a relatively safe space. It wasn't really pest controlled, but it was the best we could do at the time, and set all these boxes out and just inventoried the damage. You can see they're all propped open to allow for airflow and drying of any specimens that got wet. And we needed to make sure, okay, how many boxes, how many sizes do we need? What's our ideal condition here for rehousing everything? So kind of the next month, so looking into May, we really had to get that funding, which I mentioned. Again, the dean's office just gave it to us immediately. It was amazing. I respect them a lot. And again, I consulted with you guys, with Spinach, with NHCall, and created a really detailed workflow plan that I could share with my students and make sure everybody was on track for this pretty complex process. We had one caveat for our timeline was we had to get this done before the students came back in August. So we had the summer to do this, but it was a lot of work at the time. So I consulted NHCall, and don't worry about reading the table. This has been published in Collection Forum, so you can check it out there. I can give you a copy. But I got like the best, coolest equipment that I could use to rehouse all of these wettened specimens. The month after that, we got our team together. We spent a lot of time rehousing, labeling, and freezing. So everything gets frozen, of course, before it goes into the dry room again. And that was quite a process. We had 612 specimens that were affected by this water. So again, there's me, my 2 students, who helped out a lot. And we just started getting everything once it was dry. We cleaned it up. We took a look at it. We assessed it. We got all these amazing boxes, and we worked on rehousing everything. So all of this new stuff, all of these new goodies were really an upgrade for a lot of these skulls. We got new, better boxes. We were able to clean all of these specimens that maybe hadn't been looked at for potentially decades. We added new padding for them. They didn't have that before. And we scanned and saved all of the tags from the previous boxes if they were salvageable. Some were damaged by the water. And then we had our freeze thaw process for everything. We ended up renting this gigantic freezer trailer, which was probably overkill. But we had these awesome little mobile shelving units. You can see the saran wrap keeping the boxes together as we moved them from our space to the freezer and back after, I think, 3 weeks is what they were in. And that freezer was really cool because it wasn't just a freezer. You could program it to come to temperature as well. So that's what we would do. So we would get ambient temperature and move them in and not deal with any condensation, which was amazing. So as we were approaching August, that's when the students are coming back to UConn. We had to finish thawing our second batch of rehoused specimens and then integrate everything back into the dry room, back into the collections. So that's me and Frank wheeling a whole bunch of boxes. Again, they were kind of, that saran wrap was around the sides to keep them in, but we were trying to minimize jostling of everything through all these, like moving to a freezer, going outside, coming inside. And then we would put them back in our counter space in the dry room in the BRC, which you could see on the right there. Once everything had passed through that freeze thaw process, we got it back. We organized it taxonomically and put everything back in the collections, and that's what it looks like there. Again, this is a little table that's in the paper that shows the taxonomic breakdown of what was affected, and it was those poor carnivores. The waterfall was right over the carnivora, so we have a lot of like Canis latrans and some bears and stuff in there. So after everything happened, again, everything turned out okay. We had time to reflect on our situation. And I actually worked with my students to write this up and publish it in collection form, which was really fun and really good for their training as well. So we reflected on what did we do right? What did we do wrong? What would we change? What kind of training were we lacking? And we wrote it all up as a case study that I would hope other people could find value in. I wanted this to really be a resource for other collections because I think I was able to acquire all this cool information from y'all, and I wanted to make sure that was somewhere. I wanted this resource when I was looking for information, and I just detailed all steps of our process. So you can check it out in collection form there, or also just send me an email and I'll shoot you a copy. So that was the big timeline. So from April 2021 to about August 2022, when we got everything published and sent out, we also got picked up by our local Yukon paper and a little bit of press on it too. So feel free to reach out and contact me. I know that was a very whirlwind talk, but I will take any questions if you have them. Thanks a lot. Twenty-five seconds.
Good. Sorry if you mentioned it and I missed it.
Yeah.
Did you encounter any issues with mold at all?
No, luckily we were really lucky. So again, we got them out. So most of the water actually damaged the boxes. So the skulls and the bones themselves were mostly kept dry. So the boxes did their job. Even though they completely disintegrated, they kept those specimens dry.
That's
so
amazing. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, everybody. My name is Julia Sobalski. I am a conservator at the American Museum of Natural History. And today I'm going to be presenting a guideline for cleaning feathers that we developed at the MNH with support from the IMLS and some colleagues at Yale and UCLA and the Getty Conservation Institute. I'll briefly describe the research and analysis which underpins the guideline and then quickly walk you through it. And then at the end, there'll be a QR code for anyone who might be interested in downloading a copy and trying it out. The project was part of a larger effort concerning conservation methods for feathers. And though it developed around the preservation of taxidermy, we hope to engage a broader community of professionals who also work with these materials. Our research grew out of priorities that were captured in an online survey completed by about 70 preservation professionals and supplemented with a series of artist interviews exploring the perspectives that they bring to their work with feathers. And the research team also conducted a review of literature related to feather biology and conservation techniques, which is publicly shared through Zotero. More than 80 methods were described in the survey, the interviews, and the literature, and those were initially evaluated through a series of open-ended cleaning tests on commercial poultry feathers and taxidermy mounts in our education collection. And those outcomes informed the selection of 23 representative techniques for more in-depth and systematic study. Simple descriptions of those 23 methods are here. And our selections balanced criteria, including their prevalence of use, availability, cost, health and safety implications, etc. And we tested each of those 23 wet and dry cleaning methods on a set of samples, including feathers with both pennaceous and plumulaceous morphology in fresh and artificially aged condition states. We captured short videos and typed notes during our tests. And we also collected high-resolution multiband imaging and digital photomicroscopy to document changes before and after, shown top and bottom. And we measured color and wettability of the feather surface before and after cleaning as well. In our analysis of the large qualitative data set that we gathered, we created a standardized vocabulary to try to describe and database all of the damages associated with each of the cleaning methods that we had tested. And then we used this vocabulary to build a hierarchical typology that included levels of extent and clearly defined each level of each type of damage with examples from the images that we had collected. And then to make sense of all of this, we convened a small group of conservators to systematically consider the relative importance of these different damages using a multi-criteria decision-making method called the analytical hierarchy process. And through that analysis, numerical values were assigned to each type and extent of damage. Our analysis did not attempt to deal with efficacy in cleaning because effectiveness is so dependent on the particular nature of the dirt that you're working with, which is of course infinitely variable. So then by totaling up all of the values for all of the damages that were associated with each of the techniques that we were looking at, we were able to rank the different methods that we had tested. So here is a ranking for cleaning methods tested on light-aged pennaceous feathers. Dry methods are shown in white on a white background. Wet methods are shown on a dark background, and methods associated with fewer damages are toward the top of the table. Don't worry about trying to read it, but notice that there are both wet and dry methods at the bottom of the chart that cause severe damage, and that wet methods are, on the whole, more damaging than dry ones. And that's due both because of the additional manipulation required for rinsing and drying with those methods, and also because barbule swelling was caused by many of the cleaning solutions that we were working with. The aqueous ones in particular, which have a droplet icon here, were observed to cause the most damage in degraded keratin. And we saw that this pattern, with wet methods being on the whole much more damaging, holds true for all types of feathers, aged and fresh pennaceous, as well as aged and fresh semi-plume. But this chart doesn't really show you how much worse the most damaging methods are. That becomes clearer when you scale the tables using the rank values from our analysis with the analytical hierarchy process. And those values are shown here in orange. Again, don't worry about trying to read the teeny tiny type. What we're kind of interested in here is how the methods distribute. So this better illustrates the impact that condition had on our outcomes in cleaning. The most damaging methods for aged feathers are much more damaging, 3 to 4 times more damaging by this measure than they are for fresh feathers. Okay, so that's all very interesting, but how do we get to a guideline for cleaning feathers? So with those rankings, we saw an opportunity to build a user-friendly tool to help identify a good balance of efficacy and risk while minimizing damage in cleaning. Our intended audience is one that has an understanding of basic preservation issues and a proficiency in handling and examining fragile objects. And the guideline assumes that the user has a familiarity with the specific object that they're working with and understands its importance to the communities that value it. Our experimental results had demonstrated that this guideline should really offer recommendations that are tailored to the morphology and the condition of the feathers to be cleaned. And through our survey and our community consultations, we also understood that it should account for different levels of tolerance for damage in cleaning. And realizing that good old Microsoft Excel had all of the needed functionality built right in, I chose this familiar application for the initial version of the guideline. So here it is. This is what you see when you open the file. It looks vaguely like a spreadsheet. At the bottom is the tab organization, which is highlighted in red. And it's really designed for the user to move through a series of 4 tabs, beginning on the left with the instructions. However, there's also a 5th tab, which contains the data table that's at the heart of the file. And it's hidden from view so that you can't accidentally alter it. But each row in the table describes one of our cleaning tests, the damages that we observed, and the values that were assigned in that analysis that we did. So all of the functionality in the file then relies on Excel's pivot tables and slicers to sort and filter this data according to some user input. But you don't need to interact with this data table, so we'll hide it again and return to the instructions. And so on the first tab, you'll find an introduction and details about all of the cleaning methods in the guideline. We go through the equipment and supplies that are required for each technique, listing them out with setup instructions and other notes from our testing. The execution of each technique is described in prose, and then there's also a short linked video that goes with each one. And the video can, all of the videos can be viewed as a single playlist if you'd like. Then moving to the next tab, which is for user input. our testing showed that feathers of different morphology and condition really respond differently to cleaning. So here we're asking you to narrowly define and name a group of similar feathers that you plan to clean. So we outlined a number of factors to consider, and including those beyond the feather, which may be important, particularly the type of soiling that you're encountering, maybe even things like your physical access to the area, or the prominence of the feathers on the particular object that you're working with. In the next step, the user is asked to consider the tolerance for different types of damages and cleaning. And this can be a little bit uncomfortable since all of us, work to prevent damage. But since all cleaning carries risk, it's really important to weigh the risk of cleaning against the risk of doing nothing. So we used 4 color-coded groupings to distinguish 4 different categories of damage. And then after reading through all of them, one selects all of the colors that describe risks that are acceptable in that particular case. So the green category includes highly localized changes that are only visible under the microscope. So an example would be isolated loss of individual barbules. The yellow damages are also localized, but they're visible with the naked eye, albeit of fairly low impact. So an example would be the loss of an individual barb or barb tips. The orange category damages are extensive, but they have a modest effect on appearance. So an example would be deformation of barbules that's widespread throughout the feather, but it's not visible macroscopically. And then finally, the red category is damages that are most readily visible. For example, the loss of barbules throughout the whole feather that's causing the barbs to become disengaged or unzipped. Next, the user is asked to describe the feather type and its condition, as well as to choose wet or dry cleaning methods. So in collection care, we're used to characterizing condition in very sophisticated and nuanced ways, but here we're really oversimplifying it because that allows us to make better use of the data that we have. So good describes feathers of recent origin that are flexible and resilient. Deteriorated feathers are discolored, embrittled, and water sensitive. And it's an approximation. So if in doubt, one can take the more conservative approach and select deteriorated. And then when choosing between wet and dry techniques, the user is reminded that wet methods carry much greater risk, particularly for deteriorated feathers, and that nearly without exception, dry cleaning should precede wet cleaning to avoid pushing loose dust and particulates into the interstices of the barbules of the feather, where they become so much more difficult to remove. With all of that information entered, then a recommendation tailored to the specific feather type and condition is presented on the next tab. And the cleaning methods are listed in rank order and grouped by color-coded damage categories. If a color is missing, like orange is missing here, that indicates that there are no techniques in that category that met the other criteria that was specified. So then one would begin by reviewing methods appearing in the green category, their associated damage, the equipment that you have available, any other limitations posed by the object or the environment that you're working in. And after review, one can select a group of methods to test in a discrete area. Notes can be recorded for review and to compare outcomes. In doing that testing, we found that it's really important to observe results at both microscopic and macroscopic scales, because some methods that we tested caused quite extensive change in the barbules that you could see under the microscope without causing much macroscopic impact at all. This is an example, cleaning with ethanol. If none of the methods in the first group provides an acceptable result, then one can move on down the chart to the next color grouping. So this is a framework in which mileage may vary. There are many reasons why your cleaning test might do better or worse than this guideline suggests. Not the least of them is the fact that we tested a lot of methods on a lot of feathers, but nevertheless, our sample set is a small one. Also, all dirt is different, and if yours comes up really easily, your cleaning could be very short, or you might not clean as thoroughly as you could because you want to limit risk. On the other hand, you may be trying a technique that's not very familiar to you, or your feathers may be more deteriorated than the samples that we were testing on, or they may be fragile in a totally different way, like pest damage. And so you might see more severe damage than we did. So this guideline is really offering a recommendation or a roadmap, but not a prediction for what your outcomes will be. And then the final tab is a reference. So if you would like to see what we mean when we say extensive deformation and or adhesion of barbules causing irreversible unzipping or distortion throughout 10% of the vein, there is a picture here that will help to keep us all on the same page. So we arranged for a pilot version of this guideline to be tested by some of our colleagues outside the project, and they provided us with very useful feedback, which we then tried to integrate to help make sure that the guidance that was coming out of our lab works as it's intended to when it's put to use back in a real world context. Our case studies included cultural objects and one taxidermy bird mount. So this was a case study on a fire fan that was cleaned by our pre-program intern, Cheyenne Caraway. And Cheyenne noted that there are benefits and limitations that aren't captured by our numerical rankings. For example, a glass nozzle fitted to a vacuum micro attachment can help to re-engage disengaged feather barbs while cleaning, but a brush made from feathers, while very gentle, may also cause a static charge. So we integrated those observations as notes on their respective techniques. And Cheyenne also noted that sometimes the best outcome was achieved by using multiple techniques in sequence. For example, making a first pass with a non-contact method followed by a brush or something to track whatever had been left behind. That's another example. And then this is a snowy owl taxidermy mount that was our another test case. And here piloting really underscored the importance of a flexible guideline that leaves room for substitutions and making modifications to the techniques that we're describing. These feathers were so shatteringly fragile that we had to modify the wet techniques a little bit to make them gentler. So for example, rather than using a brush, we tried sandwiching the feathers between blotter and a cotton puff soaked with cleaning solution. So all of these wonderful insights were really helpful in refining the version that I just shared with you today. There are certainly more improvements that we could make. In future versions, for example, we could build on the list of 23 methods that we were able to test, or even make it possible for a user to enter their own methods and see how they compare. So if you're interested in trying it out, this QR code will take you to a web page where you can get a link to download a copy to open on your computer. And there's also a link inside of that file to share feedback, which I would be very happy if you do. So thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
All right, so we have a very quick 10-second interlude to remind you that our session sponsor is TrueView, and then we'll move on to the next talk.
All right. Press start. Okay, thank you. I'm Fran Ritchie. I'm a conservator for the National Park Service at Harpers Ferry Center. So I work on a wide variety of projects throughout all park units in the United States. And although as a conservator, I would love to have interventive treatment all the time and work on an individual basis, we all know that's not possible. And there are a lot of collections that actually benefit the most from having preventive conservation measures taken and more holistic approach. I'm speaking specifically today on how to preserve those relative humidity sensitive objects that are in your collection. Namely the ferrous metals. They corrode quite drastically sometimes, archaeological metals as well as just historic metals. And so that exposure to oxygen and to moisture causes iron oxide, not only to form rust on the surface, but also as the structure of the metal breaks down, rust will form in the interstices of the metal or inside the metal and then end up flaking off like you see in the image on the left. And we like to say what's recommended is that metals are stored at 35% relative humidity. However, if you have metals that are already exhibiting rust, then you ideally should store them at 15% relative humidity, which is very, very low. Sometimes that's not possible to do in your situation. You might have a collection that has multiple different types of materials, and it's just not feasible for you to keep everything at such a low amount. For example, if you have skins and leather, they prefer to be more at 50 to 55%. So very different. We also have pyrite oxidation. So minerals and then pyrite containing fossils are also very sensitive to moisture. And just like with the rust, once this process has happened, there's no way that you can kind of reverse it and make the object look as it did before all of this damage. And also, not only is it difficult to keep your storage perhaps that low for relative humidity because of all the other materials, but also that can be very taxing on our HVAC systems. And if you live somewhere where either seasonally or year round, you have high humidity just outside, it can be very taxing on your building. And that's also difficult just kind of environmentally to keep something low and kind of go against what you're working with in your geographic region. So how we combat that is containerization and making microclimate chambers where we can actually control the environment in that enclosed space. Now you can see here on the left, those are my humidity indicator cards, and they go from 60% all the way down to 10%. So they let me know what's going on. And it's the lavender circle that indicates what is the humidity in that area. So in the card on the right, it's 50%, that's the lavender. And you can see in this cabinet, two examples. On the left, or this middle image, this is just the general relative humidity of the room, of the cabinet, and it's above 60%. And that's also what our indicator card is showing us. And it's kind of interesting because I won't say who it was, but the collection, the curator didn't quite understand that the silica gel can only works if you have enough for that volume of air. So she threw in, bless her heart, about 10 grams of silica gel for this entire cabinet. And it did not work at all. Like it probably stopped, like it was probably full of moisture in about, 10 minutes. But then in that same cabinet, here's a microclimate chamber. You can see packets of silica gel. And indeed, you can see the RH indicator card, and it's still blue all the way down on 10%. So even in this area, it's holding strong, and the crusty rusties that are inside of it are protected from the moisture. So if you want to put together your own microclimate chambers, either several of them for an entire collection, or if you just have a few objects that are very special that have a high value that you're concerned about, these are the materials, the supplies that you need to gather. The most important are the three at the top. So we'll start with the container. Ideally polypropylene or polyethylene that has a gasketed lid. That's very important. Once again, gaskets, they're so important for our collections. We've been using Sistema containers. They're food containers that you can buy at least in North America, New Zealand, and Australia. I haven't checked to see if they're available in other locations, but they're gasketed with a silicone gasket, and that's what you see. That's what this blue line is around here. Also, you need to buy your silica gel packets. I just for this project purchased them in 2 gram packets. They're in Tyvek. So they usually come, or like what they look like on their own are just kind of clear pellets that are loose, but you can buy them already made in packets. And I've seen somewhere written that you can't recondition them when they're in Tyvek, but we found that not to be the case. My fellow conservator reconditioned several of them in the oven that we had in our lab. But don't worry too much about that. If you buy like a 5-gallon drum, you might be okay. And just to start, as long as you don't expose your silica gel to more moisture in the air. This is food grade that I purchased from Uline. If you'd like to avoid using Uline, I'm sure that they're available on many other websites. And then also your RH indicator cards. I purchased these that are 60 to all the way down to 10%. You can purchase in a different range, but just make sure that you are able to detect when it gets above 15%. And then extras, you see my screwdriver for opening the containers quickly, nitrile gloves, strips of thin polyethylene foam or Volara or Ethafoam to act as dividers. We have foil-backed sticker labels to put on the outside of the containers that you can write what's on the inside very clearly. And then, of course, the Pigma Micron pins that have India ink or carbon-based ink that is very stable even in the presence of UV. All right, here's an example of putting one together. This particular project was one that I worked on for Lewis and Clark National Historical Park in Astoria, Oregon. So the Pacific Northwest and the coast. So very high humidity all the time. It was a bunch of these bagged archaeological finds. And so I took them from their archival box containers and put them into the system of containers. I ordered a bunch of different sizes. And in this one, you can see that they're ready. The packets are ready to go in on the right-hand side of this container. But on the left-hand side are a bunch of kind of individual objects, metal objects that are housed in archival containers that the museum already had put together. And I decided to keep them in there because just in case they wanted to bring them out another time, it's easier for handling. It just seemed easier to keep everything together. That came back to bite me in the butt, but I will explain that in a minute. So here you can see my setup as well. I have everything in here. Make sure you put the objects in the container first. You want to have everything situated because you need to act very quickly when you put your silica gel and your RH indicator cards inside. So you can see in this giant drum that the silica gel is in a plastic bag that's kind of twisted up. So I would only open it so far or as wide enough for me to get my hand in there. I would grab some packets, put them on the table, close up the bag, and then put the lid back on the silica gel. Because once again, I didn't want to expose my 5-gallon drum of silica gel to the moisture in the room, or else I would ruin it, and then I would have to recondition it in an oven. Same with my RH indicator cards. You see that I have a picture of it with the lid closed because if I were to just leave it open all willy-nilly, then all of the cards would be exposed and they don't go back down. So if they're exposed to a higher RH and then come back down, they won't turn blue again. They'll stay that lavender and that pink. I have a little bit of space in this one to put my silica gel packets, but you can see that a little bit better in the image on the right that they're on the side. Don't let the silica gel touch the object. That's not so much of an issue for the packets that already are in Tyvek because the Tyvek provides that barrier layer. But if you are working with loose silica gel, make sure that they do not touch the object. And I also, I was working with things that were in cardboard boxes and already bagged, so I didn't really have to worry about it. After putting everything together, putting my objects in, putting the silica gel in, I placed my RH indicator on top so it was very clearly visible. And then I checked the perimeter to make sure that none of the plastic bags were over top of the lip. I put the lid on. I did a little squish squish to see if I could hear any whooshing of air going in and out of my container to make sure that the gasket was working. And then after that, then I flipped up the blue flips to really actually seal the container. And you can see my labels written on there with the catalog and accession number, as well as the chamber stats, which I'll show you in a bit. And besides providing a nice little environment for these objects, it also utilized vertical space in the cabinet. So this was the main cabinet, well, there were two of them, but that had these archaeological metal finds. And this top drawer, the image on the left, originally that was just one layer of metal objects. And by putting everything in these containers, and there happened to be enough space to have containers stacked on top of each other, look how much space I was able to free up in that drawer. And here's the same drawer on the top on the right. And you can see that I placed empty boxes that are waiting to be filled if the park does receive more archaeological finds or historical metals, or they have room to grow. But what can go wrong? To try to help troubleshoot. When I mentioned those cardboard archival boxes, that's an organic material. The cellulose also likes to hold on to moisture. So I found that when I placed those in there, the silica gel was not only scrubbing the moisture out of the air in the box, but also all of the moisture that was released by the cardboard boxes. So I had to kind of refresh those and remove. The very next day, the indicator card showed me that it was already creeping up to 30%. So I removed the silica gel because they were kind of already, doing a little bit too much, and then put in more packs, then also threw in an extra handful kind of for good measure. And then the image on the right, that one also is kind of at 30% already the next day. And I think for that one, it's just that I didn't have enough silica gel in that particular size of container. And I'll get to the amount of silica gel in a bit. Also, as I said, this bears repeating, keep everything efficient, keep everything closed tight. only open it when you actually need to extract something. Don't put your indicator cards and your gel in your container before you put any of your objects in. You can see my setup. When I work, I'm usually not in a conservation lab at our national parks. Very, very, very few have space for that. So this is a conference room, and I have everything set out on my table to be very systematic. You can see all of the containers at the beginning of the project and all the containers that I have. Not only do I have enough for them to kind of use for other projects and to grow into more spaces, but it was really good that I had extras because some of the gaskets weren't working properly, and I needed to just completely replace some from one box and put them into a different box that was sealing a little bit better. Keeping stats on your labels helps a lot. It helps you to monitor them. You can see in this one, once again, cardboard containers. After one day, it reached 30%. So I took out the 40 packs that I originally packed in there and instead added 12 more. And fortunately, I was working on this project for 2 weeks. So the first week I spent assembling this. It's actually just a few days of the first week. You can really get rolling on this. It actually doesn't take as much time as I thought it was going to. So I was able to spend the rest of my time working on other projects, but it was helpful because then I could monitor them over time. And I found that most of them, if they were going to have issues, it was within the first 24 hours. And then there were a few that I noticed issues, maybe 2 to 3 days. But by the end of my 2 weeks there, everything was working properly. Now, these containers will not, they're not good forever. They do leak eventually, but hopefully if everything goes according to plan, it should be over the course of a few years instead of, a little bit of time. They're better than Ziploc bags. There are other things that you can use if you can't find those. You could heat seal your own bags using Escal, which I'm not as familiar with, or even maybe polypropylene tubing. And so I think if you talk to other folks who've done this, there are other ways of approaching this. I am basing all of this off of the conservagram, the NPS conservagram that was written for creating microclimate boxes for metal storage. And I have a copy printed out if anyone wants to take this, but it's available online. But that's where I got all of this from. And then I added in tips from what I've seen in parks and then what I've done myself. And it includes a table in it that already has some general container sizes and the amount of silica gel that you need to add for that volume of space. So I used that and compared it to the containers that I had. And if my containers were a little bit larger, then I added a few more and kind of just adjusted it myself. So I found that to be very helpful. And I think that there was an article by Steve Weintraub called Demystifying Silica Gel that was based off of. So that's also an excellent resource. But so am I. Here's my email. Let me know if you want some help. Thank you. Oh, and I also have a PDF of that project that I did, and I'd be very happy to share that. And that has like all the tips that I just shared with you.
Hi, one question. That was really great, and I love those boxes. Yeah. Do you have anything in your database system or otherwise to sort of like a setup to check them? Because I've always found when I make these things, it's really great. And then suddenly 3 years have gone by and nobody's looked at them.
Yeah.
Do you have some sort of
No.
reminders?
And that's also not how my job is, because I come into parks and then I leave.
Right.
And so, but I do have relationships with certain places, and the Southeast Archaeological Center, which is a repository for all the Southeast parks. It's in Tallahassee, Florida. They've been using this process for the past few years. And so we got to kind of go there and see how they were doing and help them troubleshoot to make theirs a little bit better. And it does seem like over the course of like 3 to 4 years, it's working well. So what I told Lewis and Clark is just like, that is one person, but I said during your, and their collection is actually small, it's 2 cabinets, but during her annual inventory, open them up, check them out, see how they're going, just kind of use that as part of the workflow. But putting it in a database would be great.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'll also say for natural history people, this is a really useful thing for ivory, which is super sensitive to humidity. I'll just.
All right, ready? I'm Steve Sullivan. I'm the director of Miami University's Hefner Museum of Natural History in Ohio. I am also the taxidermist there. And today my goal is to help you save time, save money, and get your authentic specimens on display. In some respects, it's kind of the opposite side of the coin of some of the other talks, or a supportive part of the coin on half the other talks that have been in this room for much of the last bit of time. Now, when we go to all the museums I've ever worked at, everything I've ever visited, the most important first question that everybody asks is, where's the bathroom? Right? The second question they ask is it real? The reality of things that we have in our collections, and especially on exhibit, is paramount. We live in a world of increasing artificiality. Even our own human intelligence is now on the verge of being co-opted by artificial intelligence. And where will that leave us as humans in some respects? I've presented in past meetings on the perils of fake and poorly contextualized specimens and how they interfere with our missions. Today, I want to narrow down and give you the motivation and the foundational ideas necessary to get the real but damaged specimens, especially those kinds of specimens originally intended for exhibition, back on display. I also hope to give some of you new ideas, or at least to reframe existing ideas about how to do this, and perhaps most importantly, to give you some talking points so that you can go to your bosses and increasingly the group of non-specimen-oriented folks that are in our museums and give them talking points about why these authentic specimens are so important to keep and so important to have on display. Now, hopefully you were able to go to Skip's talk earlier this morning, or at least go back and watch that talk, because he discusses how to evaluate the quality of a specimen and thereby how to assess the quality of a taxidermist. As I point out on here, to super summarize Skip's talk, does your specimen beautifully exemplify the species? Does it have characters that are important for teaching regardless of the beauty of the specimen, like this passenger pigeon? Does it have less superficial values such as historical or molecular importance, also like this passenger pigeon? Key in Skip's talk, and I will also link at the end of this talk, is a QR code that will take you to the World Taxidermy Championships data scoring sheets. So you can objectively look at a specimen, even if you're not a taxidermy person, even if you're not an organismal biologist, and say, is this a good specimen or not? This is going to be an important part in your decision-making process of how, why, and when to repair such a specimen. Now, we have those categories of, I can have an ugly specimen, but it's really historically important, and so I should keep it in my collections. It should take up a lot of space. But there are specimens that fall between those points. There are specimens that are too ugly to be put on display, too common to include in a teaching lab because we have a million other ones that are already there. They're too barren of data to bother keeping. Similarly, sometimes we need to mount an exhibit, but the specimen that we have is damaged. And of course, even mounts that we have in our own collections, as has been said here, they suffer from damage simply by existing through time. And so we need to fix them. So I'm advocating today to give new life to these old damaged specimens, because as real, authentic objects, they have an intrinsic value. But it's our job to make that specimen palatable to our audiences. To do this, sometimes I'm going to be advocating methods that to some in our profession will view as heresies, not the least of which will be including local taxidermists to do some of this work for you. Hopefully I can defend this position effectively, but also put boundaries on the actions that I recommend. So the following here this is a very high level overview of how we can look at these general principles to determine, hey, can I have a local taxidermist do this? And if I can't, maybe there are other things that I can do with the specimen. So the most extreme that we will talk about is, first of all, simply replace the specimen. Then there is also repurposing, repair, hiding the damage, ignoring the damage, or using that damage as a discussion point. Now, before I get into those points, though, I want to talk about what our standards really should be. Back in the day, museum quality taxidermy used to be the realm of museums. We employed taxidermists who developed the best practices and made the best specimens. You go to the California Academy of Sciences, There are only a handful of specimens that are arguably on that par from that era because museums had museum quality taxidermy. Unfortunately, for a variety of reasons, most of which I think are bad, but some of which are defensible by our bosses at least, means that we don't employ museum taxidermists anymore. Thankfully, though, the taxidermy industry and its markets have advanced taxidermy to a higher quality than ever before, and created mounts that museums can only drool over, which end up being exhibited in single-family homes. This is a good example of that. This grouping of lions and Cape buffalo and things is being exhibited at the World Taxidermy Championships. And eventually it will be moved into somebody's front home, and nobody will ever see this dynamism again until maybe that person dies and they try to give it to our museums. And if our directors are willing to accept it, maybe. So as the employment of dedicated museum taxidermists has waned, museum object conservation, on the other hand, has expanded and become a spectacular and fundamentally important part of our field. But the degree of perfection brought on by this discipline also comes at a cost. Totally justifiable and important cost, but sometimes that cost is out of the reach of us or our budgets. In the case of natural history specimens, all too often that cost exceeds the perceived or realized value of a given specimen. So we need to spend our money wisely. As we consider the conservation of a specimen that has no data, no history, no beauty, is unstable, it's taking up limited space, maybe we simply need to take the one on your left here and pitch it and replace it with the one on the right. Now, I want to start with this extremity because I think there's more hope for most specimens, and I'll talk about hope for even an example like this. So throwing something away should be the last resort. But if a specimen has no data, it's of a commonly available species, a new mount can often be made for a fraction of the cost of preserving a damaged antique. I know it's heresy to talk about this, and I want to acknowledge that and encourage nobody to ever throw a specimen out, but simply because this looks like an animal, we feel like we don't want to throw it out. And as acquisitive people, we also don't want to throw things out. But in reality, without data, this specimen is arguably a little different than the bones of a steak from an anonymous ranch, from an anonymous cook, and an anonymous cow. But rather than throwing it out, one thing we can do is repurpose it. This is like one of the saddest things I've ever seen, right? But it can become valuable. So unless the specimen is toxic, the specimen can be used for student training. If I take that fish, I can let a student do taxidermy on that and develop skills. And if they ruin it, I don't care. It's not going to hurt my feelings at all. Similarly, with this poor little ocelot, I can cut this thing up and make touch me exhibits. Now, touching in museums is a whole other talk for another day, but I'm a big advocate of increasing the number of touchable specimens on exhibit. Using parts of existing mounts can be a great way to do this. And so consider, instead of throwing something away, make it into something touchable. And if it gets destroyed, that's fine. Think about how many lives you have literally touched with that specimen that our industry typically doesn't bother letting touch at all. So additionally, repurposing something, even a whole specimen like this poor Nyala, can be made into a new exhibit. In this case, this one illustrates the organism. It illustrates agents of deterioration, including touching, and it provides a touch me exhibit that can help people understand why they can't touch all my other stuff. If it's hard to see from where you're sitting, there is no fur left on one side of this specimen at all. It's been touched off. Now, this is where then we come to repair. Often there is far more hope for a damaged specimen than somebody might think at first glance, especially if you're not a specialist in these things. You might look at something and be like, I just got to pitch it. There's no good here and it's already too toxic. And the answer is no. In all likelihood, you can probably repair it, and you can probably repair it inexpensively. So here's a Cape buffalo specimen that was mounted by James L. Clark, one of Eichley's acolytes, in his New York studio in about 1930. This is a historically valuable specimen, but it was undisplayable and it was a problem to store, and I was being pressured to get rid of it. Now, I would hope that I could turn to some of you and say, here, take this awesome historically valuable specimen. But in reality, how many of us have been approached by that? And our answer is, sorry, it's awesome, but you're going to have to get rid of it. So instead, I simply sat down and restored it. And these are a handful of pictures I took when I was doing it that thankfully I had for this talk. you can see as I went through, especially the nose there, but also up at the bosses. And then in the middle picture there, that's actually recoloring the skin and the fur. So you can see on the left-hand side, he's looking natural again, and on the right-hand side, he's all messed up. And then I was able to put him on public display and thus bring new life to this old white elephant, as it were. Here's another specimen. This is a grouper. It's a whole diorama of a grouper that I was working on. And although this was the centerpiece of an exhibit, it was so poorly mounted originally and so damaged that people were actively repulsed by it. This specimen was working against our institution's mission. Now, just to look at it briefly, you can see there's no color to it. The reef is ghastly. The eyes are sunken in like a dead fish. There's no internal mouth structure. There's no color, etc. Now, I have done this restoration work on public display using traditional taxidermy materials, i.e. stuff that you can buy through Wasco or Van Dyke's or some of these taxidermist websites. And these are certainly of lower precision and often less reversible or not reversible at all than those the object conservators would use. So we have to make sure that we know how we're applying these things. But although this restoration is not yet complete, because I did it on public display, and mostly I like to think because it's so cute now, even the local kids going to high school prom wanted to come and get their pictures taken in front of it. It's the Under the Sea dance, I guess, was their theme for Back to the Future fans. So since most museums, though, no longer employ taxidermists, it's going to be necessary to contract out with a local taxidermist. Now, as I said, they may not use conservation quality materials, but the traditional materials they use are going to be perfectly suited to these kinds of tasks. This is not a study specimen. This is an exhibit specimen. So those tasks can use non-conservation materials because this is what the specimen was created with in the first place. Now, caveat here for a second. You need to know your contractor. This is where the ability to take some of Skip's judging sheets and go to somebody's lab or studio and judge their specimens and be harsh. If they are not making good specimens, don't work with them. Typically, if you hire someone with the title of object conservator, it's likely that their skills are very, very high. If you hire someone with the skills taxidermist, their skills, who knows? And so just because the title's there doesn't mean you can just hire any old taxidermist. Talk with them and evaluate their quality. Yeah, and that poor bald eagle there is a good example of a problem in my institution. Apparently they used shoe polish to do that. But you can actually create, you can use chicken and goose feathers to make a bald eagle that will even fool Fish and Wildlife officers as it comes through. So eventually I'm going to make this thing a hood using chicken feathers. The audience will not know any different. So to apply some of what I've been advocating here, this female sable on the left, you might need a highly skilled person to restore this, and that might be beneficial because this is a female. They're rarely collected, and it needs to be restored. On the other hand, a local taxidermist might repair this male, but better yet, I might just pitch the thing and go buy a new male because it's going to be cheaper than working with anybody else, and it has no data. On the other hand, nose cracks like this, I think everybody here can develop the skills very quickly, if you don't have them already, to repair nose cracks like that using something as non-conservation quality as epoxy clay. Get a $20 bucket. It's going to last you the rest of your career if all you're doing is nose cracks and a little bit of paint. This commercially harvested bison was improperly tanned originally, so it had massive drumming, extensive cracking, some tissue loss. Repairs were financially impractical, and replacement was costly. So simply hiding the damage was deemed appropriate. Now, I think this work could have done better. Could have been done better, but it's mostly reversible. It can be augmented to simply look better. And no matter what, it already looks better than the dripping flesh zombie that this bison once was. Now, we can also simply ignore problems. I have not altered this picture at all. This really is a dachshund lion. In this case, we don't address that problem in the exhibit labeling at all, but during tours, we do often address it. And this brings up discussions of human ethics. Why'd you bother to kill this and try to make it look big? Well, you know, fitness, you're demonstrating fitness. Now, on the other hand, we have specimens like these that in a given context might be considered kind of ugly or bad or primitive taxidermy. Many of us saw these when at the New Zealand spinach. But as soon as you recontextualize these specimens, that condition is perfectly good. Just give them some context. Now, I bet that those lips and those noses have been restored and repainted. Oh no, but they look great. Now I just want to jump into one thing. Apparently I missed the 2-minute mark. There is going to be controversy regardless of what conservation methods we make. So the Salvador Mundi here, some people love it, some people hate it. But the key is that taxidermists have the skills to do these kinds of things. Don't stop using conservators. Use them whenever and wherever your budget allows. But start using local taxidermists. Doing so will extend our budgets, increase our pace of care so that we can get real quality, authentic specimens out of that storage limbo and back onto public display. And those authentic objects, we can't say this enough, the authentic objects are the key to the public's trust in us and the value that we bring to society. So real matters. There are many ways to use real. Taxidermy is a path to specimen restoration. In some contexts, you can do it yourself, but always engage your audience in the real thing. If you want access to those World Taxidermy Championship sheets, I put them in a Google Drive that's linked through this QR code. I think those are extremely valuable, and we're privileged that the World Taxidermy Championship has been willing to share those with us. And of course, you can always email me for anything. Thanks.